Oh, we are in the building. Welcome, welcome. I looked at the time and I said, wait a minute. I got a live to do. I got to go. I was just over at Miss Lady T-Bug's live. She's got a channel on YouTube, and we were chopping it up over there in regards to tonight's subject. And man, time flies. Time flies. I said, wait a minute. I got to do a live. I got to go. So I'm here. How are you? How is everybody tonight? Hope everyone is doing well. I certainly am. Been busy. Let's see who we got in the building. My goodness, we got Miss Justice in the building. Cue the truth. Much love to you, Miss Justice. As always, holding it down in blue, moderating tonight. Got Rake's Funny Farm in the building. Stephen Nemley is in the building. Okay. Brother Stephen is in the building. Thank you for being here. There's Lady T-Bug. She said, hey, I'm here. And I'm so glad we don't have to change clothes in order to get from one meeting to get to another. Could you imagine? Marley 13 is in the building. Much love to you, Marley. As always, one of my major supporters is in the house. Tamika Ward is in the building. Okay, Miss Tamika. Hope all is well. I hope all is well. Yes, thank you, Miss Justice, for dropping Miss Lady T-Bug. Her channel link is in the chat. Please go and subscribe to her channel. She chops it up just like we do, keeping her audience informed just like I try to. Thank you so much for doing that. Juanita is in the building. Miss Juanita, how you been? I hope good. You're over there sitting there with a smile on your face because John Q is live? Good. I'm glad. Welcome. Yeah, so I thought I'd jump on here and connect with you again. I think I did 1, 2, 3, 4 lives on this particular case in regards to Miss Tiffany A. Henyard, Dalton Mayor. She's a piece of work, but the pieces are going to start to come together for her, and in a way, it will wake her up from her fantasy, from her whatever idea or vision that she has for both Dalton and Thornton Township. Yeah, she's about to be woken up. Hopefully, well, the way things have been going, she hasn't been really paying attention to anything other than what she's been doing. And it's starting to push back heavy, big time. And she's trying to understand it to a degree to where she can try to manage it. But the management part is not working. And the people are not happy with her at all, both in Dalton and both in Thornton Township. So Marquita Walker Miles has been subscribed. Well, thank you. Thank you to all the new subscribers jumping in. And if you can, just hit that like button, because tonight's presentation I would love out in the algorithm. We've got a lot of content creators out there that have Well, let me just do this real quick. Kind of make sure I get my night lights out there. There we go. There we go. I like my New York City night lights behind me when I go to work. We got a lot of content creators out there that has been putting the pedal to the metal. You know, if it's the late night crew, we have Brother Shay out there handling the late night crew and the late night crew news on 2 channels that he operates. Much love goes out to the late night crew. Hannibal is Hungry is another. Go Political is another. Carlton has been doing a great series on the Chronicles of Dalton that he's developing as this story unfolds. Great work coming from him, as well as O'Shea Jackson. I think his name is O'Shea Jackson. He doesn't even live in the United States. And he's been doing a fabulous job. Missy Micon or Michan is doing great work. Shawan Burns, or Shawani, I call her, Burns, on her channel. Excellent work. I mean, staying right on top of the game with this, connecting with the residents, connecting with the trustees. There have been interviews being done on content creator channels. It's great. The pull on YouTube has been absolutely phenomenal. And thank goodness. You know, because there are some people that care about what's going on in the world. And when you have YouTube content creators out there doing a fabulous job, covering the facts, the details as best they can, giving you commentary, especially like Miss Burgundy Blue commentary that does an absolutely fabulous job on the ground, making videos, going to the meetings, giving you, I mean, as it comes live, type information. I thank all of them, and I will be name dropping, as I always do, those content creators on my channel. I don't want to let them know that I run with them, you know. And as long as you stay focused on the story and keep it up to date, you as a content creator will do your job. Do your job. So yes. So yeah, we have a little bit to cover with you here tonight in reference to, well, obviously, you know who we're getting ready to talk about. You know who we're getting ready to talk about. And it's this young lady right here. And in thinking about what I was going to put together and how I was going to deliver it, well, I took a look at these 2 pictures of Mayor and Supervisor Tiffany Henyard, Mayor of Dalton, Supervisor of Thornton Township in Chicago. Became Mayor first, 2021, Supervisor of Thornton Township in 2022. And I had to study this picture in what brought me into the story to try to get a handle on this woman. What is she looking to do? And why has she taken on so much? You know, being a mayor is time consuming. It takes focus, especially with a village that has a little over 20,000 people. a little over 20,000 people. And I guess her vision was to try to, get something better in place for the residents of Dalton, bring business into an area that truly needs it. It needs an economic boost, and it needs connectivity. And her being the age that she is, young, she looked like, she's well-to-do, give or take, and she looked like she cares. That's what she says. That's what I believe she wants her message to go out as being. When we take a look at that, that's not the message she's delivering. How she ended up at Thornton Township as a supervisor, well, something that took a while for me to really absorb. It took me 2 weeks of questioning, why did she decide to take on something even bigger than Dalton in terms of population? 165,000, 170,000, give or take. 17 municipalities. Why is she reaching so big? What was she thinking? What was her plan? Being that she was never the mayor before, she just had come out of being a landlord. What qualified her to become mayor? And what qualified her to become a supervisor? Have any of you, had that question come across your table? Type a 1 for yes, 2 for no. That way you can give me a good sound check if I'm coming in loud and clear. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Did she have a plan? I think she started out with a plan, something better than before, and she felt that she could do it. She felt that she could do it. I said what I said. How you doing? Welcome. Well, that's how she started. Running for mayor was a great feat. We saw what she did running for mayor, giving out free gas, or let's just say paying for other people's gas at the gas pump. Started her off on her campaign, giving out chitlins at the door, doing a lot of door knocking and flyer handing out and things of that nature. Kind of an odd way of, running a campaign. I would never come to your house with chitlins. I promise you. If I was running for office, I would not even think about bringing chitlins to your house. How does that work? But this is what she did. She ran against other people running for the same office, and it got to a point to where she eventually was elected as mayor of Dalton. It was back in 2021. But the real thing that scratched my head when I got into this story was that, okay, she's the mayor of Dalton, and she's new to the job. She's never been mayor before. She's got to get accustomed to doing whatever it is that she needs to do. And yet you do a little background and you find out otherwise. You find out a little bit more about who Tiffany Henyard is before she came mayor, until she came mayor. And then she reached for something else. She reached for Thornton Township. And that's the thing that scratched my head. I said, wait a minute, why is she trying to do too much? Why is she trying to do so much? And you probably said the same thing. Tonight, we're going to take a look, as best as I can give it to you, a lot of the information that the Illinois grand jury is going to be looking at. I want to be able to do to walk you through step by step what they're looking at. Every photograph, every video, every news article, all the information here tonight that I'm going to cover with you, the grand jury is going to be covering. So this is not going to be a simple feat. It'll be a simple feat for me because I'm only going to be here to share this with you. It's not going to be a simple feat for the grand jury. They're going to be looking for specific things to prove probable cause for criminal crime indictment. And they want to be absolutely positively sure that if they do deliver a true bill in terms of an indictment, there are going to be a lot of counts within the body of the bill that's going to proceed thereafter. Because this entails a lot. We're talking about a mayor of a village, and we're also talking about a supervisor of a township. So we got ones in the chat. Great, great. Okay. So to begin with tonight, I'm going to start to, let me give you the latest and then we can begin to move through it. There have been a lot of news articles, a lot of news clippings. You probably bumped into them before. I thought I'd get on tonight to try to give you the perspective as to where we're going to back up a little bit. We're going to back up a little bit so that we can project forward as to the reason why we're here. Okay? So the evidence is, it's there. I can't, the more I have been watching this, the more and more evidence pops out. So with that said, let me go ahead and cue this up for you. And let's get a handle on where we are with Mayor Tiffany Henyard on one side and Supervisor Tiffany Henyard on the other. We have to remember these are twins. I think she's a Gemini too. No pun intended for anyone that is a Gemini. But the undertaking of what she has, I guess, given herself is testing her. She didn't know it was going to be so much. But what she decides to do with what she has been given is totally, totally beyond anyone's comprehension. So let's take a look at where we are today. Let's go to work. WGN9 giving us the latest to bring us up to speed.
WGN Investigates has learned a grand jury will hear testimony on Monday as part of an ongoing investigation into Tiffany Henyard's leadership in the South Suburbs.
She's the mayor of Dalton and supervisor of Thornton Township. Investigative reporter Ben Bradley has been detailing her questionable spending for many months, and he has an update.
It's rare for us to be able to give you a front row seat into an active FBI investigation, but recently obtained subpoenas show that's exactly what we've been doing. Those subpoenas reveal agents are investigating many of the same concerns over corruption and cronyism that we've been detailing in our reporting. This is what passes for public debate in Dalton. It's the result of months of frustration over Mayor Tiffany Henyard's leadership.
This administration is shameful. Y'all are a disgrace.
We're watching the fall of this administration.
We are.
WGN Investigates has obtained or reviewed subpoenas the FBI served to Thornton Township and Dalton. They serve as a roadmap to the ongoing federal investigation. They seek payment and expense records for Tiffany Henyard, as well as her boyfriend, who runs a violence prevention program for the township. Also named, Henyard's top aide, Dalton's acting police chief, along with 4 village and township trustees and 2 of Henyard's relatives who are on the government payroll.
They'll turn up more and more information. They'll turn up more leads. They may turn up more witnesses. They may find a cooperator. They may find an informant, all which will benefit the investigation tremendously.
But based on what we know now, if you're Tiffany Henyard, how are you feeling?
I would be nervous.
But there's no foundation in the state of Illinois moving like we moving and shaking groove like we doing. Right? That's right.
The FBI also demanding records from the Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation after we reported at least $10,000 in taxpayer money went to it. And the group used government workers and resources for the charity's walk to Springfield. After we reported earlier this year the charity had failed to file required financial records, Henyard claimed she had nothing to do with her namesake organization.
All I can tell you is that I'm not the one on anything. That's the only thing I can tell you right now. So I'm just trying to ask.
I stopped it because this was her first big mistake. Going on Roland Martin's online news show and telling him what she told him on his program about his question regarding her foundation. That almost knocked me out the chair. I said, why on earth would she lie in his face as a cancer foundation? Yet he found out, lo and behold.
Answer to the.
So you're saying there's a foundation that's not registered, but it has nothing to do with you?
Correct. That's true.
Okay.
That's
So you're
true.
not aware of any of the work that they've done, money that they've raised, anything along those lines?
Correct.
The FBI also demanding records related to Henyard's travel. WGN Investigates has reported she and her team frequently travel first class and have stayed at high-end hotels. The cost in the past year, more than $102,000. The FBI wants the receipts and to know the purpose.
And the person that's got those receipts is this woman right here, Tiffany A. Henyard. We've seen her in a number of videos saying she got the receipts, she got the receipts, she got the receipts, but none rendered. And that bothered me. I said, well, if she's got the receipts, why doesn't she put them on the table and let the people see? And I think Miss Mary had said during a town board meeting, Dalton town board meeting, that you can't show the receipts, then that means you got something to hide. Oh, she said that so eloquently at the April 1st board meeting when Tiffany Henyard violated the Open Meetings Act. But this is what she told the reporter. And I'm going to do something special with this clip, maybe something you've never seen. You're going to see Tiffany Henyard. Well, let's just go ahead and show you.
I do not handle anything as relates to with credit cards. As you heard me speak today in my board meeting about, I do not handle that.
Some of those charges are for you, though.
No, sir.
You didn't go to Las Vegas?
Mm,
Take a moment and look at that. Take a moment and look at that. Look at her face.
mm,
Now the lips buckle up. The eyes cut even more.
mm.
How on earth did you know I went to Las Vegas? Now she trying to regain and recoup the way she looks because she's feeling it throughout her whole entire system. So now she's remembering that she is on camera. Lips start to go up. She begins to smile again, and she's thinking of the best answer to give him. Cuts her eyes over to the right, comes up with a thought, looks back over, and still cannot answer the question. When I saw this moment captured the way it was, I must have watched this at least a dozen times. And for someone to blatantly conceal and lie the way she did to a news reporter, they're supposed to be your best friend. They're supposed to be the one that gets your name out there, the one that tells the folks how you're doing and the job that you're doing, because you're there to serve the people of the village. But this is what she decided to say.
What is that?
No comment.
No comment. With a smile. And I told you in the last couple of lives, this is dangerous. What she told Roland Martin on his program, dangerous. I do not handle anything when it comes to the Tiffany Cares Foundation. Here she is in front of a news reporter doing the same thing. This is a public official, was elected and voted into office to serve Village of Dalton. And this is what they saw. This is what she did.
You don't know if you were in Las Vegas?
Of course I do.
And we got to key up again. Oh, did I lose it? Ooh, thought I lost it there. Oh, wow. Okay. Wonder what happened there.
WGN Investigates has learned a grand jury will hear testimony on Monday as part of an ongoing investigation into Tiffany Henyard's leadership in the South Suburbs.
She's the mayor of Dalton and supervisor of Thornton Township. Investigative reporter Ben Bradley has been detailing her.
Wants the receipts and to know the purpose.
I do not handle
Sorry
anything
about
as
that,
relates
folks.
to with credit cards. As you heard me speak today in my board meeting about, I do not handle that.
Some of those charges are for you, though.
No, sir.
You didn't go to Las Vegas? What is that?
No comment.
You don't know if you were in Las Vegas?
Of course I do.
Were you?
It's not paid by them.
Did you fly first class to Las Vegas?
Any other questions?
And then there's Henyard's top aide in both the village and township, Keith Freeman. He's been charged with bankruptcy fraud for failing to report his earnings from Dalton, but he remains at Henyard's side. We've learned the FBI served a subpoena on Robbins, where Freeman was previously the village administrator. An audit found he received more money than was budgeted.
Clearly, they've targeted several individuals in both the village and the township, and that should be a red flag.
The dysfunction in Dalton also comes with a legal cost to taxpayers. Henyard's attorney recently notified the board he was withdrawing from defending the village in 21 cases because Henyard's opponents have refused to pay his bills. The lawyer warning, without a defense, Dalton taxpayers could be on the hook for more than $20 million. And the cases keep piling up. This month, a Dalton police officer filed suit against Henyard in Dalton, saying he was passed over for promotion. In the lawsuit, the officer alleged it happened after he reported a fellow officer was writing unwarranted tickets to boost revenue for the village.
Now, that one is a new one because I said, wait a minute, another one? Here's a police officer, another one, that's now filed a lawsuit. Writing parking tickets without probable cause to boost revenue, which reminded me of when Lewis Lacey, Chief Lewis Lacey of the Dalton Police Department, when he gives his report at the board meeting, you know, there was something about all of his report that bothered me too. He said something on April 1st regarding 4,006 red light. I'm saying, okay, red light what? He was just blistering through his report. All the citations that they wrote, all of the calls that they had, emergency calls, arrests that were made, etc., etc. And I'm going, red light, what is that? Do they have like a red light someplace in Dalton where they're writing people up on? And then this came out, and I said, wait a minute. Red light, parking tickets, they're writing up tickets at random? Showing up to different shopping malls, scoping people's cars, taking pictures of the license plate, running the plates, then writing the tickets, and then sending the tickets. Meanwhile, the people are in the stores, they're doing their shopping and getting their products and goods and stuff like that. They come out, they don't know anything has happened. A week later, they get a ticket in the mail. I said, this is how the Dalton Police Department is running to make revenue for Dalton. The grand jury is looking at that. They have to.
It's Mayor Henyard completely disregarding the law and disregarding the promotional process in the police department.
Attorney Pat Walsh represents the officer and 3 other current and former employees who are suing Henyard and the village. All 4 lawsuits essentially accuse Henyard of misusing her political power.
Mayor Henyard is on an island of lawlessness and is just doing whatever she thinks will benefit her personally and politically, rather than following the laws and doing what would benefit the village of Dalton and the residents of the village of Dalton.
If you want to help the residents, then help them. Why aren't y'all paying for concrete?
What's more,
now this particular situation happened at the very last complete Dalton meeting, or the meeting that was in Dalton, also in violation of the Open Meetings Act, once again, like April 1st did. They played this hand a second time. Same results. People locked out of the meeting. Very limited amount of people were let into the meeting. But this time, trustees, as well as the residents of Dalton, had enough. Especially Trustee Belcher, Kiana Belcher, who happens to be sitting over here with her picture still on the front of her desk, because Tiffany Henyard took it down from the wall amongst all the other trustees. It represents the village of Dalton. And it's sad to see this, but this is a very bold reminder to the residents as to the reason why her picture is in front of her rather than up on the wall.
More remarkable, Henyard's opponents were her running mates just a few years ago.
When you ran on my ticket, y'all ran on my vision. The vision wasn't to rob the city. The vision wasn't for the FBI. The vision wasn't for you to steal all the money.
Late last year, I asked the self-proclaimed super mayor whether she might be the problem.
You often point out you are the leader of Dalton. At what point is this dysfunction a reflection on your leadership?
When I replaced my board.
Her answer is when I replace my board. My leadership has got nothing to do with it. It's just a failed board of trustees that's not going along. But what she said right after this blew my mind too. Take a careful listen as to what she said.
Isn't part of being a leader learning how to work with others? I mean, this is unlike anything I've ever seen before.
Yes, but when other people are the puppet masters and they're the puppets, this is the show you get.
When other people are the puppet masters, it's not following along, this is the show you get. I said, she's just letting it all out there. Totally disconnected, totally out of touch. She's looking to replace the trustees. And they know that from all of what they've been going through, trying to deal with her at these board meetings. Yeah, she's not turning over receipts. They're arguing about receipts. They're arguing about transparency, accountability. Andrew Holmes has not been at a meeting since the beginning of the damn year. And Stan Brown, over here in the blue shirt and the bald head, has not said a word. They haven't said a word about what happened in Las Vegas. They haven't shared any information about the independent report that they claim to have done based upon the allegations against Andrew Holmes from the situation that happened in Las Vegas. They said nothing at all. People, we are in May. This situation happened last year this time, in May. And no one has said a word about it. They told the media that they had did an independent report. Well, I haven't seen one, have you? Type a 2 in the chat. If you have not seen an independent report from the village of Dalton administrator, or from the mayor, or from the attorney Delgado's office in regards to that incident, Type of 2. Meaning I have not seen an independent report come from them. Let's see how many 2s we got. Because I haven't seen it. I haven't seen anything regarding a report. Maybe it got by me somehow. I don't know. If anybody knows anything, I'd love to hear it. Steve, Shrek, how you doing? She wouldn't comment on the $6.8 million grant. Yeah, but later on, she points out a grant she says she got. I haven't seen any report based upon the allegations made against Andrew Holmes, yet he's not there at this meeting at all. And I would love for any one of the residents in their next meeting to ask about that report and keep asking about that report until it is produced by the mayor of Dalton. Because Keith Freeman was the one who made the public statement about that independent investigation. And that they were just 2 disgruntled employees looking for a paycheck or looking for a payday. And his name at the bottom end, at the bottom end of that quote. Let's continue, because the residents obviously by now, especially at this meeting, has had enough.
But as you can see, progress is still being made in the village of Dalton.
All right, we are going to close session now.
That was the first and last time Tiffany Henyard talked to me. Since then, she's called out reporting fake news. We asked her $5,000 a month publicity agency for a response from Henyard, explaining why, if residents' concerns about corruption are unfounded, the FBI has issued subpoenas, naming her, her boyfriend, her relatives, her allies, her political fund, her namesake cancer charity, and even her now defunct burger business. We did not hear back. Ben Brad.
The typical answer, they don't hear back. Typical. Very typical. So we get to this now. Let me bring you here. And this was just recently released. Then I caught something, and that's what led me. Yeah, John, let's go live. Let's go live. Let's bring it out. So let's get to the most recent one that everybody probably knows about. But I'll go ahead and bring her up. This was the most recent report stating that she went to D.C., had a good time, met the President of the United States, and something happened.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a video, show you guys what I am up to.
It's mid-January, and Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard is in the White House.
It's gonna just be dope. Let me just turn around so you can see. Got a group of people.
Henyard is in Washington as part of the U.S. Conference of Mayors annual winter meeting, along with mayors from hundreds of communities across the country. And part of the meeting includes a White House tour, including brief remarks from President Joe Biden. Henyard live streams her encounter and later puts a slick.
Hey, Big Mike, I just got your message. Miss Tiffany Henyard, if she's in the chat, that's good. I'm going to be talking about you tonight. Well, not like any other YouTuber, but I'm going to be revealing what I found. And if you are really Tiffany A. Henyard of Dalton, as mayor and as supervisor of Thornton Township, I take a listen. I wouldn't think about doing anything else right about now. Just want to show you a couple of things. that I found. Just a couple of things that I have found. You will be definitely interested in knowing what it is. So stick around.
Publicly produced video on her Facebook page capturing her photo op with the president. A big moment for a mayor from a relatively small suburb of about 20,000 people. Problem is, Henyard billed the trip to the wrong taxpayers.
These appropriations are misappropriations.
We showed what we found to veteran municipal lawyer Bert Odelson, who represents Dalton trustees.
That looks like a credit card statement.
Opposed to Henyard.
Can you all see that? If you can, type a 1. When I saw this, I said, wait a minute. It's at the beginning of this year. And I'm looking at a name right here called the Cardholder Account Summary. Y'all can see this? Cardholder Account Summary. Who does that belong to? Right there. Looks like the Thornton Township credit card. Exactly. And the Thornton Township credit card is paying for a mayor to go to Washington, D.C. in a mayor's conference when Thornton Township doesn't have a mayor. They have a supervisor, but they don't have a mayor. And in this news report, and in looking carefully with your eyes, I've done nothing with this clip. I see the name of the same person that's in trouble right now under indictment. That's right, Miss Lady T-Bug. The mayor is not the supervisor. What would Thornton Township be doing at a mayor's conference? And why are these charges under this card holder here called Keith Freeman charging for a mayor's conference on this credit card statement? There's no benefit here. Total activity is $27,632.14 on the account as it stands, according to the statement that we're looking at. There are other charges on this card, but I'll have a better point of view as we proceed. I was able to find some things regarding this charge card under Keith Freeman. But let's proceed. But this is in his hands as a senior advisor to Thornton Township, charging for a mayor's conference. Big mistake. Big mistake. Why didn't you take it from the Thornton, from the Dalton Village account? Keith? And if Keith is watching, he's probably sitting up there saying, yeah, that was stupid of me. Why didn't I? I wasn't thinking. because you got so many other things going on at the same time. It's the beginning of the year. You're 2 days away from filing your bankruptcy. This happened in January. Transaction date is January 1st. The post date was January the 2nd. Under that is the reference number under which the charge occurred. $7,000 here. Under that one, reference number charged to U.S. mayors, $3,000 here. All the third. Look at this. All the third. Look at the dates, folks. All the third. Post date the 5th. I want you to see certain things that you might not see when you're watching these news clips, because this is what the grand jury is looking at. And they're going to find these receipts because guess what? We're looking at the receipts that they already have. If they're showing them on the news, what makes you think the grand jury doesn't have what we're looking at right now? Let's go.
And yours.
Every time I say I can't believe that she would do something, here comes a
Oh, we're doing this again?
Yeah.
Okay, Tiffany. All right. Let's see where we are. I'll catch up. Let me catch up. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. There we go.
Opposed to Henyard.
Every time I say I can't believe that she would do something, here comes another.
What we found are credit card records showing expenditures for the Washington trip, including $5,000 to the U.S. Conference of Mayors, plane tickets for herself and assistant Keith Freeman for $718 apiece, hotel rooms at the Washington Hilton for over $1,000 each, and a $629 rental car.
There's a whole lot more than that. The news would being very modest and just posting what they want us to see as modest expenses based upon that trip. But there were more than that.
Total cost to taxpayers, $9,167. But here's the catch. Those taxpayers don't live in Dalton, where Henyard is mayor.
The township residents are paying for her fund.
Indeed, the credit card used to pay for the mayor's conference is from Thornton Township, a completely different government body where Henyard also serves as supervisor.
There's no reason for anyone from a township to go to a mayor's conference. A mayor's conference is a mayor's conference for mayors.
This is a Thornton Township credit card bill, yet their payment's going to a mayor's conference. Does that make any sense to you?
No, really doesn't. But unfortunately, this is kind of what we've seen.
You know, and it's funny too, every time the news goes to Thornton Township, it seems like Chris Gonzalez is the one they talk to, because no one else is talking to the media but him. We'll get to Chris later.
Going on, obviously, for a while now.
Thornton Township trustee Chris Gonzalez says he's frustrated by the lack of transparency about the township's bills and credit cards.
So that's one of the reasons I won't know when we go through our board packets. It's like, you know, some of this stuff, it's like you don't know exactly what it's for. And then when you ask a question, there's no answer. You were the one who found these.
Yep.
Stephanie Wiedemann is a former Thornton Township employee fired by Henyard and now a whistleblower. She says Henyard's dual roles as mayor of Dalton and supervisor of the township, two separate government entities, are constantly being blurred.
And this is what inspired me to do tonight's live. When I saw these two pictures put together just the way they are, I said, you're living almost like a yin and yang. These are not complementary forces, even though yin and yang are. They're complementary and interdependent forces that work together. These are opposing forces on each side. That is the big difference. And that's why I was trying to figure out what would I call this live? And hence the twins of deception. To the left is doing just as much as the right is doing. This is what the twins of deception look like. And they have to continue doing so because they don't believe you know the facts. They don't believe you're watching the news. They don't believe in the news reports that's being spoken of about them. None of the receipts that they're dropping, nothing. All they want you to know is what they're telling you to know. And that is deception on a massive scale. It's bold. Only because, yeah, she's got plenty to hide now. Would she consider the FBI serving her 5 subpoenas fake news? Has she said anything about it? Nope. I doubt if she will. I doubt if she will.
I have found, bills that were made out to the village of.
And you know something, I look at Stephanie Wiedemann, much love goes out to her. She, this is the woman in the trenches. And thank God for her, for being on the Thornton side, for being, I wouldn't say the whistleblower, but making sure the right people know what's going on. It's not a negative thing she's doing. A woman worked 23 years at the Thornton Township, and she's got, a history of coming up that were told on, that was shared with other content creators. I'm not going to get into that, but, my heart goes out to Stephanie Wiedemann. Her experience, the ins and outs after 23 years of being at the Thornton Township. Do you think this woman knows what she's talking about? In every aspect, every department, every character that she has to work with or worked with in that capacity at Thornton Township, she should be supervisor, my opinion. Thornton Township trustees needs to be completely wiped out. That's my opinion. Because of what they had allowed to happen. I'll get to that. I'm jumping a little bit ahead of myself, but Stephanie Wiedemann, as a supervisor, I could shake my head yes. She spent years of her life developing all of her knowledge, everything about the township, she would know. Who better else to fill that position than her? Especially at this point in time when Thornton Township really needs help too.
Dalton that were paid with the Thornton Township check. It's hard to decipher what is Township and what is Dalton because she blends them so carelessly.
And it should be church and state.
It absolutely should be.
Wiedemann and others believe Henyard is using township funds because Dalton is broke, as much as $5 million in the red. In part, they say, because of massive spending by Henyard on out-of-town trips, her police security detail, endless lawsuits, and overuse of credit cards, all of which are now the subject of an ongoing FBI investigation at both the village and the township.
You can't make this stuff up.
Attorney Odelson says he wouldn't be surprised if the FBI is looking at Henyard's trip to Washington on the wrong taxpayer's dime.
Is that a crime?
Misappropriation of funds for personal use? Yes, it is a crime.
And it's not that hard. If it's for Dalton, Dalton pays for it. If it's for Thornton Township pays for it.
We reached out to both Henyard and her top deputy, Keith Freeman, on whose Thornton Township credit card those charges appear. Neither have yet responded.
Once again, neither has responded. Would you think they would in any way, shape, or form? No. Okay, so I wanted to give you a little bit of a news media preliminary on the findings as of where we stand right now. Things are in motion, and people are shaken. Tiffany Henyard is not sleeping at night. And if she is watching tonight's live, good. You may want to stick around, Tiffany. And I cover some things here, whether to your knowledge or whether you don't know, you do have guilty knowledge nonetheless. Nonetheless, this is knowledge. You know the books. You've cleaned house. I remember Stephanie Wiedemann saying that, it felt like a takeover. Like the place was being taken over. And the option she was given was really not an option for her. Because she wasn't going to play the game that Tiffany Henyard wanted to play at all. We've seen evidence of the lavishment, attitude that Tiffany Henyard displays. And she's not embarrassed at it at all. Especially, see if I can find it, especially when she came from this. When she came from this, 2016, breaking into cars, trespassing on other people's property. Other people's property. Now she looks like this. How does that happen? How does it happen? These are night and day positions. Enough to be bold about it, to begin mimicking maybe a favorite movie of hers, a character she portrays in her head, her psychic mind attachment, if you will. Like attracts like, using the law of attraction to get attention. And rightfully so, she did. And in a way to where got a police department that's going to fall in line behind the mayor. It's going to fall in line with the rules that she sets, not what the law sets. Who works, who doesn't, who covers certain things and who doesn't, who does special work and who doesn't, who's paid for that special work and who isn't. When you have a guy like this trying to cajole, influence, and persuade the public on what they should not do at an open meeting to try to take control of an government open meeting because there could be some chatter. There could be a little disagreement. He told them, not a word. Don't even clap. If you do, we're going to close the meeting down. And I said, he doesn't have any legal standing in making that claim at that meeting at all. And he was stopped by the village attorney. No, just remove the person making the disturbance and leave everything intact. Because you can't do that. You can't do that. And while Tiffany goes on in a rant against the trustees, it's only 4 good trustees and from what I have viewed. Trustee Norwood, Trustee Brown, Tammy Brown, Trustee Belcher, Jason House. 4, thank goodness they were there in place, with 2 outstanding trustees. 1 we already know about because he doesn't even show up at the board meetings anymore. And guess what, folks? He's not going to show up, period. He's done. He's finished. The allegations, according to the lawsuit, the civil lawsuit that I read, is appalling. Absolutely appalling. I said, no. What the hell is... You go to Las Vegas. This is a business trip. Why on earth would it ever creep up in your mind to mess with Tiffany's assistant? Or even try to think about messing with Tiffany's assistant? Word's going to get back. That's a small world between Thornton Township and Dalton Village, don't you think? No? Not really for him. And I still say I can't tell if those are teeth on the bottom of his lip or teeth from the top. I still can't make this picture out. And the other guy, Stan Brown. He was only riding a bike. He don't know anything. He doesn't handle anything like that. You're going to have to ask them. When I tell you what Stan Brown makes, it's going to blow your mind. And then you can see the reason why he's in position. You're going to find that out tonight in tonight's live. You'll see why he fends for Tiffany Henyard at every Dalton board meeting and how he handles his business over at the Thornton Township, because he works in both places. Why? Because he was put there. That's why. And then you can begin to understand his allegiance to Tiffany. Most people his age would be retired by now. A Social Security, maybe a pension from the post office, stuff like that. Dealing with everyday stuff, like we all do. No, he's a money grabber too. And when it came to his door, he jumped right at it. There are some underlying links in this whole process. I'm beginning to see what they don't want us to see. These secret meetings, these squirrel meetings that Tiffany Henyard calls, behind the back stuff. When you can capture these moments, guess who else is going to be capturing these moments as well? The grand jury. The grand jury. And this is the guy who let him in. Keith Freeman. Keith Freeman. There's some videos out there of him having a 5-minute interview about faith and love, family, God, and the miraculous blessing that he was given from a phone call that was made from another person who told him he needs to get back into the game. I don't know if you heard it, but I certainly did. It's out there. It's out there. And he was placed here. Do you think he had a background check by Tiffany Henyard? That's what brought this. January 3rd, he filed for bankruptcy. Now, the word on the street out there says he filed 6, 7 times? Good Lord. But this filing was different. This filing, he didn't put his Dalton income on his bankruptcy. I showed you that. I showed you that in our last live. See if I can find the document. So you can see, let me do this. Let me pull this down. Hold on. I'm getting into it, folks. I'm getting into it now. All right, we go to full share. Let me see. See. How do I want to do this? Hold on. Let me set it up. Set it up. Give me a second. Okay. All right. I think I got it. Now. Okay. Let me drop this down. All right. I showed you. Can y'all see this? He brought these people into the house, and rightfully so. They came into the house. Can you all see that type of one? Type of one for me. if I got it big enough. I don't know if I got it big enough. Let me see. Get it right there. I think that's it. All right. This is his bankruptcy filing. This is what he told the United States government during his bankruptcy filing right here. Summarize your assets. Oh, Schedule A and B property, such as real estate from Schedule A and B, is 0. Okay, you don't own nothing. Okay. Line 1B, copy line 62. Total personal property from Schedule A and B is $52.50. Copy line from 63. Total of all property, he told them, as assets is $52.50. This is all I have, and tangible physical property. This is what it costs. Well, let's go to part 2. Get that right in there. Part 2, your liabilities. Schedule D, creditors who have claims secured by property. Copy the total listed in column A, amount of the claim, and at the bottom of the last page of 1 of Schedule D, he put 0. Okay. Schedule E through F, creditors who have unsecured claims. Put the total there. $20,917. Copy of all of the total claims. In part 2, non-priority unsecured claims, $153,846 for a grand total of $174,763.20. It's my debt. And you got a person like Keith Freeman working in Dalton Village as administrator in Thornton Township. Thornton Township as a senior advisor, municipality manager, and this brother's carrying this much debt he's trying to write off in a bankruptcy filing? I want you to think about that. Had Tiffany Henyard knew about what he was doing, what do you think? Or did she know what he was doing? Yeah, I mean, it's a turn of the year, 2024. Just got it in January. I still got a half a bottle of champagne left on the table from last night's party. Got to get it in. I can get all my credit card debt, because that's exactly what all this debt is credit card debt. And yet we see now, January till now, this man is in control of the credit card account over at Thornton. And Lord knows what we should know about Dalton. And that the only income he claimed at the time, minus Dalton, and you can see it right here, part 3. I think I have it big enough for you to read. It's $7,000. $7,167.67. And then after expenses, which is $7,072.95, I got about 94, maybe even less in my pocket. I'm all done. And he thought this was going to pass. I showed you this when I went over Keith Freeman by the numbers in my last live. And it was important information because guess who's looking at this information now? The grand jury. The grand jury is looking at all this information now, Keith. The grand jury is looking at all this information now, right now, Keith. Let me show you something else. Let's see if I can get this up here. I don't know if you can see that. They want to know about the Tiffany Cares Foundation as well. Don't they? Now, watch this. Let me see if I can do this. Let's see if I can do this real quick. They want to know about the Tiffany Cares Foundation. Is that it? No, no, no. No. I thought I had it up here. Let me see if I can find it. I want to know if about the Tiffany Cares Foundation. You know, it was in Keith Freeman's name from the live that we did before, and it was in not good standing. This in February of this year. According to the agent information from a Victor Asaki from 1747 East 87th Street, Suite number 2 in Chicago, Illinois, filed the nonprofit, the agent who filed it. Okay, let's see if we can do this. No, I can't blow this up. Maybe I can. I don't know if you can see this. Blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. Yeah, I can. Project B, Youth Violence Prevention. What's that? Does anybody know in the chat? Project B, Youth Violence Prevention. Somebody help me out. Somebody help me out. I think it's Guarin Chopper. Steve. Succeeding. Cynthia. Kamal's Pet Project. Wait a minute. If he's got the Tiffany Henyard-The Foundation registered, and this belongs to Kamal, you think they know each other? Type of 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you think they know each other? This guy, Victor? Help me out. Guarin says yes, and I hope I'm saying your name right. Guarin. I'll just say Mr. Chopper. How's that? I said what I said 1, Succeeding said 2, Cynthia said, Succeeding said 1, Cynthia said 1, Victor is Slimmy. Oh, okay. He said 100%. Okay, Guarin. All right. So, taking a look at this, I said, well, wait a minute. this thing, this project, the youth, this program for youth that this guy is supposed to be doing, I don't see any mention of it on the Thornton Township website at all. I checked Dalton. I didn't see anything about Project B, Youth Violence Prevention, on their website at all. You know, special services for youth. And this is a not-for-profit entity. Right? Reality Check is in here. Oh, my brother is in the building. Okay. My brother, Reality Check TV in Chicago. Thank you for joining us. All right. So this guy, Victor Asaki, is the registered agent. If this is Kamal, then he would have to know about Tiffany Henyard and her Tiffany Henyard's Care Foundation, because he's the same agent who filed for them. They brought this guy in between them, sort of like the pastor in the mill. So I said, okay, so let's get the file history here. Let's double check. We got the file history. And it is Articles of Incorporation, General for Nonprofit Corporation Act. This was done July 5th of last year, so it's not even a year old. And this guy, Victor Asaki, from 1747 East 87th Street in Chicago, Cook County, filed this. And we get Kamal Woods of 132 Sibley Boulevard in Dalton. Brian Riley. When I saw the name Riley, I said, uh-oh. But I don't know if they're related. Don't know. Somebody know? Let me know. 1817 West 51st Street in Chicago. And then a Michael Haley of the same address, but a couple of doors down at 54th Street in Chicago. This was an article that was undersigned by the incorporator, hereby declares under penalty of perjury that the statements made in the foregoing article of incorporation are true. And it gives me this address right there. 132 Sibley Boulevard, Suite 1A in Dalton. Really? Let's go to work. Sibley Boulevard. Okay. Okay. Oh, there you are. Sibley Boulevard. Y'all see that? I said to myself, well, okay, well, here's, the main person that made the filing and stuff like that. We're about to see what this youth prevention program is all about. So when I dropped down, which I did, that's where I ended up. The address on the paperwork. I said, I must have did it wrong. I did this at least 7 times, and I kept coming to this location. Can anybody tell me what that's about? Succeeding says the car wash where Kamal pays allegedly no taxes and no water bill. Are you kidding me? I'm looking for a youth program. Oh, what is it? Maybe it's across the street. No. Nothing across the street. Maybe I missed it. I'm on the wrong. No. Maybe it's over here. So let me go down over here. Maybe it sits behind the building. You know, wait a minute. This is a car wash. I'm at the right place. Looks like a mail drop here. No, it's the right place. So where's the youth prevention program he's supposed to? This don't look like anything for youths. Not unless they're working for him. Stairs going up to the upper floors of the building. Does he live here? I was like, okay. This is the address that he put down on this non-for-profit organization regarding Youth B prevention, violence prevention program. I'm looking for a building that looks like it has got offices and things in it with a sign on where to tell people to go. Okay. All right. So if that's the truth and he pays no taxes or water bill here, who does he know? Who does he know? We know who he knows. But I wanted to show you this because this blew my mind when I got here. I said, maybe somebody else on the outside knows. I'm just doing my research. Okay. So what brought us here? Like I said, Keith did. Keith brought us here. I don't want to go to that yet. Keith did. When he filed that bankruptcy, and he made the biggest mistake, stupidest mistake in his life, thinking he was going to get away with trying to absolve $174,000 of unsecured debt. That said something, but this is from the United States Attorney's Office, Northern District of Illinois. I said, let me see who's on this dude. Tuesday, April 16th of 2024. I don't want to read the whole thing. The indictment was announced by Morris Pasquale, acting United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. Robert W. West Wheeler Jr., Special Agent in charge of the Chicago Field Office of the FBI. Justin Campbell, Special Agent in charge of the IRS Criminal Investigation, Chicago Field Office. And Ruth M. Medonka, Inspector in charge of the Chicago Division of the United States Postal Inspection Service. Valuable assistance was provided by the United States Trustee Program, under which Freeman had signed his name off of on that bankruptcy. The government is represented by Assistant U.S. Attorney Jason A. Julian and Special Assistant U.S. Attorney Brian P. Nettles. Okay, wait a minute. I saw that. I seen that before, I said. Where did I go? Know where I saw that? I'm giving you my all tonight, folks. Where did I see it? I saw that here. And they were also on the Dalton subpoenas as well. Know how I know? It's real simple. Just go down to the bottom. What does that say? What do you see? Brian P. Nettles, Special Assistant United States Attorney, 219 South Dearborn, Room 500, Chicago, Illinois. Jason A. Julian, Assistant U.S. Attorney, in the same building, working together. Yeah. These are the same people that investigated Keith Freeman on his bankruptcy filing, are the ones responsible for serving Dalton, Thornton, and Robin Townships these subpoenas. Federal subpoenas. It's right there. And the funny thing about it, and I hope y'all can see this, I got it as big as I could without distorting it. United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois subpoenaed to testify before a grand jury. Well, we know that there were two deadlines for both Dalton and Thornton Townships. Dalton's deadline was May 13th. Thornton Township, just this past Monday. They asked for the custodian of records. You are commanded to appear in this United States District Court at the time, date, and place shown above to testify before the court's grand jury. When you arrive, you must remain at the court until the judge or a court officer allows you to leave. Now, think about you being in this person's shoes, going down to the courthouse, federal courthouse, being that you're the custodian of record. You are the keeper of the keep of everything. Did I say everything? Yes, I said everything. And you are commanded by the United States government to show up and appear at the appointed time. And in this case, here's the location, place, Everett McKinley, Dirkston, United States Courthouse, room 1625, 219 South Dearborn, Chicago, Illinois. Grand jury special, November 2023, grand jury 23, GJ 547. Time and date, May 20th, 2024, at 9:30 in the morning. Now, if you hadn't had your coffee, it's going to be a bad day. However, if you did have your coffee, you probably didn't sleep that night either. So here you are coming down to the grand jury, and this is what they want. This is what they want. They want certified copies of all records in your possession, custody, or control pertaining to the following individuals, whether held jointly or severally or as trustee or fiduciary, as well as custodian, executor, or guardian, as well as any other entity in which these individuals may have a financial interest. Rosie Henyard, Tamika Henyard, Kamal Woods. Now, what does that say to you, first and foremost, as to how this subpoena has opened up? What do you think? What runs through your mind right now? There are some key elements that these folks are after up front right away. Why is that? Her cousin and her sister-in-law, Miss Succeeding 2, says, isn't that amazing? Here's what they want. Background checks, including applications for employment, personnel files, credit checks, or background investigations for the above-named individuals and or entities, all employment or payroll records, to include records disclosing the dates of employment, wages, commission paid, direct deposit, election forms, ACH, authorization forms, checks front and back, used for any payments to the above-named individuals and or entities. Records of time and attendance for the above-named individuals and or entities, disciplinary files for the above-named individual and or entities, records of work performed, including assignments, positions, title, responsibility, contract modifications, proposal, and date of employment. They want wages and tax statements, forms W-2, showing the above named individuals' annual wages, employee withholding allowance certificate, W-4, and any other exempt status documentation issued to the above named individuals and or entities. U.S. information return, that's 1099 series if you're an independent contractor, showing fees, commission, and any other payments issued to the above named individuals and or entities. Requests for taxpayer identification numbers, EINs. Taxpayer identification numbers, which would be a form W-9 for the above name. Okay. Records showing the method of payment for any and all remuneration and or reimbursement of expenses, to include receipts, Tiffany, documentation itemizing expenses, Tiffany, accounting of expenses, Tiffany, ACH authorization forms and checks front and back, used for any payments to the above named individuals and or entities, all agreements or contracts with the above named individuals or entities, invoices received from the above named individual and or entities, description of services provided by the above named individual and or entities, and all retirement savings plans, including pensions, annuities, profit sharing plans, IRAs, simplified employee pensions, SEP, savings incentive match plans for employees, simple, and insurance contracts. Records should show the employee contributions, the balance accumulation, and loans drawn from the account. Include loan applications, loan terms, repayment records, and records showing the date, amount, and method of payment, and copies of checks front and, you see how thorough these people are? Copies of checks front and back, or other instruments used to issue or repay loans. From these three people off jump. I mean, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. Now, we're going to talk about that. I said what I said. I'm waiting to see if she's going to blow off the subpoenas. Well, if she does that, there's going to be a huge downside. But off jump, people. That's what they want from these three individuals. One subpoena. I'm at the bottom of a blank page here. There's no more. There's no more until you get to the next one. Same information I've read. The same people that I talked to you about before asking for this information, both Brian and Jason. And now they want, for the time period of January 1st, 2021 through the present, provide the following: all municipal code and ordinance applicable during the given time period related to credit card purchases, vendor approvals, procurement, employment contracts and termination, per diems, expense reimbursement outside employment, to include any specific regulations for the police department. Hey, Lacey, are you working in Thornton Township too? Loan issuance, work schedules and job description, employee/contractor travel, security detail. Hey, that falls in Lacey's category. Use of vehicles. Hey, that falls in Lacey's category. Resident requirements for employees and contractors. Donations. That applies to you, Tiffany. All annual and quarterly financial reports, all budgets created for the entity, accounting records for all revenue, expenses, assets, liabilities, and equity related entries for the entity called Thornton Township. This should include all user data, access, and logs created within any accounting software used. Right, Keith? Make sure she took the software package with her. All application all application payment receipts, contracts and/or agreements related to loan procured on behalf of the entity. Oh my God, look at this. They followed their books. All the records of payment to employees to include payroll, disbursements, reimbursements, direct deposit information, all records outside employment for employees and contractors that are maintained, employee handbook, that ought to come in handy, for all board meetings. Please provide the following: 1, meeting agendas; 2, meeting minutes; 3, warrant lists presented; 4, any notes and/or approvals/denials documented relating to the warrant lists. 5, board books. All documents related to vehicle purchases, like the 6 that are out there, we know what they are, and leases, to include but not limited to contracts, payments, approvals, authorized uses, and authorized uses for vehicles. The following requests are specific to identified individuals/entities for the January 1st, 2021 through the present. And this just gets thicker and thicker and thicker. Any records of municipal resources being used on behalf of 1, a political entity, including but not limited to friends of Tiffany Henyard. Who are the friends? Who are the friends? Are those the friends that Hannibal is Hungry talked about in his last video of how the dots connect all the way to the top somewhere, and all of the hands that are stirring the pot to make sure that any monies that are ever needed, any place in the family, we would help. Friends? Could we be talking about them? We could be. 2, charitable organizations, including but not limited to Tiffany Cares Foundation. Here we go. Tiffany A. Henyard Cares Foundation and or Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation. Whichever you call it, we want the records. All records maintained, controlled, or in the possession of the township regarding Tiffany Cares Foundation, Tiffany A. Henyard Cares Foundation, and or Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation, period. This should include all records related to September 2022 contributions of $10,000 from Thornton Township. And I said to myself, wait a minute. How could that have possibly happened? I heard someone say that the board had approved this donation to the foundation. And I'm sitting here scratching my head and I'm going, okay, could they do that? You think of Tiffany talking to them about making a donation like that? Who do you think won when it came to vote? Think of the names, because it ain't but a few. And you would most likely have to exclude Gonzalez, perhaps, maybe. That's still a question mark in my head. I don't think you can do that, but they did. All employee contractor records associated with the following individuals, including but not limited to hiring/retention, consulting agreements, any outside contractors, and or employment contractors, personnel files, work schedule, records of invoice and payments, and job descriptions for, let's see who they want. Guess who? The numero uno again, Keith Freeman. Keith Freeman, LLC. Government Staffing Advisors, LLC. Kamal Woods. Cheryl Scrantz. They're very specific on this. All payment disbursement information, but not limited to the expense reimbursements, credit card expenditures, per diems, expense reports, receipts, and electronic communication related to the following individuals. Now, when they say electronic communications, I think of emails, even perhaps text messages. And guess who they want up front? Mr. Keith Freeman. Like I said, he opened up the door, folks. That one mistake he made is now let them in. Governing staff, Tiffany Henyard, Fania Dukes, and now we're going to talk about that. Carmen Carlisle, Gerald Jones, Carmen Carlisle, trustee. Gerald Jones, trustee. Stan Brown. Stan Brown. Is that the same Stan Brown we've been talking about? Answer, yes. Kamal Woods, Cheryl Scrantz. Please provide all records related to the below list entities. Such records should include, but not limited to, the proposals, bids, contracts, and other agreements, license and or permits issued, job descriptions, orders of payments issued, invoices, and internal-external communications. To a Jose Aldaco Printing, on-demand printing, Jose Aldaco Printing and Graphic. How many damn businesses does this guy got? All records related to Jose Aldaco, with the invoice number BOP dated September 28, 2022. That's significant. This includes orders, invoice, communication, disbursements, and approval. The records related to Paul Graver, First Government Leasing. I didn't look that up. Including proposals, bids, and everything. Must have did some work for them. Contracts, agreement, engagement letters, invoice, description of work, payments related to the following entities. Guess who's on the top? We've got Delgado Law Group. They are involved in a federal investigation. Hence, now does it make you think as to the reason why they made the move as to the way they did and dropping all of those cases out of Dalton? What could be on their mind? What could be on their mind? "22 lawsuits out of Dalton, big ones, especially the police-involved shooting of Alexis Wilson." Number one at the top. Get your records ready, Delgado. Any other law firms / attorneys paid for by the township? Well, the only ones that I have seen on video at these meetings is Delgado. Good old Tiffany. And I'm not talking about Tiffany, the supervisor, either. Jerome Genova, Newsmakers, Inc., Stryker Munley Group. They want to have all records based on travel by the township. There's specific dates here, October 4th through the 15th of 2022 to Springfield, Illinois. Was at the Tiffany Cares Foundation, making its way with bicycles and all kinds of stuff, DJs and T-shirts and hoodies. And are they talking about that one? You know, the one that happened in the fall. All the noise that was being made. Is that the one they're talking about? March 2023 to Washington, D.C. Obviously, we know about that from tonight's report. Good old Keith Freeman booked the mayor's event in Thornton Township. May 2023 to Las Vegas, Nevada. They want to know about that too. You get what I'm saying, folks? The Andrew Holmes and Fania Dukes is not just a civil case anymore. It's not a civil case anymore. It's not this. It's not that anymore. The civil case remains the same. And every aspect of it from May 26th of 2023 all the way down this civil case will remain the same. This has now turned into a federal criminal case. The FBI wants to know. And they're looking at criminal charges. Whether anyone knew that or not, Feds take precedence in a separate case. That's what we have here. So they want to know about that May 2023 Las Vegas, Nevada trip. All records related to that particular trip. Internal and external electronic communication related to all requests listed above. That's emails, text messages, anything else electronic. These communications should include, but not limited to, the following parties. Who do we have? Tiffany Henyard, okay. Keith Freeman, okay. Robert Hunt and Kamal Woods. This is very specific because they're going after specific people. Robert Hunt, who is he? Anybody know who this guy is? Got to be important. Robert Hunt. Oh, we got another subpoena here. Look at this. I thought I was done by the same people. Oh, this one's very specific towards Tiffany now. The accounting guy at Thornton Township. This is too much. Yeah. Tiffany Henyard under her name. Good Burgers Inc. under the business name. Aisha Properties. They want to go back to the slumlord days. Okay. Hopefully that young lady that was a tenant that suffered from all that mold, maybe she might have a chance. This is federal, folks. Whether that young lady had filed a civil suit against Tiffany, we don't know. I haven't heard anything. But this is in the mix. Friends of Tiffany Henyard. Okay, we'll find out about the political connections to Tiffany and Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation. This is big. You notice it's bold? Friends of Tiffany Henyard and Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation. Everything else is like written regularly, but they want to know the friends and they want to know about this foundation. And obviously, the list repeats itself. All background records, applications for employment, all employment payroll records, all retirement savings plans, records of time and attendance, disciplinary files like they did in Dalton, records for work performed, W-2 forms, tax statements, employee withholding certificates. They want, and this is addressed directly to her. B better have my money. And they make a very special down here at the bottom. Think about it. Agreement contracts, invoices received, descriptions of services provided, receipts that she hasn't been given her own board. These people want. Think about it. Checks written to cash or written with the pay to order of payee, blank line, and provide to the above named individuals. So if any of these individuals up here, like her, or the above in the previous subpoenas, they want to know about. And I think I hit the bottom. Okay, I did. Wow, that was a lot. Which leads us back to where we began. These are the people that Keith Freeman led into both Thornton Townships and now Robin Townships. Once again, you got FBI field office. You got the IRS criminal investigation field office. You got the United States Postal Inspection Service, anything that went through the mail to people, like letters of termination to any individuals that Tiffany decided to let go, either in Dalton or Thornton Township, is a part of it. All those people, and I can only go back into my mind to think about all those people that were terminated, that were let go, and were told not to return, you better not do nothing, all this other stuff. All of it. Extremely thorough. Okay, where did I want to go? I wanted to go here. Whew. Thank you for putting up with me. You could see I was working. I wanted to know how Tiffany got that job as supervisor. What was the reach for? This is from the Lansing Journal. Surprise twist, Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard becomes Thornton Township supervisor. This was published March 4th, 2022. And this goes, this is an article by Melanie Jongsma and Josh Bootsma. Shout out to them. And a stunning conclusion to a process that has been marked by frustration and confusion. Dalton Mayor Tiffany Henyard is now the supervisor of Thornton Township after being appointed to the position roughly 10 minutes before the legal deadline. How many of you have read this article, type of one? Just to give me an idea of how many people have been really tight following this. Type of one. How many of you know what happened here? Let's see. To support who was going to be the next supervisor. I don't buy that. Anybody know who this woman is? That is to the left of Tiffany right now. Oh, there's no sound? Why no sound on the video? Oh, I thought I was playing sound. Hold on. I thought I was playing sound. Hold on. I'm sorry. Thought I was playing sound. Thank you for saying that. Can you all hear that now? Miss Justice? Sorry about that. I had it on full screen, entire full screen. I was showing you, sharing my full screen. I forgot to click the daggone button. So hopefully y'all can hear this. If you can, nope, still can't hear it. Oh, I know what happened. Forgot to bring it up. My bad.
The Thornton Township Supervisor, how do you feel right now?
Oh man, I'm overjoyed. Didn't see it coming. I love it. That means that I am truly blessed and everyone loves me. I love them. Thank you.
It seemed like a surprise to everyone in the room, just a surprise to you as well?
Yes.
Okay.
See, I'm still trembling. Yes.
What brought you to tonight's meeting in the first place?
To support whoever was going to be the next supervisor.
Okay.
And beg for Dalton. No.
What impact does this have on your current position as mayor of Dalton?
I can hold both seats, so I'm loving it.
Okay.
McDonald's, I'm loving it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm the youngest supervisor and the first female. I made history again twice.
And you're taking the position of
Okay, now getting back to where I left off. Who is this woman that is to the right side? To the left side of Tiffany right here, if anybody knows. That's her mother? No. Is this Tiffany's mother? She was there that night too? Oh, man. How convenient it was for that to go down the way it did. Tiffany being there. And this woman here. Somebody said, better chill out about them mamas. Yeah, we don't want to have a Valerie Stubs moment, right? We don't want to have a Valerie Stubs moment. I think that's a trustee that passed. Okay, so Buck Baby 5 says that's not her mom. Okay. I thought this was one of the trustees that voted for her that night.
Position of Mr. Frank Zuccarelli, obviously a big shoes to fill. What are your thoughts on that?
I will basically lead what he has started. I will follow in his footsteps. I mean, I'm gonna do my own breadcrumbs along the way, but he did really good. So.
And Ms. Washington, Ms. Henyard has your blessing.
There we go. Joyce Washington, Thornton Township trustee, deputy supervisor. If she was a deputy supervisor, why in the hell did she take over? Okay.
Blessing as the new supervisor.
Yeah, thank you. Every blessing.
All right. Very good. Mr. Jones, your thoughts on Ms. Henyard as the new supervisor?
Gerald Jones, Jerry Jones, Thornton Township trustee. I'm just noticing who's getting into camera play with Tiffany right now. And I'm sure you are too, so will the grand jury.
Well, in this day and age, it's a saying that we got to keep having is, if not now, then when? And we got a young lady that has the potential to take this township to some great heights. I was
excited about the opportunity when it came around. I mean, I nominated a lot of people, but when it came to her, I mean, I'm not saying it's like third choice or anything like that. You know, she can be good for this community.
Young lady. Jerry Jones, trustee. Oh, man. Missy Sanders, how are you? Glad for you to join us. Much love to you. Jerry Jones is mimicking what I heard Chris Gonzalez mimic in his statement to the Lansing Journal when they asked him why Tiffany Henyard. And he said the same thing. We were looking for someone that was, young, and we were looking for a woman, and he kind of like trailed off. That was it. Now here, Jerry Jones, one of the trustees, is mimicking pretty much what Gonzalez said. And they're in camera view.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Let's see if I can get back to this article. Okay, that's the one I want. I just found it strange. Chicago Tribune. I just found it strange. And this is what I found very strange. Thornton Township trustee Darlene Gray Everett from the left, Jerry Jones, Joyce Washington, and Chris Gonzalez. Listen to the town hall Tuesday at Thornton Township Hall in South Holland. These are the electorates. Yay or nay? And of course, the media that she did her best to avoid. Mr. Planko is there. Governor Pritzker honors Frank Zuccarelli during Zuccarelli's memorial, January 14th of 2022. Okay, column. Thornton Township Supervisor Tiffany Henyard blames Zuccarelli, state senator, for $5 million deficit. Now she's going to blame a man that has passed, and he cannot defend himself. That's smart. That's very smart. Let me see if I can go back to this is what I wanted to show you too. That meeting, I'm going to tell you from my opinion, folks, and thank goodness for Big Mike, if he's still in the chat room. He had told me something that I had a question about for the last 2 weeks regarding Tiffany getting appointed to that position. And what Big Mike told me is that that was all set since January. For her name, after 9 rounds of voting, her name comes up in the 9th round for voting who to appoint as supervisor, and Tiffany Henyard happened to have been there on that vote. And coincidentally, I wouldn't even say coincidentally, I can't even say that. If it was set up that way, then there's some people responsible for putting her in office for reasons beyond our comprehension. One of those reasons, by the way, happens to be connected with Mr. Gonzalez, who nominated her. And then the rest, well, fell in line like a house of cards, or to say better yet, like a stack of dominoes. Tiffany went to Frank Z's house and she played the morning act. Yeah. I think, yeah. I remember we had a discussion on that with Burgundy Blue. Some things about that. What else did I want to show you? My goodness. Where did I want to go? Let me start clipping these out. That's out. That's out. That's out. That's out. But it's good. I'm starting to clean stuff up. Okay. Did I want to go back there? No. I mean, it's been one hell of a ride, this whole case. All right, so let me go back here. Let me go back here. Okay, so we go back to Andrew Holmes. The reason why Andrew Holmes has not been seen is because he knows that this is turned federal. Oh. He knows that this is turned federal. And he ain't coming back until he thinks he's going to be cleared. But yet the people of Dalton are not going to accept that at all. I don't blame them because they're not. So he's done. He might as well go back to Chicago and go back in front of the cameras and do his little shindig as to pretty much what he was doing before, if he's allowed to even do that after this is done. There was something about the allegations about Miss Dukes within the body of the news report and the written complaint that there was evidence collected that he left on a shirt. She was able to get DNA evidence that she had collected and she still has in her possession. I say, damn good. The phone call that he made to Byron Miles, Officer Byron Miles, the officer that went with them on the trip that Holmes contacted by phone, had some FaceTime, and this man took his phone on FaceTime to show Officer Miles who it was he was with and the condition she was in. Evidence. Number two, if her wallet was missing because she couldn't find her wallet, and for some reason ended up in lost and found, there had to have been a report there because she had to go back to claim it. Hopefully everything was intact. I'm sure that the hotel has video surveillance cameras that will also reveal how they got to the room and when they left. That will take federal warrants and or subpoenas to get that information. With the FBI on it, I'm sure they are already done that. Hallways, elevators, stationery stores, any kind of shops, the front, back, parking lot, every place has got a camera, especially for the hotel that they went to. You would think so. And they could catch him and track his movements, track where they had dinner, if it was in the hotel, or track when they left and track what time they came back and how they traversed the hotel up until they were seen no more, until the next day. Evidence part number 3, cameras. Talking to and reporting this to Tiffany Henyard, how that meeting took place and what transpired. We know that she did talk to Tiffany about it. Tiffany tried to reassure her that she would take care of it and that she needed to take a leave of absence, check herself out, make sure she's good, take some time off so that Tiffany can decide as to what she was going to do. Tiffany spoke to Kamal Woods. His name is in the report, along with Officer Byron Miles, in regards to the outcome. Now, he gets demoted from the special security team covering Tiffany back to patrol, and Miss Dukes, well, she's retaliated against and let go. Just like that. She's supposed to go away and not know the reason why she lost her job because she turned around and told that an assault happened with this man. And she did nothing about it. That's critical to the grand jury. That's why it's included in the subpoenas on both these individuals. So it's not sitting dormant sleep as a civil case right now. This is in a federal criminal investigation on this case. So once again, my love and praise and my heart goes out to Miss Dukes. Hang on. It's coming. Her justice is coming. And Andrew has got a court date next month in June pertaining to the civil part of this case. Whatever the feds come up with regarding their findings could change the whole game plan. So you will not be seeing much of Andrew anymore up until then. Stan Brown. The interesting part about Stan Brown is that, well, I mean, he's up there, okay? He don't want no smoke. He don't want to be bothered with a lot of this stuff. All he wants to do is really pretty much live in his retirement. I mean, think about it. That's all he should be doing, but he's not. Let me show you something. Stan Brown brings this whole damn thing up. I got so much to say, but I'm not going to have time to really get into it tonight. Stan Brown. Let me see. Where did I want to go? See if I want to do this. Oh, man, this is good. This is good stuff. Okay, we talked about all that. We talked about the subpoenas. We talked about that. We talked about that. We talked about that. We talked about this. Tiffany Henry's foundation. Talked about that. Talked about Kamal. Just want to make sure. Oh, you think I should bring this up? I think I should. See if I can do this. Go back. All right. All right, this is where I left off. So this guy, Woods, under this Project B youth violence program that was filed July 5th of 2023, not even a year old, by this guy named Victor Asaki, 1747 East 87th Street in Chicago, right? Okay. So I wanted to know, since he knew Kamal, let's see if I can bring that back up. Since he knew Kamal and he knew Tiffany through the Tiffany Cares Foundation, and this is the filing. It's only one. Okay. So let's see who he is. Well, right. Victor Asaki, registered agent, since he knows of both of them. And let's see what he does. And take a look at this. This guy files LLCs, incorporation, corporation, non-for-profits. Ciro's Avenue LLC, dissolved. DLW Enterprise, dissolved. Is this guy a broker? He's got a lot of things happening here in 2019 under his name as the filing agent. Dissolved. There's some active. Harold's the Fried Wing King. Some dissolved, some still active. This guy's busy. A lot of them in 2020 and 2022. Involuntary dissolvement. Look at this, all the way down. All these businesses. At first, I thought all of these were his. But no, he's just the registering agent for all the folks that want to open up an LLC. Dissolve, 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 dissolve. was like, oh man, is this guy any good? Dissolve, dissolve, active. I went down the list. Look at, I can't help but get a headache. Oh, but look, ROK Island Clothing Group Incorporated, which is active as of September 1st of 2016. He listed it. ROK Island. Okay. Let's check out the filing history here. ROK Incorporated. ROK Clothing Group Incorporated happens to be under Kamal Woods. Okay. All right. He knows Kamal Woods. File something for him. No big deal. Let's go back to the list. Active, 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 active. Dissolve, dissolve, dissolve. Century 22 Incorporated. Harold's the Fried Chicken. Okay, we did that. All right, so let's go to page 2. Now I'll just go from the bottom up. Oh, he's got some active here. Diamond Family. He's got Tots to Scholars Learning Academy. Kamora's Spa and Closet Company. Oh, really? And all these companies. So you must make a fee or something like that for setting these people up. Obviously, we just did the Kamal deal. There's an ROK Island Transportation Incorporated, April 11th of 2023. Hey. (739-42691) Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation, active 9/27/2022. It used to be under Keith's name, but now it's under his name as the registered agent. So let's see if anything has changed. There's a filing, and hey, look at that. Article 3. Kamal Woods, Pamela Earhart, sounds like Thornton Township. Carmen Carlisle, sounds like Thornton Township. William Moore, sounds like Thornton Township. Cheryl Scrantz, sounds like Thornton Township. Employees working at Thornton Township collecting a W-2 are in charge of a non-for-profit under Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation. Okay, sounds legit to me. But when you just take a look at the surface information and the agent information, doesn't look like anything is wrong. How can you have employees at a Thornton Township be a part of a nonprofit organization at the same time without a conflict of interest? So hence the reason for the subpoenas for Thornton Township to look into the Tiffany Cares Foundation under the names in which we covered under the subpoena tonight. These names are ringing a bell. Same ones. So what do you think they're thinking right about now? oh my God, did I do something wrong? But this guy is in the mix, obviously. And these LLCs or nonprofits or acts of incorporation and everything, they don't last long because they seem to come in, go out, come in, go out. And this guy just seems to just keep signing them up, dissolve, come in, go out, sign them up, dissolve, come in, go out, right? Okay, what was the other? Grand jury. I'm not going to bore you with this. I'll just keep it simple. Grand jury is not there to put Tiffany Henyard in jail. Real simple. There's about 11 or 23 people that get together. These guys over here is going to review the evidence of everything that the U.S. Attorney, Nettles, the guy in the subpoenas, both the guys in the subpoenas from the U.S. Attorney's Office, is going to present to them that they collect from the federal subpoenas served. These people are going to sit for God knows how long and muddle their way through all of the evidence that I've covered with you here tonight on other channels as well, because this stuff is just coming out. And they're going to decide if there's probable cause for indictment. I'm going to ask you this. According to what you've seen here tonight, just with me and from the previous lives that I've done, and from the previous, from all of the videos that you've seen, from Hannibal is Hungry to Late Night Crew, Burgundy Blue Commentary, to Shawan Burns, O'Shea Jackson. I mean, I can go right down the list of everyone that you've seen for yourself. Do you think they have enough evidence for probable cause? Type of 1 for yes, 2 for no. We got a vote here, Tiffany. I hope you're watching, Keith. Watch the chat. Do you think the grand jury is going to have enough evidence based upon everything that you have seen for yourself online? Because, for those in Dalton, much love to you. You making the meetings and, hearing a lot more on the ground than anything else. I know Burgundy Blue Commentary is out there. You got Reality TV Chicago is out there. You've got a number of people that are out there on the ground, boots on the ground. Now, I went back and I showed you in the last live Keith Freeman's bankruptcy filing. If they caught him and found probable cause on one lie, do you think that they would find probable cause for Tiffany Henyard on all the ones that she put out there? And the receipts. Hey, we're the grand jury on my channel. Okay. It's, because when you have a lot of action, a lot of people, let me show you this. Oh, Lord, let me see if I can do it. Let me get, all right. I got it up here. They are looking at everything, including this. No. Okay. Can someone tell me about this? What's that? I was watching Shawan Burns. She did a video, I think it was early this morning, based on shots fired in Dalton. It pertained to former trustee Valerie Stubs and the shooting that took place at her home. Do y'all remember that? Just type of 1. Help me out. Help me out. And there were 2 people that, after the gunfire, vacated the property in a hurry, got into a vehicle, and drove that vehicle down the street. Okay, Miss Succeeding says yes. Miss Justice says yes. Buck Baby says yes. Miss Stubbs with her tenants, okay. Cynthia says yes. Shawan Burns played this video, and in the body of the video, she said she couldn't find or didn't know the make and the model of this car. Oop. Sorry about that. There it is. She could not tell the make and model of this car. And I said, oh man, I overlooked something. Does anybody know what the make and model of this car is? Or this vehicle? Let me call it a vehicle. Because if police knew what the vehicle looked like, according to this video surveillance, and that would be the Dalton police, this could have been something as part of this case. Ford Escape, says DJ Dave. A Tahoe Tiffany signature model. Okay. I said, wow. There was damage done to the cars that were in the driveway, obviously, and they took a couple of shots, possibly at the buildings, and then left in this vehicle. So I went searching for this vehicle because this is a very lousy, camera shot. This is from maybe doorbell camera monitor, or one of the residents had their camera going. Thank God, to even capture this to give us a clue as to what it is that took place that morning. That looks like DJ Quick. All right, Big Mike. So I went searching and searching and searching and searching and searching and searching and searching. I said, okay, let me see if I can match this up and maybe get an identification on this vehicle. And the best see if I can do it. keep it in front of you here. Was this? That's the best that I could have done it. Grill, lights, windows, rail, tires, windows. This is a Pathfinder. A year, make, and model could be anywhere between a 2020 to a recent. But to answer Shawan Burns's question, what kind of vehicle do we think it is? This is a Pathfinder. White Pathfinder. Someone says 2011, 2012, or 2013 Ford Escape. And the police didn't even look for it. Well, are you going to trust Dalton police to look for this vehicle? Who knows? And if it is a Ford Escape, okay. I found it closely resembles a Pathfinder. And yet there's no closure to this particular police incident at all. And I'm going, why? When there's only 20,000 people, 21,000 people, and change, give or take, back and forth here and there, of people that live in Dalton, and they can't find this vehicle or any other cameras that might have been in motion that morning. This was it. I mean, this homeowner thought it was important for them to have a camera on, and it looks like it's morning. Like if there's a sunrise happening, people asleep. It's a Sunday. They hadn't gotten up for church yet. You know, that kind of morning. And they couldn't find this. Maybe didn't want to find it. Because Valerie Stubs, Valerie, you know, the one that told them that they were going to federal prison in North Carolina. She also worked as a corrections officer, but well over 30 years, would know the playing field. But yeah, and I only said it was a Pathfinder. I have a Ford Escape 2010, doesn't look anything like that, Miss Justice said. Stan Brown owns a Pathfinder. Oh no, don't talk about it, Big Mike. They'll come get us. But the only reason why I said that is because of it's not only the shape and size, but it's the way the framework right here. It's the framework. And I've checked a lot of SUVs and I got tired until I found this. And on the Pathfinder, it's the same framework. Now, this is in motion, so you're going to get a lot of blur. You're not going to have, you know, full sharpness and things of that nature. But I said, this is the closest that's got a big front. A lot of people like to drive with tinted windows these days. So this one's got tinted windows, got the railing on top. I said, it's just something about the angle of this particular vehicle that makes it distinctive. And when I looked at this and I said, oh, damn, there it is. So if there's someone out there in Dalton driving a white Pathfinder or Ford Escape, you know, I'm not gonna say no. I think they should call the state troopers. Get in contact with the sheriff's department. Go over the local police. Stay on this until this is solved. Someone could have lost their life that morning. Somebody in the kitchen, somebody in the bathroom, somebody even asleep. Because these knuckleheads don't know how people are moving in and about the house during any time, but they took this time to make that assault on vehicles and possibly the building, according to what I've heard. And she was a former trustee, and she was making a lot of noise, so to speak, at the board meetings. I love her. Miss Valerie Stubs, I love her. She's a woman of courage. Cara Wilson, a woman of courage. Vivian, a woman of courage. Told Tiffany that she helped her promote that cancer foundation. And this is the return that people are getting from their help. So I wanted to show you that. Anyway, I'm going to do this. And I've shown you as much as I wanted to for tonight's live. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Anyone wants to come up? Big Mike, if you want to come up. We talked earlier on Lady T-Bug's channel. We were just getting warmed up there. I said, oh my goodness. Now I got to leave. I got to go to my live now. And sure enough, I had to. I was only 4 minutes late, but if anyone would like to come up, make commentary on tonight's information, Miss Succeeding, you're welcome to come up. Anyone who wants to click the tab. Y'all know how this works. Give you a chance to express some thoughts. This is to get your mind in motion, keeping the story alive. I'm not going to sit up here and say I've got all the answers and I've got all the I don't. And thank God for other content creators out there, the ones that I've mentioned, covering this story the way that they have and putting their best efforts forward is keeping it alive. I think for some strange reason, I think the content creators that have been doing that maybe have been partially responsible for getting the FBI's attention. Who knows? All right, we got Miss Succeeding 2 in the building. Welcome.
Hi, John Q. How are you? Hey, Chad.
Hey, love. How are you?
Good. How are you? You did an amazing, outstanding job.
I'm trying. I'm looking at things and I'm thinking about things and I'm looking at things and thinking of things. And then, you know, everything that's been unfolding I said, well, let me start with the present and then try to work backwards a little bit for the folks that are maybe miss the last couple of lives that I have done, to kind of, keep bringing people up to speed.
Right. And that's a great idea because everyone has not been following this story.
Right.
And some people, there are content creators out there that are giving out incorrect information. So it's good because let's say that they were on one of their channels. They just started reporting yesterday, for instance.
Right.
They're getting bad because I had one and he had everything that he said was wrong. I mean, everything from the reason that Tiffany and Trustee Belcher was going back and forth. He said, oh, that was about the tax dollars. No, it was about the grant.
Oh, wow.
And then he talked about Lacey. He said, there's this guy in a monotone. He shout out to him. No shout out to Lacey. I mean, everything that he said was just incorrect.
Wow. Yeah,
so you are very responsible with the way that you report. And that subpoena, I reviewed it a few times. It's a lot, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. And it's a lot of doorways.
Yes.
In the Dalton subpoena, 29 people are listed in that subpoena. That's one area, just one doorway, and 29 different doorways to get through.
Mm-hmm. And that's the money trail. They're looking for the money trail.
Right.
And then the other is with respect to everyone that went, because it's supposed to be a business trip.
Right. And, I was able to get and shout out and much love to Carol Smith. I've got working behind the scenes, Shamina Wright. I've got, a number of people send me certain stuff. Found this, look at this. Found the subpoena to this, look at this. Found this, look at that. And I'm looking, and then in your mind as a content creator to try to put it together, put it in a timeline as it fits, and then build the content from that timeline and try to deliver it in a way to where people for the first time coming in that may just be jumping on board can get an idea as to how big this story is.
Exactly. Because when you see what they're looking at, because like if a person is just quickly looking at a subpoena, I'm used to looking at legal documents for work. So you're not really looking at it if you're not used to looking at that type of document, because each time you read it, you see something else. Because Burgundy and I were talking on the phone for a couple of hours, just with me sharing with her what I gleaned from it, and then her sharing with me what she got from it. And we both got different things.
Okay. DJ Dave says no one has noticed the 3 ladies that have been missing from the meeting.
Yeah, we noticed Janet, Tajanique, and because we've talked about that. No, we noticed people said that she, back in April on the 19th, it was. The reason I know is because my birthday was the next day. So it was a birthday gift when the FBI, when they came to Dalton. And so ever since then, they said that she quit. But no one talks about it. And you see that every meeting, it's getting smaller because even that other gentleman is missing. So it's quite a few people from her administration that's missing. Kim, and Kim says she quits every week. Yeah, we noticed they missing Janice, Kim, and I think her name is Tanjanique, something like that. But if you notice on the other documents, if you saw the payroll, I didn't even see her name listed there, which is strange. Okay. And I'll just leave that at there since we're not talking about that tonight. But they're looking for the money trail because if you think about it with Keith, how it started with him, although they were already working on it in the background, Keith, not only was he missing that entire income, but he had an entire the bank. If you look at the bank, did you look at the bank that Keith selected as his bank where the other income was going?
BMO.
No, not that one.
The one that he had opened up.
Yep. Just a random, when you look up that bank and look where you're like, okay, why did he select this bank? It'll make you say, And so they're looking for the front and the back of those ACHs and all the checks so that they could find the money trail. You see what I mean?
Oh, okay. Coastal Community Bank.
Yes.
Oh, for the government staffing advisors. Okay.
Yep. So,
okay.
That's where he had his other payroll check going.
Right. Dalton. Yeah.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
So that's why they're wanting to see those ACHs in the front and the back, because you know how you give your employer the front and they want the copy of the check so that they want that money trail of everyone. So that's why they're looking for everyone's hour work, any changes, any modifications in their contract agreements or anything of that nature.
You got Juanita Darden, Kim Alston, Janice Miller, and Janique.
Yep.
Prima donna, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, because I noticed that the other side, started getting men over there.
Oh, yeah.
The fire chief and Lacey, and I said, okay, what happened to the women?
But that other gentleman is missing too. There's one more guy that's missing, but yeah, but that's what people say. The streets say that the one left. I don't know where the other two are because they haven't been spotted even in Dalton, the one that lives there.
Oh.
So they're laying low.
Oh yeah, because they know the feds are in there. They have no idea of when they're coming, when they're going to knock on the door.
Not at all.
Have all these people. Okay, let me go here for a second. All right, I think I have it. All right.
And as much as, one could try to act like they're unbothered by this, we know in reality that every time someone knocks on the door, you're thinking.
If y'all can see that, this is Loretta Wells.
Yes.
She works for Thornton Township. I said, okay, I seen her from the meetings that I was able to actually witness. The April meetings, I did witness that. And on April, I think it was the 9th, it was right after the Dalton meeting, after the first, when Trustee House had said, let's adjourn this meeting and postpone it for another time, or let's push it up and meet over here on the 8th and continue. And that's when Tiffany gave him a big pushback. No, we are here. We have the attorneys. We are here for the business and all this other stuff. And I don't think, it's a good idea. Ain't nobody going over to this address to do no more meetings.
You said it right, too. Ain't nobody going to no park district.
Yeah,
Oh, my gosh.
And here, now, would this be the custodian of records for Thornton Township?
I didn't think so, but I don't know for sure. Because, from what we had been, hearing and being told, what's his name? Keith was not allowing anyone. And remember, and Tiffany brought in her sister and had her sister-in-law and, cousin, and one of them were doing the FOIA requests.
Oh, okay.
As much as they're sending, should I say.
Huh. Okay. So I said, well, okay, the subpoena is for the custodian of records. So I'm thinking it would be Loretta. I was thinking it would be Loretta, keeper of the records, recorder of the meetings and all this other stuff, because she's always there. And she would be going down to the grand jury to drop all of this information off, whether it be physical in a box, electronic, or a combination of both, or whatever she had to go down there with.
Right.
And deliver it and stay there until either the judge or the court officer told her to leave or told them to leave. And I'm sitting there, it's like, wait a minute. She could have been sitting there all day.
Yeah.
Until
Oh,
a quarter
yeah.
to 5, here, it's at 5 o'clock, you work 9 to 5 or whatever like that, or whatever her hours were. But she's told to stay there until she's told to
Correct.
leave.
Until we say you can go.
Until we say you can go, yeah. And
they probably let her break for lunch. At least it's an area where it's nice restaurants. Because
yeah, that in the bathroom, maybe, give her, some water or whatever like that. But in the news clipping from Fox Channel 32, and Bert Odelson, the attorney for the trustees for Dalton, is going over these receipts, as best as he could, and the receipt he pulled up was a receipt from Thornton Township paying for the mail conference, conference to Washington, D.C. And he shows Keith Freeman's name on the receipt.
Right.
Now, going through these particular receipts, there are a number of people at Thornton Township that have cards.
Oh, yeah. Everyone has a card. It's like you get a card and you get a card.
God. Card holders that make up all of these numbers, these big numbers that we've been seeing on these receipts, at any given time, on any given date. But here you've got January dates from the 1st, the 3rd, all on the 3rd, planning this Washington, D.C. trip on a Thornton Township account. I said, how stupid that is. But then again, going back to how he filed his bankruptcy, I said, hands down. They gave.
But I think it was other reasons.
What's that?
I think it was a lack of money, because think about in December, their payment was due.
Right.
And I think they were kind of struggling. Remember, they were going back and forth where she was asking for like $3 million, and the board, the trustees kept asking, what is it for? Because that's when her and Trustee House was going back and forth, and she wanted to tell him, because the experts say, or something, the professionals say, that's what we need. So she was real vague about why they needed it. But I think it was because they knew once they made that payment in December that was due, because you could see at that point, that's when it became kind of cash strapped. You know what I mean, so to speak.
Right.
They were moving differently.
Right. You start to, if you look at it hard enough, you can start to see how people move. DJ Dave said that Tangenique was a financial director, and I believe she will be the Fed's key witness. And now that could ring some truth to it.
Yeah,
could bring some truth to it, because
you can bet they're watching her, and you could bet that her employer, I'll just say that in general, just not to have any smoke here, that her employer or former employer, they're watching her very closely as well, with that in consideration.
Right. And so tonight I wanted to, do something to begin to focus everyone's attention on what the grand jury is reviewing.
You focused our attention, John.
Yeah. Everything that was collected by WGN9. You've got Fox 32 that's been following this. Both of those media outlets, news media outlets, have been following this case carefully. They've been showing receipts. They've been following where they go, who they're with, how people move, and everything.
Yes. I have to shout out NBC that everyone forgets about.
Well,
The
NBC, that's
amazing,
right. That's right.
the
NBC too.
amazing Regina Wardrobe,
Yes.
who has been
Her name is
tirelessly
Regina,
following
right?
this.
Regina?
Yes.
Right.
And
Yes, shout
Regina,
out.
she's been following this for a couple years. And remember, she's from the area. So as important as it may be for the other two, it's more important to her because she's from the Harvey area.
Oh, right. That's right. She did a video that she had mentioned that she was from there,
Right.
or had family and not too far from where this was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And she's still, boots on the ground. And they say, like, when you talk to the residents of Dalton, they thank her for being there. They really, truly do. And even Burgundy has said she's always there early. She's always there.
And also to let people know that, everything that we see, the grand jury is looking at.
Right.
And line for line, word for word.
Right.
Transaction after transaction, date after date. They are starting to see how this story of this spending that both Dalton and Thornton Township is going through.
Right.
And that they're not making it up. It's not fake news, as Tiffany keeps saying it is.
Mm-hmm.
She tried to make a podcast to try to wave it off. She's trying to do everything in her power.
Yeah.
To show you more smoke and mirrors than smoke and mirrors exist in her world.
Right.
In her world. But these two.
It's sad. It's really sad because it could have gone a whole different way.
Oh, yes.
But what greed has done, and we're able to see, because I do really think that although I do think it was a backdoor deal that was made that was at a much higher level, so to speak. And the only reason I say that is because when you listen to her former I don't know what, because she was in a couple different capacities, her publicist, PR person, Dr. Nikita. Well, she knew before she hired her that she was going to be in that position. And that was right after Frank passed. So it was something that was a deal that was made higher. That was a done deal at that time. You see what I mean? So
right.
she told her at the Panera Bread in Homewood that's what she was going to be, and that's what she told her then, and that's what she came to be.
Right.
And that's why she said she's wondering why they had to meet at the Panera. You see?
Yeah, because when I looked at What Hannibal is Hungry, his last video was excellent in terms of, politicians know other politicians.
Yes, especially Chicago.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're going to get funding, you better be rubbing shoulders with the people who can help you to get funding.
Yep.
I need a grant for this and I need that for that. And so phone calls, emails, correspondence, you name it, to try to get funds, especially for Dalton.
Exactly. That's why I said it
try
could
to
have
help
gone a
them out.
different way. You know what I mean? Because at this point, these people of influence, so you could have taken it a whole different direction.
Yeah. I think, a godsend blessing to get Tiffany Henyard to become mayor was given to her,
Yes.
more so than anything else. But what was set up, this is my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
What was set up in Thornton Township was something else.
Oh yeah, I think that was higher. That's what I'm saying. I think that was something else because, like I said, Dr. Nikita said she had already told her at that point it was much higher. It was high. Chris didn't have the authority. It was much higher than him. It was Democratic high level.
And Christopher Gonzalez.
Kind of like a phone call. You know how you get that phone call, that favor? Like, for instance, I was working as a contractor once at a company and the manager called me in her office and she said that the executive told her that I was looking for a permanent opportunity. Now, I had never wanted a permanent opportunity there actually. And so it was really funny. But that was just kind of one of those, you know what I mean, backdoor things that was made and a position was created for me.
Oh, wow.
And that's that's what I mean. So when she described that, because I have experienced that more than once, I like, oh yeah, those backdoor deals.
Yeah. And I was able to talk to Big Mike early this evening on
the Godfather, Big Mike.
And he was able to answer a very important question, that I had. I'm scratching my head for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I asked myself, why did Christopher Gonzalez nominate or even bring to the attention Tiffany Henyard to the Board of Trustees for Thornton Township that night? And then I watched the video and I said, well, wait a minute, she's there.
Mm-hmm.
She's there. Doesn't he know that she's already mayor of Dalton Village? Why would he put her name on the table to inundate her with something else in an entirely different municipality? And then he nominated her. There was a second, and there was a vote. And that was it. There was no discussion. And it went 1, 2, 3. And all of a sudden I heard a scream.
Right.
That was it.
Right.
That was it. 10 minutes before midnight. I said, what was the rush? Why didn't they let the people? Why didn't they give this to the public to vote? They had spent so much time trying to meet a deadline.
Yeah.
I guess they didn't want the people to feel that
No.
they had no clue.
Yeah, they didn't want the people to vote for that, but I think that was much higher up because Frank had a very powerful position, and that's why I keep going back to it was much higher up. He is one of the most powerful men in Illinois.
And then to elect her, not only to cover, I guess, the rest of his term.
Right.
Money?
I'm sorry, you said, Nate, would you please repeat that?
Yeah, to give her, Tiffany Henyard, his money that he was making after all the time that he was there.
Oh, that's in the bylaws, so that's not something that is. Because whether it be you or me, anyone that assumed that role for the rest of that term, they assumed the salary. And then after that, it would have gone back to her
It would
to
have gone back to, okay.
57,000. Yeah,
And
it
then
would have
she
gone
goes
back
in
to
there,
her.
and then she goes in there to create an ordinance
Mm-hmm.
to change that
Right.
so that she keeps what she's making. And if someone, unseats her, then they'll get the lower salary.
Right.
I mean,
It's
according to Olson, he said, no, you could, that's
yeah, that's
illegal.
illegal. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So hence the grand jury is looking at that.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a lot of stuff they're going to be there that's going to take them because you think about how long it takes us to unpack this. Just imagine how long it will take them to unpack that. Because yes, she would have went after her term to 57,200 her first year.
My goodness.
And then her second year would have been 67,540. And then the third year would have been 79,640. But she still would have gotten the $200 because, and you wonder about the greed, because you get a $200 a day per diem. You get $250 if you travel outside. You get $600 if you travel to another state. Daily per diems. So why would you need to use the town or the village's money if you're a responsible person?
Right. Incredible.
And when you look at Loretta going back to when you posted her picture, did you look up her husband, Terry Wells?
Did I look up what?
Her husband, Terry Wells?
Oh, no. I mean, I'm just getting what I could from Thornton Township's website and then starting to, connect certain things going backwards.
We're kind of going to what you said about people being very connected. Like, for instance, he had been a village mayor of a town that falls under those towns. I think he was one of those that didn't sign, actually, out of those signatures for all the mayors that signed. I think there were 3 or 4. I think he's on that list, which makes sense since his wife works for Thornton, that he didn't sign. But he also was running Big Mike. To give us a little bit more information, I know he was running for Thornton Township committee person at one time.
Okay.
So these are ties, that are deep.
It seems like it. Well, you kind of figure, as close as these people are and as tight as the numbers are, it's a small world. Between Dalton and Thornton Township.
Well, only because it falls
along with the other municipalities as well,
Right. Yeah, because they fall under, they really serve those villages. It's a small that world is a small world, because Big Mike got on a panel and he said something about a friend of his, and I'm like, oh, I was at that picnic. You were there too. And all of these village presidents from all the neighboring towns were there, but I was invited by a friend of mine that
drop the link again. I see Big Mike in the chat. Big Mike, you know how you talk. Come on now.
He's the godfather. He comes in like the godfather.
Being in the chat, typing, I know, it's getting late and everything else like that. Yeah, I mean, you're better off being heard. You're better off being heard. So I dropped the link again so that you'd like to come up.
Yeah, because I want to know from Big Mike. I have a question for him.
I've learned a lot from him. I've learned tremendously just listening to him on Burgundy Blues channel and
Big Mike is a historian. He's a keeper of historical data.
Oh, John Q is calling me up. Yeah, you knew I was going to call you up.
Yep, Big Mike, please report to the principal's office, because I do have 2 questions for you.
That's it.
And I can't wait to the picnic in the summer to ask you.
Oh, wow. Stephanie Wiedemann,
Is Stephanie there?
when she popped up,
Yes.
said, okay, who is she? What does she do? And how does she fit into the scheme of things? All I
Oh,
did
okay.
was sit
So I
back
met
and
Stephanie, so I knew how she fit because, see, I used to be a vendor at an event that they had for the Taste of Thornton years ago. So that's where I met Frank and Stephanie back when I told her, I said, you were just a baby then. She was probably just getting started in her career at that time.
yeah, I mean, for a woman that, we all have younger backgrounds, all of
Right.
us. Okay. And listening to, well, not really listening, but reading her chat comments
Mm-hmm.
in various different places that I found her to be in. Finding out that she spent, 23 years
Oh, yeah.
at Thornton Township.
Oh, yeah. In every
you know,
capacity. Now, did you
yeah.
see our interview that Burgundy and I did with her?
Oh, wow. I don't know if I did. I mean,
Okay.
just a lot of, everybody's trying to cover what they can. And,
Right. Oh,
me,
that's
if
okay.
I'm
This
on
was
the,
a while ago because this was probably about 3 weeks ago, because she answered some really good questions. I mean, we spoke to her for at least an hour or so.
right.
And Edward Steve even came up.
Thank you. Humongous D is Humongous is in the building. And I got you, Big Mike. He said, hold on, let me get to an area that has a better connection.
Big Mike is just leaving Cooper's Hawk, probably one of.
Oh, okay. Keith Freeman's indictment, lawyer fees, conviction 2 to 5 years, restitution 300,000. He'll be broke for a long time. DJ Dave, thank you. And I want to thank the chat here tonight for specific information. And gathering that helps remind me of my notes when I go back to my notes and I go, oh yeah, that's right.
That's a lot.
It is. This is not something that you can say, okay, you can do a 3-minute deal on like the news does.
No.
And then we'll wait for tomorrow.
Right.
Type stuff. These people are living and breathing this stuff every single day.
And it all goes back to your pet, something we talked about. Do you remember? And it's funny, after we talked about it, it started coming out.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
It is. But
it all started with that, though, because keep in mind, you brought up the one attorney. Keep in mind that attorney that we talked about that night. There was nation too.
Say it again.
The other attorney, previous attorneys.
Yeah.
Before the current attorney, they're going to want their information as well from the previous firm.
Yeah.
The firm we talked about on your last time on your live.
Right. I mean, that's how they work.
Exactly.
So, but something tells me, in essence, I'm looking at the timeline because I wanted to also do this since you brought that up. You always make me think, and have always made me think, and you've helped me to do. Let's see where this is. Hold on. This is Clerk Keys. Allison Keys.
Love her.
Much love to Allison Key for holding it down as tough as she is. Thank God. You ain't getting my records. You're not getting all of my
Right.
records. I'm not giving you all of my records. If you can be specific as to what you're looking for, I can get it for you.
Right.
I will, but you ain't getting all my records.
Yes.
I am the record keeper.
I am responsible for the records. And
Right.
remember, we had this conversation. You were on the panel. We talked
Yeah.
about it. And I said, I understood what she was saying, why she was saying that. And now it makes sense to us even more.
Yeah. You know, because she was defending
The
all
records.
that hard work against someone that was trying to get everything that she had.
Exactly.
So that they could manipulate it in some way, shape, or form. And I've always thought that watching those board meetings, when Tiffany got into it with her, or in a roundabout way, tried to make her look incompetent.
Oh, that's what she does with all of them, though.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what she does. And I would love to talk to all of them, because I know they definitely are. You know, when we're from the city, we have this city and we sit on ready. So there is absolutely no way that no one would be able to talk to us in that manner and we not bring it right back to them. But they're so polite with it, because she says things that are reckless to leave people with that thought, with things that are not true. And that's
Right.
what she's done her entire term with all of them. And they kind of allowed her to let those things marinate, instead of letting her know, no, absolutely. Because it reminds me of this. It reminds me of politics, where one of our former presidents, very political, and there was this $1 trillion deficit. And you know which president I'm talking about. But he was trying to be so political that he never disclosed the fact that deficit was there before he assumed office,
Okay.
until it came up later. And then he said, well, you all did this. But see, I would have came in the door because of, you know what I'm saying? I would have came in the door and said, okay, now guys, we have this deficit. This is what we're going to do to work on that. You see what I mean? So when you don't deal with a person that's like that, you run the risk of them making you look bad. And you have to sit on ready. You have to have your documentation in order. So they're moving that way now. At least Clerk Keys is. She must be city, because she moves that way. Because you see how she didn't speak? She ignores her. And she said to the attorney to come and speak. And she was shocked by that. You see, she wasn't ready. She keeps her guessing.
Right. But she holds it down, though.
She does.
Definitely holds it down.
Clerk Key, I would have to say she's city. Because she does. She handles it very well. She doesn't allow her to be intimidated. And that's why when I look at the way that she communicates with not just her, but anyone that is older than her, and she tries to throw it the other way, that you all are older than me, and you all are, Brittany is much younger than you, and she communicates very well. And she's much younger than you, because Brittany is the youngest. She's like, what, 32? Trustee.
I think she's in
Trustee
the,
Brittany is.
I think she's in her early 30s, mid 30s, something like that.
32, 33.
Okay.
At the most.
She's looking good, holding it down, and meaning every word she says.
She is, and they're very impactful when she says it.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think about Stan? I don't call him stand for nothing, sit down Brown. Because to me, when you're voting, every time there's a vote and it benefits the people and you're voting no, at what point are you really there for the people?
Right.
So to me, you're not standing for anything.
And I caught on to that every time there was a motion made by Henyard he would say his motion, and then Andrew would come behind.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, okay.
Yep, he would say I.
Right, I.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew would come behind.
Yep.
Andrew would, there would be a motion made. Andrew would say, I make a motion to do this. He would come behind. I saw this ping pong ball going back and forth between the two of them. And then once it came to discussion, now we get into something else. Every single time. And I'm going, okay, are these guys like coordinating this? You know,
Right.
with Henyard, it doesn't fail. If you go back and watch any of the meetings,
Oh yeah, every
listen
time.
for Andrew and then listen for Stan.
Oh yeah, they
Listen
both
for
tag
Stan.
team.
Yeah, listen for Andrew. And then when they get into discussion, this is when House would come up, or Belcher would come up, or Norwood would come up, or even Tammy Brown would come up, and then bring about their objection
Correct.
or the issue to what the motion was made about every single time. And it began to narrow my mind as to, okay, I see who's supporting Tiffany, and I see the ones that are really about the business.
Right, but keep in mind that's what he was brought in to do because he replaced Edward Stevens.
Right.
And so remember, she said, I'm coming for that seat, and that's who she
Right,
brought
I
in.
remember that.
And then if you remember that meeting, they welcomed him because they invited him to the tea with the trustees. He sat there in the audience. He looked kind of awkward even sitting there. So he sat with the audience, and then and they invited him there. And I think that they thought that they were probably hoping that he would be someone that really operated for the people. But even the people said to him, "You do nothing for us."
Right.
I mean, he sits there and he looks awkward the entire time. And this scene they keep playing on the news when he's rubbing her arm. I don't know why, but that just makes me cringe. And Long Island was saying the same thing today. It was so funny because I had never said that to anyone. And Long Island said it multiple times on he's like, why is that guy like rubbing her? It was just so weird to me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
right. That's right. It was. And that showed a personal attachment to me.
Yes.
To say, okay, here's this guy, Stan Brown. He is in his retirement age.
Right.
Most certainly, I would believe.
Beyond.
Yeah,
he's 72.
beyond. Thank you. Okay. All right. And I said, all right. He's definitely telling a lot about who he supports in every vote, every motion, everything in Dalton.
Right. And he lives there.
I can imagine.
You know what I mean?
And then to see him at Thornton Township, and I said, well, wait a minute. I'm going, no.
Right.
And then I find out he works there under Thornton Township.
Right.
Okay, Keith Freeman works there as well. Tiffany Henyard is a supervisor. William Moore not only works there at Thornton Township, he's also part of the Village of Dalton's board, administration, if you will.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm going, okay, so what am I looking at? And I brought it up over and over. I see a duality here. I see the twins of deception not only in one place, but in another.
Oh, definitely.
And there's a reason for it. You know, she is trying to build some kind of a fortress with
Right.
these people in both places. And now looking at him, let me see if I can get to it. And I'll tell you the reason why. Thank you for being here, Miss Succeeding.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for having me. Oh, yeah.
I was able to catch a live.
Oh, yeah. I was there with you.
This live was from Jedediah Brown in reference to an interview, or he had a panelist on his show.
Yes.
The panelist's name is Bobby Murr. He was able to fulfill a FOIA agreement to get the Thornton Township financials. How he did it, I have no idea. But he was able to get them. And in it, I was able to grab, I think somebody's trying to come up.
Did you PDF it?
Hold on. Know what I was trying to do. Big Mike. Big Mike, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, hey, Big Mike, got the godfather of the Southern.
There he is, Big Mike.
Did you guys see my comments about Stan Brown?
When you said he was trustworthy or something of that nature, that's one of my questions.
No, I was referring to why he was so loyal to. Why is he so loyal to Tiffany?
Oh, you know what? Let me look.
I don't think I caught it.
I usually watch. I can't wait to look.
So Stan is making about $90K a year as manager of a law program. His wife also works there.
Yep.
So you succeed in two. You could be the supervisor of Thornton Township, and Stan will be loyal to you. Stan been in that seat since Frank put him there back in 2015. 2015. That's when Frank put him as manager, and Frank also funded his campaign when he ran for mayor.
Right.
And I think if Frank had to choose between Tiffany and Stan, he would choose Stan over Tiffany.
Yep, definitely.
So really, I think Stan is going to be loyal to anybody that's in that supervisor seat.
So that still brings me to another question for you. So why does Sit Down Brown, who stands for nothing, why is he not comfortably sitting, him and his wife, in Cracker Barrel chairs on their front porch of their lovely home?
Could be because they don't have any retirement. I wouldn't be able to speak to that, but
do you know what I mean? Because at that point in their career and the time that he's made a nice living, they should definitely be at a place where Sit Down Brown could now stand for something.
Well, he is on the school boards as well. He's on the Thornton Township High School District 205.
Correct. And that's the school board that now I notice now that the same attorneys are representing the school board. Did you notice that? I know you noticed, Mike.
Yeah, but Tiffany doesn't control that board.
No, I know she doesn't control the board, but did you notice that Delgado represents them now?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go. I bring what's up before us up for a reason. Going back to Jedediah's panel interview, this person called Bobby Murr did some research on a FOIA that he was able to get fulfilled. It brings up expenditures, it brings up payroll, it brings up everything. And as best as I could, I was able to get certain screenshots.
I'll email it to you. I have a PDF.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
Because he kept jumping around, go to page 31, go to page 34, go to page, and I'm like, and
it was too much
jumped.
for me. That's why I had to.
Yeah, it was jumping. And I'm looking for certain names. So I said, well, let me try to incorporate a lot of this into it as to the reason for certain people's motives. Because when it comes down to it, money is a key motive for a lot of this stuff happening. So if you go under, and for anyone in the chat, I'm going to put you to work. If you have your phone, or if you can have some kind of a calculator ready and waiting for you to tap into it. It's amazing what the truth really pops up in your face on your device when you're in control of it can do. Under this payroll that they were discussing, and it's in the month of June 16th, 2023. You got various different people's names, the positions, dates of payment. Now, Big Mike, thank you for being on too. The payments made to the Thornton Township employees, all W-2 employees, is it once a week or every 2 weeks? If you know.
Big Mike is every 2 weeks, right?
It should be every 2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks. Okay. Every 2 weeks. So I was looking at it to say, okay, let me take a look at this as every 2 weeks. And I go down to the bottom under Kara K. Wilson's name. Under the blue banner, you'll be able to see Stanley Brown as a manager, and his payment date was June 16th of 2023, and to get 38.47 every 2 weeks. Okay, so them getting paid every 2 weeks, there would be 26 weeks of payment in a year, correct?
Right.
Okay. I want the folks in the chat, if you could help us out tonight, work with me, because all of this is to tell you a lot about what's going on as well. Okay. Stanley Brown is a manager making 38.47 times 26 weeks in a year. How much would he make? And if you can put that in the chat, then we can identify the part of the reason to motive for Stanley Brown. Because when I did it, I said, wait a minute. Here's a guy that should be in retirement. Here's a guy that I think he worked for the post office, or he was a civil worker at one time, and now he's on the Dalton, Village of Dalton Financial Committee, and he's the one that reads all of the corporate payments, all the payments. He can't read numbers, that's for sure.
Right, exactly. That's what I laughed.
He bodges up on them. Even his first day, his very first day, that video just knocked me out of my chair. I said, wait a minute, this guy is in the financial area and he's trying to read numbers, but I know he reads the check that he's getting. But this is just from Thornton Township being a manager. So if you took that number and multiplied it by 26 weeks, Miss Angel, much love to you. Welcome. BJM, welcome. Wow, got some people showing up here. You would be astonished to find out that the guy that I just showed you just a moment ago before I got to this clip makes well over $80,000 a year just doing what he does here at the Thornton Township. I'm not even including anything that gets attributed to him from the village of Dalton. Now you figure he's of age. He would be collecting some kind of social, and it's really not much on a monthly basis, $2, $3, maybe $4,000, give or take, depending on how civil workers are paid their social plus pension, if there's any. Now you put those numbers together, but just put the Thornton Township number together. Now you figure out motivation for him. If he can pay off his house or a second, or any properties that he may have that may be in some kind of distress, give or take, rental situations that are not going right, and business situations, credit card, things of that nature. You make up the difference by being a part of something that can make a difference. I said, why is he so adamant on making a vote that doesn't make sense in Dalton, but yet doesn't have anything to say when he's in Thornton Township? And it blew me away when it got to, go ahead. I think somebody wanted to chime in.
No,
did you want to chime in? Go ahead.
It's just cringe that I don't mean to interrupt you, but this bothers the hell out of me. Seeing her change it from Zap to Hap, it makes my blood boil.
And I feel the same way. When I saw just him, because I was looking for him, and I said, okay, this guy is doing pay. Okay, good. And I grabbed what I could. That's just for him. If you did the numbers on your phone, on your calculator, this is Stan Brown as he stands with Thornton Township. Let me go to the next one. Let me see if there was anybody else on here. No. No, I did that for Stan Brown. I did this one for this guy, Brandon Mommen, who was coded in as an administrative assistant. Tiffany Henyard's administrative assistant. If anybody knows who this Mommen, Brandon Mommen is Tiffany Henyard's hair, beauty, could be a clothing coordinator, built into this as an administrative assistant. Now, it does say 150 here, and we're only talking about June. We're only talking about June. But go ahead.
Hairstylist is hidden in there too, because there's someone different that does hair and makeup, because Brandon is the stylist.
Okay.
That's a board member. Madam Vassar Moody. She's a board member of District 205.
Which one?
Almada Vassar Moody. She's a board member.
Is that the person?
The second person on the sheet.
Almada Vassar Moody.
She's a board member.
Okay. And you can take a look at her gross pay at $675.15. I said, okay. IT support for another person, Juan M. Sawe, IT support at $1,085.05. Okay, so there's 2 IT support people here. You go to the very bottom, the very, very bottom, Keith Freeman, senior advisor, just in just this pay period. If you would pop in $5,707.66 for just this pay period, and if this was a stable pay, give or take, times that by 26, and it gives you an idea as a senior advisor at Thornton Township what he makes. And my mind was going crazy. Let me go to the next page. Next page here brings up, who was I looking at? We got Brandon Mammon at 150. We've got Keith Freeman still at 5707.66. Big number. 2 weeks pay.
Wow, Robert Hunt makes $1,023 as a director. As the finance director, that's the guy that should be over the numbers, Robert Hunt. At the bottom, at the very last one.
Oh, Robert Elijah Hunt, right.
His figures were higher
1,023.05.
on the PDF that I have. His figures are much higher. I'm sending that to you right now.
Oh, thank
John,
you. Thank you.
the
Like I
double-
said, I tried to do the best that I could because comments were coming across the bottom of the screen, which was blocking a lot of the names that I wanted to capture, just like what you're seeing here.
Is your email address the one that ends in 001?
Who's this?
Is your email address that you want me to send it the one that ends in 001?
Yes, 001 John Q 001 at gmail.com. Yeah. Because then I can scan and study it and then give a better analysis. I follow the numbers because numbers go to motivation. And a lot of this was going that night, and I'm like, okay, if I can keep up with what's going on. Kamal Woods, director.
Right.
That was another number that bothered me. Well, if you go down here, the third from the bottom is Tiffany A. Henyard, supervisor, right there. I can't do anything to try to give you an identification other than my mouse. $7,805.77 right here. Now, if this was a normal, standard, every 2 week pay period, put that in your calculator, folks, and look at this money. And in my opinion, she's not qualified for. She's taken over someone else's term and someone else's money. And we call
she is 1,000% not qualified to make that.
Not.
Exactly. You know, and that's what we call as co-oping here in New York. You're co-oping. I don't know what they call it anyplace else, but you co-opt.
She faking the funk.
Yeah. Exactly. You fake it until you make it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what this is.
Which, if she would have held her head down and took notes, and she could have possibly done that.
I mean, if she did the right thing, if she did right, not argue with people, listen to them, genuinely listen to their concerns, and then give them a reply to those concerns.
Right. And not try to take the credit of others, because that's why Big Mike was saying that burns him up when he sees that, right? Is because
Absolutely.
that was program that Frank initiated and kind of putting your name on it. I mean, you're a finish a term person. You haven't even been voted in. So to put your name on all of these things and change things to your name, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah. So going down from the top, HAP team leader, HAP manager. We got Stan Brown again. Go across the board, 616, 31, 38, 47. Times that by 26. Go down to the bottom. Oh, this is what I wanted to get to. Yeah, go down to the bottom. Supervisor Henyard, 620518. Go above that, Darlene Gray Everett. Now she's a trustee. Look at the amount of money Darlene makes as a trustee every 2 weeks.
Now the trustees, Big Mike, they don't get paid that much, right?
Right.
I know on the Dalton side, they get like a stipend, so to speak, it sounds like.
Right. So the trustees, they don't get paid as much. But however, if they lose, see, part of the reason why they agreed on the referendum on the resolution,
right,
to reduce their salary is if they lose, the next person that comes in is only going to make about $5,000 a year.
Correct, and that's it's illegal to do that.
Go to the next page. Now I get to the top under manager. At the very top, I find this name called Tamika Henyard, a manager.
Also not qualified to be making that much, but go ahead.
Correct.
No, you're right. You're right. This is in April 21st, 2023, 2692.31. Times that by 26. And that was the first time I said, oh, he's going so fast. And I'm trying to back up and I'm trying to, go to page 4, go to page 6. And he's jumping these pages. And look how many pages there are. 3 of 52 pages of information that he has. And I said, if I could get a hold of this guy or even get a hold of the FOIA information this guy's got, I can scan it the way I need to and then show specific points of interest that would begin to culminate into understanding what's going on over just here in Thornton.
So Tamika is the cousin, and she was also one of the I think she was part owner of Good Burger, and them two were sued multiple times when they were running their businesses.
Oh man. See, and that's why I love having you on the panel, because when you can fill in big blanks like that, where there's a past coming to the present, and we can take a look at this information in the present without connecting, a lot about the individual, because it all goes to character.
Right. And then when you look at her sister-in-law's background, you also ask yourself, how do you come from a background in psychology to doing what you're doing there? And then she's a yoga instructor as well.
Right. So going to so now we get to Keith Freeman's filing of his bankruptcy, where he told the government all the property that he owns amounts to $5,250. All the debt that he had to his creditors was $174,763.20 that he wanted to absolve himself from. All the money that he was making, part 3, down here at 71,67,67, and then after expenses, which was $7,072.95, that's what he had to live on. And I said, how could they have? I see why they didn't buy it. And it's real simple. Go ahead, Big.
Is this a chapter 7 or a chapter 13?
He was in the
This
chapter
was,
7.
yeah, this was a 7.
Because
Because you
he wouldn't
notice,
qualify. He wouldn't even qualify for a chapter 7 with the income that he's making.
right? That's why he left off that other income. And you notice, yeah, his wife, like he's not only living on that because he's married.
Right. And don't they have 2 kids?
They do, and she's a business owner herself.
You see, so motivation is here in the paperwork as well. What else did I have here? I had something else. I showed you that. Let me clip that out. Clip that out.
Yeah, my heart goes out to when that one resident was saying how it impacts your family. I don't know his wife. She seems like a nice person, but you think about someone that has a small business, you know what I mean? That's in one of these townships, under one of these townships, and here your husband is the talk. And she's in a sorority, part of the sorority, so she is the talk. Just an embarrassment to everyone.
Yeah. For the Dalton subpoenas, this was part of the subpoena as to who they were looking for, right down in a row. Keith Freeman up top, Tiffany Henyard down below, Byron Miles, the police officer, Fania Dukes, which is the young lady that accused Andrew Holmes at the bottom for doing what he did, Gerald Jones from the town of Union, trustee, and then Terry Young is also a part of that for being a police officer that worked 302 hours in a shift, ridiculous as it may sound, and made himself in 2 weeks well over $13,000 for that paycheck alone.
He must have cloned himself.
Well, either that or slept on her. I don't know. And so these numbers and these people begin to make you shake your head. And that's why I said, here's what the grand jury is looking at, folks. Right. They're looking at these numbers. They're looking at these places. They're looking at these people. They're looking at the Dalton Police Department. There are 6 that they're interested in. There's a Paul Grainer. There's a William Reed, Byron Miles, obviously from the Vegas trip, Corey Wright, Lewis Lacey. Thank you for putting him in there because he's the star of the show, and Terry Young. And when you can think of all of the information that they're laying their eyes on, and there may be some information that may have not been sent, that they're still waiting to lay their eyes on. They're giving them ample time. They're being very patient because they can. So we have to be patient too. Over the next several weeks, give or take, there'll be something bubbling out of this, I believe. That's just me. But a grand jury looking at 2 different locations, we're talking about 2 administrations, 2 different municipalities in the southern end of Chicago, being run by one person, having several people in 2 different places with her, and refuse to give up receipts and records to her board of trustees, her board of trustees in Dalton that she's looking to replace, according to the WGN 9 News. She's looking to replace the board. They're not following protocol. What does she say about the puppet masters not following along in any way, shape, or form what should be done. She wants to replace them because if she gets rid of or finds a way to get rid of, which I doubt, the 4 trustees that's been holding it down, Jason House, Brittany Norwood, Tammy Brown, Kiana Belcher, that's been asking her for the simplest thing that she could produce, but she's not. She's hiding behind a cloak of darkness. My job, I guess, in this whole thing is to try to bring to you what I could find. Is there darkness here? Yes. Is somebody hiding something? Absolutely. Because all you got to do is go back to the board meetings on video. Is there shady business going on with the numbers? Is there shady business going on with the Delgado Group? They're on the federal subpoena as well. So something may even come out of that. They backed off. Now you think about it. They backed off. I'll show you this real quick. Because I got everything as much as I could. Here is the Dukes Miles complaint against Henyard and Holmes. Here's the letter that was sent out April 24th of 2024 to Mayor Henyard and the Board of Trustees from the Delgado Law Group regarding the withdrawal from cases. Dear Ms. Henyard and board, the board recently voted to stop paying our legal bills. The board recently voted to stop paying our bills. We are, of course, not required to work for free and declined to do so. Additionally, the law firm of Odelson, Murphy, Frazier, and McGrath have tortuously interfered with our business relationship and has falsely accused us of having conflicts. As we are not being paid, we will not be entering any appearances or otherwise defending the following newly filed cases, one of them being Wiedemann versus Village of Dalton. Collins. Wiedemann was a former employee of the Thornton Township that we showed earlier. Stephanie. Collins versus Village of Dalton. Collins was a former police chief for the Village of Dalton. Any other newly filed cases? We will also be withdrawing from the following cases, period. 1, Ruby Anderson, Village of Dalton. Burns, Village of Dalton. Dalton Parks District, Village of Dalton. Dalton Parks District was the incident where the guy had a car show, I believe.
Yep, you're right. He had a car show and she shut it down.
Yep.
Eight years this guy had a car show, no interruptions, no impediments, nothing. And all of a sudden, he got shut down because Henyard was having an event not too far away and asked him to bring his event to her event.
Right.
If
She's
I can
having a
remember
house
that.
party. Yep, a house party.
Right. 300 West Sibley Boulevard. I haven't looked that up. Village of Dalton. Dalton Sibley Woodland. Village of Dalton. Edgar County Watchdogs. Well, we know who they are. The Press Village of Dalton. George's Towing Company. Is that the guy?
Yep, that's him.
Village of Dalton. That they shut down. Destiny's Hall. Village of Dalton. IAFF, don't know who that is. Village of Dalton.
Well, they're in the Chancery Division, so that means that their losses are like under 30,000.
Kraft and Village of Dalton. Kraft, okay, was part of that lawsuit. That
Did you say I? IAFF?
Excuse me?
Did you say IAFF?
I think it looks like IAFF.
That's a local 3766. That's the Firefighters Association.
Firefighters, that's right. Okay, thank you. Number 9, Village of Dalton. Number 10, Craft and Village of Dalton.
John, I got a question.
Yeah.
What percent? You may know the answer to this.
I hope so.
What percentage of these lawsuits happened under her administration versus the previous administration?
Oh, that's a good question.
Because right off the bat, I know for sure Carl Wilson, Lavelle Redmond, if you scroll back up, some of the lawsuits that you had up there, Dalton Park District, Edgar County Watchdogs, and George Towing, and Denise Hall. Those are all under Tiffany.
Yeah.
But I'm curious, what about these other lawsuits?
I thought most of them were under her because you had those that you named. Plus, remember all of the different owners that were coming out as well. The only ones that I didn't think were under her was the ones that were associated with like that high-speed chase.
Mm-hmm. Well, she was on the board. I blame her as well. She was on the board when that happened.
Yeah, but she just wasn't the
mayor.
Yeah, at that time, but yeah, she was still.
She was a part of the board at that time. So I was just looking to see which ones were. So that's a great question to look up some of these that I'm
Most
not
of them are
familiar
under
with.
her administration, and when she says how she's 25 and you see, that's why they keep saying she's lying because they haven't even been settled.
Right.
This is the same one that says she beat the incumbent mayor by 82% of the vote, which we know that's not true.
Correct.
Yeah, but the lawsuits, and this is just in my mind a very small portion. That Delgado Law Group was handling. At the time, there are plenty more behind this. There is Crystal Looney, Village of Dalton, Lane as executor of estate of Ross. Didn't even look that up. Didn't have time, but I'm going to begin to get into a lot of these lawsuits. Aris Montgomery, Village of Dalton, Pablo's Cafe and Bar. We know about that. Redeemed Christian Church of God, Village of Dalton.
Now they settled right recently.
Yeah, they settled. They settled undisclosed amount.
Right. Okay.
But his argument, Delgado's. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. My connection is really bad. I think the argument that Delgado was trying to make here is that these cash amounts are exceeding the amount of insurance they have to be able to pay for all of this, which is a huge liability for any municipality and any attorney representing them.
Right. I'm glad you brought that up because that is the point.
That's the point. And that's what people were thinking. He was saying that he was quitting and they weren't going to see him anymore. But that's not what he was saying because we saw he didn't unask the seat. In the words of Mary.
I don't think he's going to unask the seat. All he was doing was unloading a lot of the stuff that was in his pocket.
Correct, because he's still paying whoever, because the person that was representing them, for those, he's still paying them.
Yep. So you have Lavelle Redmond is a part of this that they dropped. Village of Dalton, Marcus Redwood,
You know he's going to be doing an interview soon.
Oh, I'm going to love it. I'm going to love
Lavelle.
to hear what he's got to say. Marcus Redwood, Village of Dalton, LaKendra Williams. And then number 19 really struck me. Village of Dalton. I was able to do a live on that particular one only because it touched me to know that a 19-year-old lost her life, unfortunately, to a police shoot down that really didn't need to happen at all. We showed as much video surveillance footage as is out there that they released and tried to really get a handle on this story. If it's anything, I would love to see justice on this particular case because of how the officers portrayed themselves that night. You know, Alexis was assaulted. You know, it was a false call to begin with, my opinion, that there was a gun involved. There wasn't. She wasn't beating on the window with a gun. It was a stick. It was a something in the car that resembles an elongated stick. She was pissed off because the order got wrong, or she was waiting too long, or something happened that set her off. Police were called, and the 911 phone call that went out to police that night stated that there was a gun involved. Police came out, guns drawn, protecting themselves, walked up to the car, both sides, two officers, Perez and Carlton, and obviously, you know, conversation was taking place. There were two people in the car. They removed the passenger from her car, which was her boyfriend at the time. No altercation. Everything's fine. And all of a sudden, we see from the body cam of the police officer escorting the passenger from the car, video record an assault from the other police officer on the driver's side of that car, strike Alexis in her face for not getting out of the car. She told the officer she wasn't dressed. She, you know, was inappropriate for her. She didn't know what was going on. It was a state of confusion for her. The officer insisted, and then reaction. Being struck in the face, and obviously the car still being on in the drive position, lights on, you know, she feared for her life and drove off. The officer on the passenger side decided, since the door was open, from removing the passenger from the vehicle, decided to jump into the vehicle to try to handle Alexis. That didn't happen. The vehicle took off, made a hard right turn on Sibley, went down maybe a half a block, give or take. Gunshots went off. Officers returned fire. Next thing we know, that vehicle ended up in a bicycle shop into the building. Officers pursued that vehicle on foot, only to find out that the officer that was in the vehicle was still alive, but Alexis wasn't. The shots being heard during the time the vehicle pulled out of the driveway onto the street is what alarmed them to a degree that there were shots being fired at them. That's their story. Why on earth, during that scene, were shots being fired at them, and there was no gun. 4 days later, in a police report, and I'm still waiting to get the rest of the information from Miss Carol Wilson in regards to, and she's got my email. I said, send me what you got if you can. Let me look at it. Let me study it. Let me analyze it. This is the story that touched me the most. I have 2 daughters. I've got 3 grandchildren. They're not old enough to be Alexis's age yet. And I hope not here, I live in New York. So I hope never to have had one of my family members ever encounter what Alexis Wilson did that night in July of 2021. Ever. Tiffany Henyard, how she took the information from the officers and what she was able to put out displayed callousness. She stood by the officers. It was a justifiable reaction, if you will, and it pissed a lot of people off.
Definitely.
A lot of people off, enough to protest, and then have the police go about interfering with the protests enough to arrest people, to arrest them from their, their legal rights to protest. They were not forthcoming in giving the information necessary regarding the video surveillance footage of what happened that night, police reports that were delayed, only to find out through the news that she'd lost her daughter. And to find out through the news that there was a gun found later, according to her story I had on my channel. We had a little bit of an interview. If you didn't catch that live, I think I did it when I was doing the Delgado Law Group.
Right.
And she
3 days later.
Yeah, 3 days later, yeah. And, it hurts me to find that there are some callous officers out there like Lewis Lacey. Collins, Police Chief Collins was on duty at the time. And, he was doing his job. He's listening to the narrative. He carried the narrative till something happened to him. And then he was let go from his position because I believe he didn't want to carry the narrative any further as part of his reason for maybe leaving the police department.
I don't think he had a choice. He was, his wife allegedly was, close to some of the trustees. So I don't think he had a choice. But I'm sure that, in that case, when you have a mayor that's telling you this is the story to tell, you know what I mean? Your narrative is still control as to what you communicate. And think about, we didn't find out until on your live that that the boyfriend is in jail. You know what I mean? So you have that life that also is destroyed.
Yeah, he was convinced to plead guilty to having the gun in the car. And this boy, now her boyfriend, sits in jail.
Right. Which makes no sense because
Innocent.
if the attorney, it sounds like the attorney viewed the video from the restaurant. So since they called the officers out, the officers arrived, drawn weapons, and the boyfriend got out of the car. Remember, my thing was, if the boyfriend got out of the car, how could this gun have been found 3 days later?
Right.
Because the police was standing there, so it's not like he could have, thrown a weapon somewhere. You know what I mean?
Right.
He complied. So that story didn't make sense. Even, though he was, forced to do that. I still think that someone like one of those projects, that Project Innocence, needs to be involved with something like that, because that just makes no sense to me with respect to that.
I think, as a police chief, for some, there's a huge responsibility that goes with that position. And for the police chief to hear and to get the reports as he did from his police officers, the ones on the scene, tell that story to him, and for him to somehow, I don't think he did it on his own. I really don't. Somehow be convinced otherwise to play it a different way. And I think that was one of the reasons why shortly thereafter, his stands turned into a lawsuit against Tiffany Henyard.
Well, his thing was more so the hours that the officers were spending with her, and his frustration was that crime was happening on the streets, and he wasn't able to keep up, with respect to that, because that's where the board started too. Remember, theirs started with the detail. And his initially was not the detail, but once it became overwhelming, his became the detail too. And then by the end of the year, if you think about it, that's when they ran into those money problems, because they were paying so much in detail.
Yeah. Yep. And you can't afford to have a negative story out there about her, number one, through your police department. So you got to do something about it. They did. They did. And the outcome was not good. Not good for the family, because till this day, they're still looking for justice. Perez and Carlton need to account for what happened that night. She was assaulted. If you go back to that video, my last live, where we slowed the tape down, and we saw Alexis struck in her face in the vehicle, hands placed it at the 10 and 2 o'clock position, like her mother said. She was assaulted first, and then the second officer jumped into the vehicle to try to manipulate the situation, coerce her into getting out of the car in a different way. That's what you'll see. But for that case, it's all the way down at the bottom of the list. And I said, damn. Number 19, they let go of this case. High liability, absolutely. And whatever attorney decides to take over any of these cases, especially Cara Wilson's case, this is going to continue until the body cam footage, all of it, 30 minutes, 32 minutes, give or take, all of it from 4 police officers, including a female that was on site at the time, could have talked Alexis out of that situation. But it never happened. Never happened. I wanted to share this with you because this is what's against Village of Dalton right now. This is their liability, all these cases. Delgado decided to dump it. It's a lot of money. You ain't paying us. We're not going to cover it. Doesn't mean Delgado's out of the picture, in my mind. They can still show up at the board meetings for lower fees and all this other stuff, and hopefully you can get your stuff worked out. But these cases, all of them, are just too much for Dalton to withstand any more financial damage than it has already experienced under Tiffany Henyard's tenure as mayor. So this is what this letter is
ask
all
you a
about.
question, John?
Yeah.
And do you also think that it's because Delgado doesn't want to look even worse? Because you think about if they've already reached their limit, you know what I mean? As far as what they could afford with respect to lawsuits, and they already have the one that's over 30 K, 30 million that's earning, all this interest.
Yeah.
He
You know,
also
it's
doesn't want to look bad, right? You know what I
right,
mean? Because they
exactly.
don't have the money to pay.
Exactly. You're not going to, have your company, your law firm, with all of the attorneys that are on staff at Delgado Law Group, continue to invest time on a phone call, a letter, court proceedings on any one of these cases in motion, and you're not being paid at all. All it is a promissory note that hasn't been signed. How they were able to hang on, beats the hell out of me. But for him to dump these cases right after the FBI decides to drop subpoenas, that rang a bell.
I think he would have dumped them anyway, just based on where they were, especially once that lawsuit, with the 30 came out. I think he would have anyway, because they don't have the money. You know what I mean? So what can you defend if it's already at its max?
Right. I think by them coming in the door and actually physically showing up and serving Dalton with the first two subpoenas, that rang their bell.
It didn't seem to make him move differently, though. So, with all of it didn't, to me, it didn't make him move differently, because he sits there week after week that they have meetings. He sees all of the violations. And as the attorney, although you can't make a person do what they want to do, I would know how to handle a Tiffany, because I would let her know my ass would be unassing the seat and will not be showing up for the next meeting unless you can assure me that you will not be violating the Open Meetings Act, as I have seen as your attorney, with all the violations, including the officers, the intimidation, and you point all of those things out as the attorney. You send it in a formal document. And to me, he doesn't move like someone that is concerned with respect to that.
Right. But you know something? Everything you said, you see how he moved.
Right.
I mean, the action speaks louder than anything else. When they filed for an amendment motion for extension of time / motion to withdraw, it kind of made a statement right there.
Yeah, see, and for me, it didn't, only because he was at that next meeting with them doing the same thing and with the same violation. So, he's not known, they're kind of not necessarily known to be, he's kind of, slimy, you know what I'm saying, so to speak, in my opinion, not representing the views of this channel. And so, I don't know if I expect anything different, only because he sits there week after week, or every time they have a meeting, should I say, and he watches. Just him watching. The only thing that we have seen him say is when Lacey thought that he could end that meeting, and he corrected him only then. But if you notice, there were some things that happened then that had not happened before. That's when Jedediah came to town and the people knew their rights. Remember, he had said before the meeting that if they don't follow the Open Meetings Act, then the meeting will not take place. That's what's supposed to occur. You see what I mean? And it should
Right.
not be a person that is saying that. It should be the attorney that is making sure that those things occur, because otherwise, what is his purpose in being there?
Correct. I agree.
So
They
I
didn't.
think he was
They didn't
building
want to.
relationships.
Yeah, they didn't want to carry any more liability.
Correct. Because that
You know,
makes them look bad. See, you were the
exactly.
attorney defending this person, and let's say their credit card is maxed out at 30,000 and you're at 100,000. You see what I mean? So you can't defend that. There's nothing you could defend there. You see?
Exactly.
So he just doesn't want that in his case of losses, or so to speak, negative publicity, especially with the way that he's, trying to move and politic and get new business. He's earned, over 14, million, so to speak, in just a couple of years. So he wants to keep that number growing, and you don't keep it growing with it out there that you have managed to represent someone that couldn't pay this bill, because then where's your financial responsibility?
Right. So, I mean, strategically for them, they have pulled back, and I believe they have taken a neutral position, allowing the Village of Dalton to find other attorneys to handle the caseload according to the letter of April 24th. And shortly, right then and there, from that letter, they filed a motion with the court. And it says, now comes Delgado Law Group, LLC, and hereby present its amended motion for an extension of time for Dalton, motion to withdraw as counsel for the Village of Dalton in support thereof, states as follows. Counsel Cynthia S. Granfield of Delgado Law Group, LLC, filed an appearance on behalf of defendants, the Village of Dalton, and who showed up? Officer Lacey and Officer Staples. These are two police chiefs, two different jurisdictions. On February 23rd of 2023, Delgado Law Group wishes to withdraw as counsel of record for the village defendants, where continued representation would result in an unreasonable financial burden on Delgado Law Group, LLC, and its attorneys within meaning of Illinois Supreme Court Rule 1.16A6. Notification pursuant to Illinois Supreme Court 13C2 has/will be provided for defendants, Village of Dalton. Attention, Allison Keys, clerk, may be reached at the mailing address 14122 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Dalton, Illinois. Phone number, and it goes down to say the motion was filed without undue delay. As defendants still must file their answer to this action, counsel requests that they be provided additional time to do so. Real short. Wherefore, the reasons stated herein, Delgado Law Group, LLC, respectfully request this court enter an order granting its motion to withdraw as attorneys for the village defendants, granting them additional time to file their answer. And for such other relief, this court deems just and equitable. Respectfully, Delgado Law Group. And Alicia Ann Chambers from the Delgado Law Group has been posted here, signed off, and we haven't heard anything from this. Now, bringing this up and going to somewhat of a close tonight, because I've covered a lot. And I say,
Yes, you have.
John doesn't cover like, an hour and a half, 2 hour live. He really gets into, because when it's a lot, prepare for it.
Right.
Bring you up to speed from where we started, and knowing that we can see that there are a lot of mistakes happening within the Henyard administration, both in Dalton, Thornton Township. No doubt. People are talking, they're responding, residents are pushing back, no doubt. And I'm glad they are.
Yes.
Because they're the ones that is helping to cause a lot of the truth to come out by their
Right.
pushback.
Because they were ignored. I mean, you had over, I don't know how many people, because I don't know if they'll ever know how many people contacted the Attorney General. I mean, I don't even live in Illinois, and I contacted the Attorney General. I contacted the governor as well. And I didn't hear back. And I know in my state, if I write someone, I get an acknowledgement. And I received absolutely no acknowledgement at all. And so, for them to handle that and to handle them so carelessly, to me, I don't know if they can do this. See, I would be finding out from their attorney. If I was the trustees, there would be a couple of things that would come to my mind. One of them would be the village should be able to sue those that they contacted, like the Attorney General's office, that were negligent, because had they acted earlier, then would we be where we are? As well as those that, although they voted to recall her, that turned a blind eye, because if
Right.
they would have listened at that time. So those that I would be trying to recoup some village money. I'm serious. And I would be going after those that turned a blind eye.
Right. No, I agree.
You're lucky I'm not an attorney. I wanted to go to law school. It was an overage at that time, but they are, because that's who I would be going after.
They're lucky I'm not a prosecutor.
Okay, because
I would look, as I've looked at this from, a novice perspective, and finding what I've found just online.
Right.
Hearing what I'm hearing, and yet the evidence of what the grand jury, because that's where we are right now.
Right. And that's why I said it's so much for them to unpack. Could you imagine how long they're going to have to extend their time? You know what I mean? Because it's just so many moving components. Because when you look at what they asked for, like, in addition to that travel, think about it. They asked for the denials and the approval from the trustees for the travel. So they're also wanting that trail that would have initiated that. And then what was your purpose in being there? Because you were there to represent the township, where the township doesn't participate in any business development. So therefore, you were just there because it sounded like a good time.
Right. I'm going to put something up, and, if I was, or you, or anyone in the chat, if you were on that jury panel, 11 to 23 people, they have backups. That will also be a part of a trial, because they've covered the case, saw this.
And have you looked at that company? That company has been in the news, for quite some time. Have you seen information on them?
I'm still digging on my side as to what this is
Yeah.
that they did.
Yeah.
This is a check.
Right.
This is a big check. $561,821.45 is dated April 8th of 2022 that went to K5 Construction Corp, 999 Oakmont Plaza Drive, Suite 200 in Westmont, Illinois.
In my own area.
Okay. So what was the check for? See? They have been like gibberish out there.
Well, what the company does is supposed to be, I can't say what the check was for, but remember, they're the asphalt, they're the concrete,
Right. Exactly. Now, the gibberish that I heard out there was, a good portion of this money went to repave Tiffany Henyard's mother's driveway.
Right.
And do some sidewalks in that same area, do some road work called potholes and all kinds of stuff that happen in that same area. And I'm going, it's a lot of money. That's one. So now, as a grand juror, how does this money work when we talk about Dalton? Okay, so the ordinance that Kiana Belcher brings up in a board meeting is this ordinance right here. Any checks like this,
right?
That have to be processed, only two authorized signers, following persons are hereby authorized to be added as signatories for all city accounts. Now, here comes this check. It's Mayor Tiffany Henyard, the village clerk, Allison Keys. Any prior signatories or individuals authorized are hereby removed from the accounts, and prior authorization is hereby revoked. So it says these are the two that have to sign this check in order for the authorization to be approved. Now, how many signatures do you see on this check?
Yep. That was the one.
Now, grand juror sees this, looks at the ordinance, and then says, where's the other signature? Did she know about it? And where is the receipt for the work supposedly done in accordance with the check that you wrote or authorized, Miss Tiffany Henyard?
You know what I saw when I saw that check?
What's that?
I thought in my mind that she was trying to set up Clerk Keys. No, I'm sorry. That was the other check. That was the one that she used her stamp illegally that I'm thinking about.
Oh, okay.
So many checks, right?
Yeah, so many different components to this. And the grand jury has got to not only go through this check, but other checks. They have to go through I think it's the ACH.
Oh, yeah.
They got to go through wire transfers.
Yeah.
They have to go over credit card statements.
Oh, yeah.
They have to go through ordinance.
Invoices.
I mean, how you doing, Miss Angel?
Hi, how are you?
Great, welcome. They have to go through a lot of this stuff, I'm only showing what I found. Hannibal is showing what he found. LNC is showing what they found.
Right.
There's so many different channels.
There is. And
You
when
know,
and have you had the opportunity when you do to look up the address, the printing company that's showing up on the subpoena?
Adako?
If you have the opportunity to look up that address, you'll see why they're asking about that. 455 South Center Street in Bensenville, Illinois. And let me know what you think about that reputable business when you see it. When you see the building. 455 South Center Street in
Hold on.
Bensenville, Illinois.
455 South.
Center Street.
Center. Okay.
Yep, and that's Bensenville, BEN, S as in Sam, EN, VILLE, Illinois.
Bensonville?
Correct.
Got it. All right.
And when you see that,
You know
tell me.
You know how we do it here. Let me see if I can do this.
That
Welcome,
part.
Miss Angel. Much love to you. Miss
How are
you.
you, Angel?
Miss you.
Hi, how are you?
Angel's been around being an angel.
All right. So we have this here. 455 South Center Street. Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
Let's go to.
Oh.
Gee.
No, that's not it.
It's not it?
It may be in a neighborhood, but unless they unless they totally changed it, because it's two different. Yeah, that maybe it's been, it may have been updated because they were selling it. Yep. Does that look like the printing business with all these contracts? You see what I mean? All these invoices that you're showing, it's listed. Does that look like the place that would be handling
Now,
all
they
of that
could
business?
be doing work inside their home.
Yeah, they could be doing work inside their home, but they're not doing that type of work inside their home.
22. 21. 2019. 2018. 2017.
Okay, that looks more like it.
2011. 2009. The same address. 9.
Yeah, now close up on that picture. Bring it closer. Yeah, that's it.
That's it?
Yep, that's it.
You gotta be kidding me.
No, I'm not, really.
This is from 2000.
And keep in mind, that's like a townhome, so only one portion is theirs. Right? Or is this that?
2011.
Yeah.
I see 2 doors.
1, 2. 1, 2. Outside screen, inside door.
They could be doing something over there.
They're not doing that over there. That's why they're on that list and why they're asking about a specific invoice, because I'm a former tax preparer and I would be asking that as well.
Oh, damn real. Come on, 2018.
Because if you're doing that type of business, you wouldn't be doing it at that point over there. You would be able to move over there and really do this.
2019, a year later. Truck, 3 cars.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's big.
This is the growth.
Big 2021. Same carport, garage, door, 455. 2021, 2022. Wow.
Now you see what I mean?
Same damn car, yeah.
Is there houses in the back?
Well, we'll see in a second. Let's go down the street.
Now, unless they turn this into a bed and breakfast, we got some issues.
Serious. Very slim.
Oh,
You've
it's
got a
big.
buffer area here. Gate here. Who owns this?
You know, I looked it up. It's someone under that family. If you look up, start looking up by Jose, the ALD.
Jose Daco?
Yes, you'll see someone in his family.
Is this side? Is it? No, it's not a side.
It just leads you down
Residential area. This is 25 miles an hour. Look at it. Look at these homes.
So you see they're asking about a specific, they asked about that same company multiple ways. If you notice, they asked about a specific invoice. They even listed in the subpoena the invoice number. They asked about Jose Elgato, Eldado Printing. They asked on demand printing, all same address.
Right.
Jose Eldado Printing and Graphics, same address, and all records related to Jose Eldaco invoice number 649-823. That September 28, 22. So there's a significance to that.
Is this guy running a business out of this residence?
I think it's possible.
Well, we will find out, because if you look, actually, you'll see that it was sold, and you'll see some different things with that. It's nothing. It didn't look like it was anything going on there. It looked like an empty place.
Uh-oh.
When you look at the date, like the time period of when they're looking, like because it will show the records. I would say the person's name might have been Carmen, that was listed as an owner, and it may be in the family, but it's so that's why they're looking, because think about it, they're asking about Keith Freeman, to find the money trail of this agency that he has. You know what I mean? They're trying to find the money.
Right.
Like, are these, like, if I'm saying that I'm sending my order to John Q and I'm sending this $400,000, am I sending it to John Q, or is John Q maybe a friend, an associate, a family member that may be giving me back a kickback? Kind of like with the car deal. Think about it with the car deal. Because remember, the first thing I said, I was on your channel, I said it. I said, in my opinion, I think it was a kickback that was done with respect to the car. I said, because it never made sense for me to pay over $55K. And people were like, oh, well, it's not your own money. I said, I think it was a kickback. And think about, that's what they're saying now. They're saying that he had some type of agreement with that guy at that company where he got something, allegedly.
This is all bordered. So I'm thinking, is this a double 1, 2? There's 3 parcels. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, border. It's got to be a double. Look at this. Good Lord. It's a good piece of block. Look, corner.
Yes, what I'm saying
Down
he
here.
could possibly have the equipment in his garage or some kind of area to alleviate overhead. But that being said, okay, what's going on there? Oh, those are chairs.
Garage door. Something going on there. And then this parcel. It'd be big enough for another home, so this would have to be another parcel. 1, 2, 2, border. Yeah, this would have to be. On the side. Big yard.
Can you look at it from an aerial point of view?
Yeah. Four by 5 driveway, double buck driveway. Center Street on one side. What is this? This is not listed. Jefferson on the other. Look at this. It'd be considered a whole, that's a city block. Compared to this,
Yes.
there's parking back here. This is isolated parking back here. So I'm thinking, wait a minute. Isolated parking back here. Now, let's get an access point. Come on. Where's the access point? Because they're building. This is a tarmac. This is something and that's 1, 2, 3. So let's find an entry. Where's the entry point? Is this it? Not there.
There's a gate.
This is gated. This is fine. It's going around the other side. Got to be here. It's got to be right there. Access point here. Let me go to the other side.
Yeah, because that's the opening of the gate.
Yeah.
So we're looking at a complex of homes.
Yep. Go to the other side. Other side. Okay. Okay. So here's where it's buffed. This is buffered that way. So, okay. There's the gate. I knew it. I see what I see. Gates here. Cars here. Goes into this property. It's got nothing to do with this property. Okay. Okay. Once you have your buffer line and everything else, and people are very, very, and it goes right there. Yep. To this property here, all the way down there. Well, that's a part of theirs.
And there's our front entrance.
This is a double gated buffer line here. So it's not theirs. Not theirs. Okay. I was like saying shit.
But you think about all the invoices, all the printing, all of the graphics that they've done, all the companies, but this is the only one that they're asking about. All of the Amazon orders, nothing, all the restaurants, nothing but this one printing company.
Wow.
You know, I did some ARAP and accounting assistance. And one of the things that we had to do in doing ARAP, and you probably know where I'm going with it. When we order something, when something goes out, you make a purchase order.
Mm-hmm.
All the propers have to be in the system before anything can be going out. We're talking all the cartage and numbers and all that. And then so there needs to be purchase orders. Now, when you go to pay it, you have your work order, all the paperwork that goes to why this check is going out. You're basically explaining and justifying this check.
Mm-hmm.
And all the paperwork, all of it that's paying for that portion of whatever job it is or thing it is, has to be attached with a copy of the check up front.
Right, exactly. That's why I think
And
they're asking.
this company
Mm-hmm.
that is getting paid,
Mm-hmm.
they can produce the paperwork
Oh,
needed
absolutely.
because you need that. An accounting department won't even cut a check until they have, one, the bill from them, two, the work about explaining the bill. That's accounting department to accounting department. All of this.
Yeah.
These are the pieces of paper that's needed
Right.
to get this check moving forward.
But it doesn't sound like the township set, because they seem, that's why I think they're loosely managed, because think about it, they're not even doing background checks.
Oh my God. Okay.
So, because you remember that there was a conversation with the trustees and they were like, going forward, remember that meeting?
Yeah.
Going
Yeah.
forward, they will start doing them for new people that are
What
hired.
Tiffany said, that's what she said. Looking to do background checks on new people.
Right.
Well, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Again, coming back to these accounting departments, these two accounting departments have the information.
Addison.
The person getting the check has all the paperwork.
Well, they
for
should have the
whatever this check
paperwork.
is covering.
But think about it. When you have Tiffany writing a check herself to a company called 5, K, they don't that hasn't generated.
She's not putting it together. In other words, she doesn't know how to do accounting.
Yeah, so she's not doing it for documentation purposes. She's kind of doing what she wants to do in purchasing.
Exactly.
What she wants to purchase.
But her ass is in hot water now because she's not doing it properly.
Right.
She's not doing it properly because she wants to pay who she wants to pay.
Correct.
It doesn't work that way. But she's making it. She's fitting a circle in a triangle. And she's taking scissors and cutting off the edges of the circle when, no, that's not how you put it in.
Right.
The circle does not fit in the triangle. It does not happen. The accounting is non-existent.
Right. We could see why
and whoever, I guess,
fail.
Yeah. And whoever was in charge before, probably keeping up the paperwork, is probably gone as soon as she got in and took over. So she's saying, I got this.
Right.
But she has no accounting. If she does, she's not applying it.
I see what you're saying. I see what
And
you're
she's not. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Because if this company is hollering, hey, you owe us, here's all the paperwork, why? They send that to you on a monthly That's part of AR, is to, which is accounts receivable. Hey, we need this money. We're going to send you this bill out every month.
But think
every
about,
2
they're
weeks.
playing the money game with them. So they're saying, oh, we didn't receive the invoice. So what they do then is the companies end up
Facts.
sending it to the trustees, like the
And here we
company with
are.
the 65K Christmas ornaments. They got ignored, for so long. It's almost July again. And they were
Right.
ignored for so long that they sent it to the trustee because, that's what's happening. Or look at the guy who came to the meeting from Gallagher. They owe him over 615K plus another
Woo.
10K.
Oh my
And
God.
so,
Oh my
and
goodness.
remember, she's not doing RFPs, which you would do if you were budget conscious as well, to make
Yes.
sure that you're spending the money. So none of
You
those things
have
are being done.
you have an accounts receivable drawer. Anything that needs to be gotten, they have that. As well as on the other end, there's an accounts payable drawer. And these are the bills that need to be paid. So if there's no paperwork, we can't, you know what I'm saying? If paperwork suddenly has shredded itself or
Oh, I'm
flew
sorry to
away as an
interrupt you.
airplane.
John, someone wants your attention.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. I'm sorry. I was messing around with this damn map. I am so sorry. Let me go back. John Q. Please check your email and play the 41-second video I sent you. Okay.
Oh wow, she sent that a long time
I
ago.
gotta go back. Gotta go back. I'm going back. I do apologize. Mara was like trying to get my attention.
Yeah.
And thank you, Miss Mara. Oh, damn.
So while you're looking for that, I said all that to say that by this company sending this bill to the trustees with all the paperwork, this is how the trustees are getting that information. At least some of it from the accounts receivable of that company that's saying, hey, y'all owe me this.
Right.
This
Which is
I
unfortunate
mean,
because they haven't been on the warrant list. They haven't been approved.
no.
All right. So I'm in my, oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow. Okay. I guess y'all don't want me to Thornton credit card from TH. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, so now we get to background checks. This is sent from Mara, so I found this from an older meeting, and I thought it was incredibly telling for Tiffany to cover. Of course, she's been covering for Andrew Holmes when she covered Lavelle Redmond this way. Kiana calls her out. It's just a short clip. Oh, damn it. I forgot how to do this. I don't want it. Do I download it?
Thank you, Mara.
See if I can do that.
So I'm really getting into this here because now y'all talking my language. Y'all talking.
I love Mara.
You know,
I bang into her all the time. Okay, she sent me a clip. Able to play it. So I got to go here. I love it when we work together. Go to full. When people get me working and I'm on live, they know I'll pull through. All right, so we got this clip here. Bring it up. And I do apologize to the chat for, the delay, but I'm glad you guys are persistent. John, check your email, damn it.
Yes.
oh my God.
Somebody else is
This
coming up.
another crazy wig.
Hold on. We got Guan Shafa. Shafa, are you with us?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
All right, Mara, if you want to come up, you can. Let me drop the link. Here it is. Oh, I love this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Chapa, how are you?
Hi, how's it going? Hello from Canada.
It is going okay.
Hello, Canada.
I just had a couple questions. I don't know, while we're on the topic of that Aldaco printing, it seems to be kind of an interesting company because there's no real record of it anywhere. I don't know if you guys covered it, but in detail, like there's no
None.
There's no business like
No
on
paper
that.
trail.
Yeah, there's like the only thing that I found was in the business entity search
Mm-hmm.
was there was an Aldaco printing and graphics in Bensonville, but it dissolved in 2022.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
What about in the Dun and Bradstreet? You didn't find anything there?
Oh no, they're nowhere.
BBB, nothing, huh?
So that may be why that raised a red flag with the feds, because like this company doesn't really exist anymore.
Correct.
So that gives
No.
them a pretty good thing to stand on.
Mm-hmm.
Like a pretty good evidence, like something they can really grasp on, to build at least like one, like to put one more solid piece of evidence in, to that they can something solid that they can grasp onto, right? To build their case. And I'm sure like they have a million things to build their case, but I mean, this is something, one more like very red flag that they can zoom in on type thing.
Right.
It's interesting when you said that now. Knowing that it went out of business, do you think that person who was the owner of that's their house and they're still receiving business paperwork from that company?
Yes.
And
Well, that's what
maybe
my thought was when
they
I
have an office in there where the family is doing the accounting there.
Oh no,
Yep.
see, I'm not at a office. I'm not thinking a legitimate nothing, but that's just
Like
my
a home
opinion.
office.
Yeah, the
Because I have a
owner.
home office.
Yeah, for sure. The owner's still like it's the owner's Jose A. Aldaco,
Mm-hmm.
which makes sense. That that's probably it was his business at one time.
Yeah, at one
So
time.
he would have maintained. He would have had to remain on file as the like as the
previous owner.
yeah
Right.
previous owner, but not just that, but just somebody for tax purposes and whatnot
Right.
to
Right.
like the point of contact type of person. I'm not sure what that's legally called, but every business has to have that. So
Sole proprietor.
yeah, so they so he might have changed that, although there doesn't seem to be any file history of changes to that record. But it makes sense that he would be that he would have probably changed his address to that
The home address.
location. Yeah, the home address.
And he
Right.
probably has a home office where he
Yeah,
handles all his little things.
sure. Yeah, I would assume
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
There
So,
wasn't really
yeah.
any
There's nothing, no advertisement, no nothing that
yeah, there's
shows
no
anything of
website or
any
anything.
business,
Yeah.
nothing.
Yeah.
So maybe because, okay, let's look at it a different way. Why did he go out of business?
Well,
Did he
I
not
can't
get
say
paid
that how
properly?
much. I can't say how much he was really in business because there's no, like, when I looked it up, there
Right.
was no no true. You should see a trail. It should still be
Mm-hmm.
something that you see. And I know that it's easy for people to kind of throw that term, a home office, around, but the IRS is going to be looking at a little bit more because they want to see what exactly is that. That's why people
Mm.
aren't able to just get a grant and or get business credit and say, "Oh, I have a home office," because a home office is not acceptable. So that they want to see the legitimate business. If you're operating at that
In some
magnitude,
cases, right, okay.
you should be able to
But
show if you're
let's
getting.
assume that somehow the company is not what it was. I guess we have, again, I come back to that question of why. Usually when a company is not as it was, I have to say it like that because we really don't know what happened. You could have sold it, whatever. Maybe he didn't have if he's in that town, maybe he didn't get paid for his work. Maybe he had too many, his accounts receivable did not bring in the funds as was supposed to.
Well, he didn't contact the trustees on that. He wasn't on the list of the people that contacted them. So I don't know. I can't speculate that's that. He just didn't. With my Canadian friend, it just didn't seem like it was a business that was really doing business when I looked
Right.
it up. That's kind of how it looked to me. What would you say, sir?
Yeah, like I would agree. Legally, I don't think that was an active business. So yeah, that's very fishy.
Yeah.
It's definitely something that would have caused or caught the attention of the feds. I mean, and
They've
that's
got
why.
somebody seriously paying attention too. Because
Yeah.
that one right there is
Well,
like,
especially depending upon the amount of the invoices. And, if I'm looking, and I'm just throwing a figure around, let's say I'm sending I'm sending you to your BMO account, because I know that's a Canadian bank.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
worked for a Canadian bank. So I'm sending this to your BMO account. There's something they're going to be looking for, the trail, like, okay, what is he doing for this type of money? Because what's going to happen is it should raise a red flag with the bank.
Yeah.
And with that type of money coming in. So when you have the type of money coming
Mhm.
in, you better have something to substantiate it.
Yeah, if it's consistent, okay.
Oh,
But if it
shit.
is not, what happened?
Okay.
Oh,
You
my
got it?
God.
You got it right there?
Oh, y'all see this?
So what
Yeah,
Thank
you
you
you,
got
see?
it?
Yeah.
Chircana
got it?
Green. I had to go back up in the chat to find until I was satisfied certain comments.
Yep.
There's a lot of screaming for me, but look at this. Oh, not that. This.
Yep. Right there.
I'll
Right
be
there.
damn.
Right there.
I was looking at one of those
Oh,
pictures,
wait a
and there
minute.
was
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a whoa, 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 whoa. That is a damn good catch.
Yep.
Oh, hold it. Right.
And that was Trissian Green in the chat that had pointed that out.
Yes. And I'm like, okay, she's like, and I'm capturing a screenshot.
And John, the one eyes, the other picture, I know you went back, but I saw only the Honda Fit in the driveway there, and the rest of the driveway was empty. So good catch on John too for going back
Yep.
and finding that one.
It's
Are these
hard.
cards familiar or something?
Well, that
Yep.
Yeah,
SUV
That
that
one
you see
is
in
familiar.
the middle
the middle
is
car is the
looks a
car that
lot like that one in the
in the beginning
shooting.
of the video.
He,
let me
well,
get to
the
it. Oh
from the side,
man.
it looks very similar to that
Miss
vehicle that was
Stubbs'
captured on
house.
the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
The
There it
vehicle that
is.
was speeding away from the scene.
Yeah, Miss
There it is.
Stubbs. Mm-hmm.
Miss Stubbs shooting. Yeah.
I'll be damned. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be
Wow.
damned. Thank you for sometimes when I get behind the scenes and start to do these
Mm-hmm.
photos and stuff like that, it's hard to see the chat
Right.
because if I go full screen and I show my entire screen, I'm showing you my computer.
Right.
So I can't see the chat. But
Yeah.
this
Now I don't know if
perfect.
they have anything with that. I'm just saying that it's just not a
Oh,
legitimate
wow.
business
Hold
to
on.
me.
So does
To me.
That looks like the car.
does $4,800 buy you a drive-by?
Oh, damn.
I'm not sure if that's the going rate.
Some people have done something like that for less.
Yeah.
Yep, I would think so.
Wheels and every damn thing. Do y'all see this?
Mm-hmm.
I can blow it up.
So this car, I wasn't here at the beginning of your live, so maybe I missed something. So this car possibly did the drive-by on whose home?
We
On
can't say
Valerie Stubs' home.
yeah.
On
On who?
the former trustee of Dalton. This is a perfect match. Wheels.
What about the top part?
I mean, the back and
You see the top?
everything. No, I got the top. The top it wasn't a problem. I identified a Pathfinder when I was looking for it, and there was something about it that I felt I was close, but this is dead on. Bar beam slanted, back beam. This had a back beam. The other car didn't have a back beam. It was a full window.
Yeah, I don't think that's the same.
And bridged. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this.
The other one looks more like a van. Well,
You tell me. Huh. Is that what they did?
Yeah, I don't think they're related to that situation, but I do think that there's something with that check. I'll just stay at the check. I just don't want to.
What are the
it looks
chances, right?
like the back part on the moving pic is more rounded in the back than this one here. The pixels aren't really.
Okay.
You probably have a better view of it.
And the likelihood of the likelihood of your driving from your Bensonville home to Dalton, I'll just say it is probably less likely than it is likely. But I think they were more so whatever this printing situation, I think that's what they're involved in.
It would be definitely interesting what they find.
I don't want to put
because I mean, I'm like the paperwork that is. So this check is supposed to go to that address. Is that what's going on?
Well, they're just talking
the check
about
that we saw.
The printing company.
Okay.
Yeah, like the credit card receipt. So it's specifically in the section with Keith Freeman. There's a section specifically for Keith Freeman in the Thornton Township credit card PDF that was found. There's a bunch of
Mm.
stuff in there, and in one of the entries is this Aldaco printing
Mm-hmm.
and graphics, and it's for $4,800. There's two. This one specifically is $4,800, and this. So that's the company that ties back to that location that we're looking at, that
Mm-hmm.
house.
Mm-hmm. That's a Ford.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, you're trying to figure it out. I understand. You're on
Y'all,
one, and I
y'all got me,
understand.
y'all got me working tonight.
Yes, you're on one, and that's okay. You're gonna find it. So yeah,
So there's
this
two
all of
charges.
this. Oh,
There's two charges for that company. There's one for
Mm-hmm.
30, looks like 3650, so 3,650,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's the other one that I mentioned.
It's an escape. Look at the
See,
shit.
I think that a certain party had different relationships with different people and negotiated kickbacks.
mm.
Oh, for sure they did. Yeah.
Because if they negotiated one with the company with the Tahoe, they definitely would have negotiated, one for other things.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
The only thing is that here we have some negotiation with a company that doesn't really exist.
Correct.
Or
Well,
did exist at one point, but now no longer exists,
that's
right?
true. But look at when the company where the Tahoe, look at when they actually entered in business. They weren't initially until
Oh,
after the
really?
fact. Yep. My Canadian friend, when you see that, you'll really be interested in that, because that's
Really?
a bigger
Wow.
deal. And when you see when that guy registered he had been in business, so to speak, but look when he registered that particular area, which really opened them up for some issues potentially.
So actually, that's one line that I haven't followed at all, but I will have to look into that.
Yeah. Wait, what time is it in Canada? You're up late.
It's 12, so 12:17.
Okay.
Just after midnight.
Okay. I know I used to have to schedule my meetings with my Canadian partners at a different time.
Oh,
Based
really?
on an hour difference.
We're
You-
I'm just north of basically northwest of Chicago, directly north of North Dakota, but I don't know if you know where that is. There's not much up there.
Oh,
What's
What
that?
do you think, guys? What do you think?
well, I didn't think they
Can you
would.
see it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so.
I see it, but that just doesn't tell me, you know what I mean, that that's associated with that enough for me to be comfortable.
I know. I'm looking at the black border beam between the passenger and the back door here, but then again, this is in motion.
Yeah.
But windows, I mean, it's lining up. Let's see if I can find something that can correspond to this a little bit better. But my God, my chat is working tonight. I say Ford Escape. Okay, Mara. Ford Escape. This is the back. Still got a black trim on this. Trim. I'm looking for no trim here. Get another one. Give me some angles, people. Give me some angles. 1, 2, 3. 2011, right? Yeah. 2011.
Oh, Miss Justice, you're on Pacific time? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's relatively close.
It's 2 a.m. where Mara is. Oh, no wonder I like Mara so much. She's Ontario also.
Backlight. She said something about the backlight. Backlight there. This has got a bigger bridge. It's got a bigger bridge. Hold on. It's got a bigger bridge. Looks like it meets. This is higher though. But nonetheless, look, here's the trim. Here's the trim. This is dark here, so it would be a black trim on the windows. That would match up here. I can't tell if they're black rails. Come on. Both sides. Looks like there's something here, but I'm not going to go on that shadow. Wheels, doors, windows. And that cuts back. There's a slant window bridge higher on top than it is the bottom. Y'all are good. I was looking at a Pathfinder compared to anything else. Y'all came closer than I did. I'm wondering, oh shit, I don't want to go there. Adalco. You can't, you said you didn't find anything listed under that business on the internet?
I didn't find anything that showed it to be a recent business that's a legitimate business right now or operating.
Yeah.
Yeah, operating. How should I say?
So so basically, when those transactions were done on that credit card, they weren't in business legitimately, right?
Because they're probably looking at everyone that he did business with, but it's something about that raised a flag.
Yeah, they might have ran all of those entries through some type of
database of some sort.
yeah, like and they wouldn't use those paper copies, right? They would have used the digital
Right.
transactions right from the bank, like
Right.
the digital files, and so they would have just ran it through some
Right,
software
that's
that
true.
would have done some type of like a searching.
Because they may have been on the list already.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Based on being reported by making certain transactions. Because when you're on the list, they don't, like, you could be on the list and they're not going to tell you you're on the list.
Yeah.
Like, I had a friend and her sister sold a vehicle and she doesn't know how much the vehicle was that her sister sold. But what she knew was that something was going on strange about her sister's bank account. So my friend said, I meant to ask you about that. And I told her, I said, oh, that's because by the person giving her cash and her depositing that cash, she is now on a list and she doesn't know it. So the bank told her, oh, no, everything's fine, because that's what they're going to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know about US banks, but even Canadian banks have gotten extremely finicky now. I took out $3,800 to
You on the
pay
list.
to buy a car, a used car, and above 3,000 they wanted I had to fill out some forms and do a whole bunch of stuff. And I said, hey, what am I going to do? The guy wants cash. Like,
yeah. Yeah, and that's why people don't realize, like, when they're wanting to pay cash for something, they don't understand that that's not the best way to do that.
Yeah.
Mazda tribute. Mazda tribute. Could be. Everything from an escape to a tribute. It's very close. I mean, I'm looking at the mouth, how wide it is here. The tribute cuts back, black trim, cut back. 1, 2, 2 doors. Highlight up to the back. So is this. Highlight up to the back frame. The highlight goes right up here, up to the back, up to the window. This goes back up to the window. Chacon green, I feel you too. I feel you. This may be the vehicle. Far closer than we've come. But I've got to make a note of Pathfinder. Now we have a Mazda. It's a Tribute 2011. And the year makes a very big difference because the modifications every year fluctuate between the body frame and the interior. Always. They're always doing something to the interior, not much on the body. They want to make the interior more luxurious, more, electronical, more, looking at the wheels in speed, they would be silver. Doors, windows, rails. This is very on point. It's very on point. Now, 2 people. These happen to be males. Car. They go and do her. These are early overnighters, if you will. Go out, hang out, get high, get a call, do this for me, and then go and do that. Nobody sees it. Nobody's on the street to see it. So they did it in proper time. I'm thinking it's a Sunday. Nobody's up yet. There's nobody on the street. No traffic lights to capture anything. No stop signs to stop them. No speed bumps, especially in Dalton, to stop them from going as fast as they wanted to. This car took off from her house, if not 45, 50 miles, give or take. Maybe took a little bit more than 60 seconds from 0 to the speed that they captured to hit this corner. Yeah, that's the corner. It's corner speed. She was halfway down not that one. She was halfway down the block here, sitting way back here in this driveway, way back here. And they came out this way, hit the car, and took off. Stop sign that way, but there is a stop sign here. There is a stop sign here, I think.
Sean, is that from the news, or do you have like the cleaner?
I don't have the raw footage. If I had the raw footage, I'd pinpoint it real quick, pick up the street that it was on and everything.
Because if we had better footage, I mean, we would see them approach and leave a lot better.
Yeah, whether they came down this street straight, came down this street, or the street down here. However, which way they did it, if they were parked here and facing in this direction to pull out, I'm thinking it's a street back here somewhere.
You know,
Way
the
back here.
it's and the thing is, too bad there's no not much of a FOIA process in that town because that should be part of that case, right?
Absolutely.
That video. So
Absolutely.
I thought they were answering FOIAs now, you all.
I was trying to find out what resident camera this came from. You know, from this location to Valerie's location down here, where they came from. Because this pulled right off the curb and then jetted down all the way to, come on, Tiffany, get out of there. Oh, sorry.
But John, isn't Dalton one of those, like, I haven't been in a while, but aren't they one of those towns that has like cameras everywhere?
Now this was a home camera. This looks like it came off of, there's an overhead here,
Right, that
there's a
captured
porch and
that.
walkway and everything else like that. So we're even lucky to have that,
Yeah.
as part of it. I would think, depending on the street that Valerie Stubs lives off of, each of these homes, they're neighbors, they talk to each other and we need security and cameras and everything. One neighbor convinces the other to do the same thing, and both left and right and across the street.
Well, it depends on who they support.
Yeah, depending on who they are and who they support. I would agree. But this is a intersection here. This is not a full intersection. So like a half intersection here. These houses here, this corner house here, this house, the next door would have caught it if they had their camera there. And then the house adjacent to Valerie's house, if they had a camera directly in their driveway, they would have caught it there as well, because their driveways pointed at this street. I would be looking for that.
And you know what? To me, I'm surprised. Like, if I heard a single gunshot, it would raise an alarm and people would be calling. So you would think that everyone on that block would have been calls. You know what I mean? You're hearing all these shots?
Yeah. Let me see. I got to check my email again. Mara's is sending me something else. Hold on. I'm getting there. All right. So we got TH Towns. All right. That's the receipt. Hold on with the receipts. Drive-by shooting. There is. All right. So she's giving me this. All right. This is a screenshot of a 30-second video Mara sent me. Wheels. This is box, and it looks like there is something there. Oh, this is nice. Oh, this is nice. This is better. Lights go up to the tail. Jason to the window. So far we have an escape. Possible. This jets down. I don't know if that's solid. Damn it. They look solid hubcaps. 2-door handle. 2-door handle. This is a very clear shot from the area that they ran from, because they came out, jumped in the car, and then jetted down. And there is a stop sign here. It's going in the opposite direction now. So this seems to be a two-way street. So where the hell is the other stop sign? I'm looking for it. You got one way here, stop, left cut. Okay, so this goes straight stop. But there's none on the other side. I wonder if there's a damn speed bump down here. Dalton is notorious for speed bumps. I'm trying to figure out what the hell this is. If this is off of a highway, if this is off of a main route, turn, pull up.
What street is it on?
There's the curb cut. This is a curb cut right there. There's a curb cut there. Come down. Walkway, 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 sidewalk, sidewalk to the curb cut. So there is a curb cut down here. That's what I'm looking at. And it could lead to a double gated driveway. They do close the damn gate, or there's a single gate over here. But way down here, this, from here to this structure between the two buildings, looks wide enough to me not to be a one-way street. So it may be a two-way street that Valerie lives off of, going in opposite directions. They knew where she was. They knew what color house she lived in. This is morning to me. This looks like the sun is definitely in the east. Look at all this. Shadows going backwards. So this is not in the afternoon, that's for sure. Not a soul outside, not a dog, not a neighbor, no one walking in anything. This is a morning shot. Somebody took a morning hit. Not a soul. And if you want to scare somebody, that's the best way to do it, when they're asleep. Now you're talking about Valerie and her age. Now you figure it out. 650 to 710, Mara said. John Q, the house with the 3 big trees. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. It's got to be it here. 1, 2, 3. 3, 3, 3. I would love to know what this is. I would love to know what this is. Because there's a building right here. So it's giving me a main route. I'm not going to ask Valerie where you live and stuff like that. That's beside the point. But this is definitely done in the morning.
I think someone is asleep, possibly, on the line.
Let me see what else she sent me. This is just one. I got stuck on one. She sent me like 3 of them. 1, 2, 3. So open. Another one.
But remember, this is where her tenants were staying.
Yeah. This is hard to make out. That there. Try that one. Download. Screen record, yes. Save. Come up. I'll get to it. And this is the video. Hold on. Let's see if I can get full audio. 11 seconds. 100%. Roll it back. Political enemy of mafia. Mayor Tiffany Henyard claims multiple shots heard on video.
Yeah.
New York Post.
Yeah. It was 6:30 a.m.
Okay. Grab it. Let's go. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's going. No, they're coming out. Oh, right there. They came out of here. And then they're driving right there. Right there. Right there. Try it again. Try it again. Try it again. Try it again. They came way back from here.
Yeah.
Right back here where this red building is.
And John,
Yes.
remember there was someone that was waiting for a bus nearby at the time. It was 6:30 a.m.
There they are. So this is between this building and here. And these guys are coming out quick. Cars on. There's something moving back here. There is a vehicle going south from them. I got a truck back here. I can blow this up. You'll
They
see
wouldn't
it.
even give her a
You see
copy
it?
of the police
You see it?
report.
You see it? Pulling. So you got motion. This is a wide front frame. Can't stop it. Damn it. Do it again. All right, so we don't have sound. We're in motion. There they are. 1, 2. I'll see this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's what I've been saying on the left, past the trees in the back. Okay. Yeah, this third tree right here is where they came out of. Thank you, Mara. Chircon, thank you. Can you slow the video down? Well, if I do that, let's see if I got some damn sound shit. Let's see if I can go to options, speed, 25. Back up. Try it again. On. That car is on and running, so it's back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Passenger. Yep. They both jumped in the side door, passenger side. Same door. No run around to the driver's side. Somebody knew the area.
Yep.
Pulling out. There's a truck in the back. See it right there? Watch the car motion and then the motion behind the car. Truck is going south. See it? That tells me there's two ways here. They're coming down the street.
So is there any way that we can do a property search to see what properties Miss Stubbs is she owns or she has registered?
Who? Valerie?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if I could get Valerie Stubs on my live,
Yeah, I was gonna say she probably will speak to you.
you know, I would ask her and play this video, and she could tell the story a whole lot better,
Right.
you know, from an interior point of view, because if she was sleeping, she was woken up by the shots,
Right.
not knowing
Oh,
what they
right.
did. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Correct.
Being that this was early in the morning, was it on a Sunday? She can say yes. Was it around 6:30, 7 o'clock?
Oh, it
So
was
we'll have to
6:30
see.
a.m. is when it
Right.
occurred. It did occur at 6:30 a.m. I can tell you that.
Okay. How did you find out about what was shot up? Were you looking for a person
The
outside, or
homes of the cars of her tenants were shot. On the news, they talked about the bullet holes that were in their vehicles.
right? What did she think when she found out that this video was taken? Who did she think it was?
Well, she suspected, because that was at the time that she had was talking very vocal about Redmond being hired.
Oh,
And so keep in mind what was going on at the time.
she did speak out. I remember that video.
So that was going on at the same time. And there was someone that was waiting for the bus at that time of the morning. And she actually comforted that person that was waiting for the bus, you know, because I can imagine they were shook up. She was asleep. They were shook up.
Okay. Yeah, because if she'd be willing to talk with me or Burgundy Blue or Hannibal, or, you know, just to hear her side of what happened this morning, she could fill in a lot of the details as to, you know, what she thought about this video, because I'm sure she's seen it.
I've seen her do several videos, you know, interviews, but you know, each of them asks different questions. You know, everybody focuses on something different.
Yeah.
And then the news always, like, they chop up everything
Mhm.
so it'd be nice to get her.
I tried to capture so much about this moving vehicle.
Yeah, but you definitely know that there were people that were mad. So there was enough people that were mad, whether it was the administration or whether it was people, because you know, people, family members, now they have a good paying job. You know what I'm saying? And
John, do we have is there a date for that? I could
For
probably
the shooting?
Yeah.
Do we have a date succeeding on this
I
that
don't have the
Valerie had brought up?
date. I don't remember the date. Last July. Was it July of?
Because I remember what was it?
Yeah, I don't remember when. I know it was July. Was it 2023 July? But I just don't remember.
I remember her
when.
wearing a mask and talking when they were protesting outside. So I'm thinking
Mhm.
it had to have been. It had to have been during COVID, most likely. Most likely. I'm just taking a pitch. If it was anything, because people had on jackets and coats, if I can remember. She wore a face mask, and during the interview, I think it was on Facebook or something like that, she had to take the mask and drop it down below her lips so she can talk, because, you know, you talk and you got the heat of your breath coming back in your face with that damn. But yeah, I made a note of it to try to hone down on the date, the exact time, when and how she responded. Because once she did this, I'm sure she called Dalton police.
Right.
In
But
reference
remember,
to
they
the
didn't
shooting.
give her. It was oh, okay, I was right. July 2023. It was July 14th, 2023.
Okay.
At 6:30 a.m.
Okay, there you go. July. So this was in midsummer.
Yeah.
July 14th, 6:30. Okay,
Yep.
that
Ju-
matches. I know sunsets because when I covered the Shanquella Robinson case,
mhm.
we dealt with sun and shadows and everything else like that. So we found
Mhm.
out early in the morning
Yeah.
that the fight took place with that.
So was this was 2023? Just
Yeah.
to okay.
2023.
Because the charges, like the credit card charges, are July 20th, and then another one in August,
Which
late
ones?
August.
Which ones?
The Aldaco charges.
Yeah. I think as someone that's familiar with the area, though, like if you look up Vincentville to Dalton
Oh, wait a
and
minute.
the demographics, I just don't think they drove from their Vincentville home to Dalton, because I live probably 15 miles away, and I tell you, I'm not driving over there. And in an unfamiliar area at an unfamiliar hour. But they knew, whoever it was with that car, they seemed to know the area.
Trying to see if I grabbed it. This is payroll. That subpoenas. DACA charges that had to show up.
And think about it, they didn't hit her car, they hit her tenants' cars.
All right, let me come out of here. Go to start page. Got the car. Definitely a car. I'm
And
keeping that.
she'll be able to tell you what the two individuals look like, but she'll tell you that they didn't look like the last name on that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
When she tells you what the two individuals that were seen running looks like. They didn't look they That's what they say. They say when people hear gunfire there, they don't call the police there.
What did you say? 720, 721, 722? Hold on. Damn it. See? Try to capture him. This is 77, 777, 76, 77.
Yeah, 720 is when
720. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this is 779. Still looking to move. Hold on. Slow down the speed because when he jumped, I'm like, damn. 76, 77, 79. Keep going. 711. Keep going.
It was a Friday morning, also, by the way.
711, 712. This is Cooper. 714, 16. I try, Trican. Said, you're doing well, John Q. Keep at it. 715. Now, one thing I didn't like about this invoice was the fact that when you get to 13, above 12, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 14, back. I don't know how that works. 2 14s, then you jump to 16.
Can you do a search in that?
What happened?
Can you do a search
for
the printing company for Aldaco?
Yeah, sure. I can do it right now. Let's
It
try it.
it should if it's indexed. I'm not sure if that. I know my file, like the PDF, was searchable, which was kind of cool.
So what are we looking at? Aldaco printing?
Yeah, yeah, but the in that invoice that you were looking at.
Oh,
are
well,
you?
yeah, no. I was looking at Jedediah talking
Oh,
with
Oh, you're looking at the snapshot. Yeah.
Oh
Bobby
yeah, no.
Moore, right?
Here, let me send you this.
Yeah,
Oh,
it would have to be in that that PDF I sent you.
Yeah, that
oh,
should be
damn.
the one. Yeah, it's
Okay,
searchable, John. So you can.
I got to go back to my email then. I
Yeah.
forgot y'all sending me stuff. You see how busy y'all got me? Holy smoke!
That's why I had to that's why I had to PDF it, because I could, snapshots aren't enough for me to see the information and fully capture everything.
So I got to go back to TH, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. All right, TH sent. Oh, damn. Okay, so what is this?
You have to go further, because you know what I had. It has the credit card statements. It has.
All right, so here we go. All right, we got that. Got that. And oh. All right, so we got 628, 629, 775, 711, 716, 1928 is a jump there. So let's
See if you can do a search on it. I don't know if on Google, I'm not sure if you can just do a Control F or what.
Let me see. Well, I don't have it downloaded. Let me download it.
Oh, okay.
Download it first. Township credit card. Here we go. See, this is a team. And I don't mind being along with my lives. Because we ain't lying like somebody else. See, now it comes in nice colors here. All right.
Yeah, just do a Control F there.
Control what?
Or
F.
Control F or
Yep, fine.
Control F?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sherman. 6. All right, I got something here. So where are we going with Control F?
Okay, look for Aldaco. It's
Aldaco.
Yeah, ALDACO.
Gotcha. All right, so we got 716. Here we go. All right. Blow it up. Blow it up so people can see that's in the chat. All right. 150. Okay. Better. All right. So 20 Aldaco right there. It is this one for $3,650.
Which was small for them, because remember they also did the $17,000 order.
Okay, so 720.
Where is that? Is there the big order?
The 17,000. I just
Yeah.
have a copy of the invoice. That was done on September 28th. I can tell you that, 2022.
Was there a
728?
I think that's that invoice number, the one that's, and that's why we're focusing on that, is because that was, when they used the township and the village's money to pay for those T-shirts.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right.
And that was 17,200 and
this is
like
9
90 something.
Same damn one. All right, so it's got this, got that. This is August. I want that. This is all August. Let me back up. Let me back up. 21. $3,000 for a music store. Jesus Christ. All right, that's Robert Hunt. Is that the financial guy?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he likes music, huh? $3,000 worth of damn
Well,
music.
think about everything she does. She has music. She has, DJs and, all these events with music.
Okay. Couldn't leave stuff alone from work. All right, so we got his card. 2812 United, Amazon.
I'm surprised they're not digging deeper
Now
into
we
the
have another
Amazon.
Robert. Now Robert E. Hunt Jr. This is correct?
Yep.
$13,000 account.
Yep. If you notice on one of those, it bounced and they made good on it 3 days. Like the ACH rejected on the 3rd and they made good on it on the 9th.
Yeah, because I wonder why from May 12th, 11th, 15, 16, 11, 12, 18, 11, 11, 12, got to be somewhere. The 13th, he skipped. 14th, he skipped. 15th, he hit. 16th, he hit again to try to put in a fraud claim here.
Oh, yeah, they have a lot of fraud claims. I think the reason, it's just my thought, is that they're claiming fraud on certain things, because what that does is that triggers those items to be under investigation and you don't have to pay. You know what I mean? While those items are being investigated. But that's just my thought.
No, it's a good thought, because when you take a look at the amounts that they're looking to recoup under a fraud transaction, that's a pretty penny.
Yeah, so even if it comes back that it was legitimate, it still gives them time to get the money together, so to speak. You know what I mean?
10, 11, 12. He looks like he's trying to recoup the 13,000 of total activity, or between 13 and 16,000.
But I think it gives them time to recoup that money. So
Yeah.
while those are being investigated, we can get the money together, pay this portion of the bill. You see what I mean?
Yep. Free up the credit to take care
Right.
of other things. I got you. But this is all this here. What would you think that amount to?
Yeah, they have.
It's almost like he's wiping the card from that transaction, whatever it was. I mean, to me, within the what?
Yeah, it just looked like they were claiming fraud for things, and I don't know how they claimed it for so many things.
Yeah, for 8 days. This went on. This didn't go on in one full day. Post date is all 7/18. If you notice,
See, I could see if this was their business account.
Section 2.
Because under your business account, it is set up what they call positive pay, where you could approve certain things. So it's set up that way. But with the credit card, that's odd that they are set up that way, or that they were doing it that way. I think they're just it to me looks like their money, they're tight.
Let's see. So SQL Delco Printing way up here, 720. Right there for 36.50 is what I see on this particular one. Anna. Then it goes back to 720 Beggar's Pizza, 1602-64. I'll tell you, somebody loved them some pizza, but
Well, it's just food, period, with them. It's not even, like one place. Because if you look at how much they paid for like Cooper's Hawk, pizza is very small in comparison to JJ's Fish, and they just were buying. And I don't know if they're buying food for. I mean, who knows? You know what I
yeah,
mean? They could be buying food for family, friends. Oh, girl, you want me to send you some wings?
going all the way up the line to United.
Yeah.
1514, Gerald Jones went. Carmen Carlisle went. Tiffany Henyard went. Darlene went. As a trustee. Go back up.
Everybody, Jerry Jones' wife went to the Vegas trip.
Okay. Dallas Sam's. This goes back to 6. Sam's Club. So the only thing that's popping up on this under Aldaco is 720. The post date is 721. The transaction reference number here. Description of the recipient here. Maybe I should call them, but they're not open right now. But 877. Maybe I should call them.
Look, they know they're on a subpoena.
Yeah, I know. We can't talk to you right
think they
now. Call back later.
My attorney has advised me.
Yeah. We got an outstanding
Almost back in
balance
a
here.
couple of years.
But all of this goes back to the card holder.
Yep, it goes back to the card holder.
See, and this is the transaction, man. It's made a lot of what, even the recent news report that I showed tonight regarding the mistake of the mayoral conference being charged on Thornton Township credit.
That wasn't a mistake. They just knew, because that timing.
I'm glad you said that. I wanted to say that just so you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. I'm sorry.
We got to give them the benefit of the doubt until they're proven guilty. But I'm with you. Keith, you made a mistake, or did you? In covering your bankruptcy filing, I don't think you made a mistake. I think he handled that card just the way he did, because the transactions from date to date, June, July, all the way through, proves a lot of his thinking. I'm sorry, I got to get to the chat. What was it? But I thought this was Keith Freeman's printing company under his wife's name. Is Delgado under his wife's name? Huh. That's a good one, Mara. I would, you got to keep it on the table. It's one of the gas stations they use. Somebody came up. Welcome back. Okay, so where was I? Here we go. 16/6/41/52. John, play the video so I can go to bed. Okay, the one I didn't play. Okay. You get excited, I get excited, we all get excited. That's what excited is all about. All right, so I got that. screen record. Is that it? Under background checks? It's 309. Yeah, well, yeah, it's 309 over here where I am too. Screen record. Oh, yeah, the other one. You're right. Oops. Cancel. I don't want to do that. I got to go back. Download. It's got to be this one.
I just have a quick.
Is it that one? It must be. It's the one I got. All right. Hello, Miss Henyard. How are you? John Q here with our fans. All right. So I don't know if you guys can hear this.
I just have a quick question because
Can you all hear that?
when this was brought out or whatever,
Can you guys hear it? Yes or no? Yes, sir. Okay. Yes. Okay. Help me out. So we got a question to Tiffany Henyard right here. This is quick.
I just have a quick question because when this was brought out or whatever, I looked online and I see that online the application it states that a drug test and background check is done. So is there any, and I guess this may be going into executive session, but because of this, was there any reprimand for who didn't do it, or are you saying that you personally interviewed this person and hired? I guess because the last meeting you was like you thought it was common sense that it was done to everybody, but obviously, is it just random people that's being background?
That's the video. Okay, so the question was asked by Kiana Belcher.
I just have a quick question because when this was brought out or whatever, I looked online and I see that online the application it states that a drug test and background check is done. So is there any, and I guess this may be going into executive session, but because of this, was there any reprimand for who didn't do it, or are you saying that you personally interviewed this person and hired? I guess because the last meeting you was like you thought it was common sense that it was done to everybody, but obviously, is it just random people that's being background?
All right, good question. Did Tiffany reprimand? I think I remember seeing this clip. I don't know whether she answered her question, but that is the question. So someone put in there that there was a background check done on him. Was she talking about Keith? And Tiffany affirmed that it was during this session. She blamed HR, but then said it had to fall back on the mayor. She was going forward with the background checks will be done. I remember that. She wanted the background checks done going forward. I remember that. I can't remember whether she said that there were going to be current background checks being done and she would give a report. I don't think I heard that at all. So if he slipped through the loop from the point of this meeting, which it sounded like to me, Keith had a background too. And we're not doing background checks at the time for people she wanted to hire. Tiffany specifically stated that they would be doing them going forward. Correct. Remember, she signed for Miss Duke's FMLA without permission. As a family leave matter, bringing it to the board. See, y'all reminded me of stuff that I was listening to as well. But yeah, it's all going to fall back on her. If she's instituting a policy to the board regarding background checks, which she did, and they all were on board with her regarding background checks, which I believe everyone was, then Kiana Belcher's question is important. You know, what about now? Are we going to be doing background checks on the people that are already there since you're instituting this policy going forward? And I think it was a very valid question. Whether she answered it, I got to go back to that video. Now you got me thinking. House asked to go back to hiring since May 7th. Tiffany said trustees ruined Lavelle's life with this and etc. So it will be going forward. Okay, Mara. Her sister, friend of a lot of people she hired, wasn't nothing done. That's why she said moving forward. Okay, I got that. Yet she fired him. This is Lavelle. Yet she fired him. She could have given him a job with no interaction with people. He was discarded. But Tiffany only did this after the bomb dropped about Lavelle Redmond. So when Kiana asked if a person is reprimanded or if Tiffany herself hired him, November 15th of 2021. No retroactive. She said no moving forward. Tiffany and Keith are the ones that told people not to associate with Redmond. Yeah, well, they had to isolate themselves, especially when they found out that he did have a record. I mean, that's the same damn thing what happened to Dukes. She did the same isolation tactic there. When she spoke to Kamal about Fania, they sat down, do the same thing. The big difference is that they didn't think she was going to file a suit against Holmes. Even though she did independently, she was still holding Tiffany accountable for it. You know, and Tiffany, with her attitude, is called hurry up and wait. Amongst all the case files that she's been, keeping on people, with people snitching and all this other stuff, and y'all lying on me, and she's pounding the desk with paperwork after paperwork after paperwork, talking about, oh, I got all these cases on you. Y'all don't know about the mess. She's a piece of work. She should have been in the movies. This wasn't the job for her. This was not the job for her. All right, so I played that clip and I'm coming back to you right now. This was a lot, when you continue to look at the financials, it's a lot. Payroll does tell a big story to me. People who are being paid will beat people to do what you want them to do. Stan Brown to me sticks out. I think Andrew Holmes, if we knew what his salary was as a trustee on the Dalton board, would tell us a lot. How what amenities he was given. One thing I do know that when Jedediah Brown did go down to the hall, well before a lot of this started caking up, he went into the office and asked for Andrew Holmes's information, his contact information, that Andrew Holmes had an office at Dalton Hall, but yet the other trustees didn't. So there had to be some kind of perk, if you will, that he received from Tiffany to have an office where the other trustees didn't. That's one part of it. Why did he have an office and not the others? Why was Kiana Belcher's picture taken off of the hall wall rather than the others as well, if she hates them as well? There's a lot of tick for tat we're still trying to make headway out of between her and Kiana. I mean, that's just me. There's a lot of heat there, and Kiana's is not stupid. The very smart businesswoman. She knows numbers like Jason House, coming from a banking background. He's not stupid, and I don't want to leave out Brittany Norwood. She had a real estate background. She knows what moves, what doesn't, how it moves, and when it moves, and what people are interested in getting it moved when it comes to real estate. She's been in the market that long. So when you have these seasoned people that are, excellent choice to be on your board, and you got a qualm with them, Tammy Brown, she's got an excellent, as Riley said during the interview with Jedediah, she's got an excellent business brain. She's firm. He liked her. Okay. Now you have the two exceptions that stand outside the board. Stan Brown, Andrew Holmes. What was their contribution from making up that board to begin with? And I started asking questions about that, and then started taking a look at their movements and their character, where they showed up, what they did say versus what they didn't say. And the two of them together voted the same every time Tiffany wanted to push an ordinance or policy or a bill that she tried to blame the trustees on. What do you think? What are your thoughts?
I think she knew. I think it's a lot of people that know, and they front it off for whatever the reason. Go ahead, sir.
You said you think she knows, or you think she knew, and that a lot of people knew as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, being in Dalton, I can imagine. Miss Mary comes to mind. Valerie comes to mind. Everyone that stood up at that podium that had something to say comes to my mind. So I can agree with that. So we're still here?
Yes, I'm. It's just perplexing.
Yeah, it is. It is. What are your thoughts?
You're putting all the pieces together in your head, and as you ask these questions, you're putting it all together, and you're getting a visual. And when the visual of what we're seeing is freaking believable.
It is. It is.
You know, we live in a society where we do our best in life and do whatever, and things happen, we roll with it. But something that is like in your face and true, I'll say most likely, is blatantly in your face. And everybody is shutting up.
Yeah.
It's your mind has to catch up to that. Yes, so you're sitting there looking at it like and analyzing like,
I don't know. She's pushing it
wow.
hard. She's pushing it hard. She has to try to make people still believe in her narrative. She's got no other choice. Chafra, what do you think? No, I can't hear you. Looks like you're unmuted.
Hello?
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. One aspect to this that I don't hear too many people talk about, but from an outside point of view, is kind of becoming more and more apparent as time goes on, is that that a lot of people are benefiting from this situation. And benefiting doesn't necessarily mean that they're getting paid off by somebody, right? Benefiting could even be that the mayor shows up with a snowplow and plows your driveway as a favor, to return a favor type thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that type of favoritism causes a lot of people to not say things, right? Like to just remain quiet because you're getting something, right? And you don't want to wreck a good thing when you have it. So I think there's a lot of things like that are going on that we still don't know, but eventually a lot of that's going to come out, especially when they start to, the trials start and all the media bombards Dalton again. So, there's a lot of pieces here that still need to fall in.
Yeah. That would be the gray area, the talk in between the real lines that are being put out, by them.
Mm-hmm.
I get you.
John, one thing I wanted to, this is one of the reasons that I came on your stream tonight. I wanted to ask you, and you might have touched on this, but I had to jump out because I was watching LNC for a while as well. But did you guys get anywhere with that Victor Osaki?
This guy Osaki has been on my mind for the Tiffany Cares Foundation as it switched over from Freeman and then showed up from 9/22, and then he shows up as soon as things start to get hot. and things start to come out about the Tiffany Cares Foundation. I think I was watching the interview between Tiffany and Roland Martin at the time. And all of a sudden, this guy Osaki, I had screenshotted Keith Freeman. I said, where did this guy Osaki come from all of a sudden? So tonight during the live, I showed a little bit about this Osaki guy. Matter of fact, I'm still on full, so let me see if I can find it.
I don't know how one person can have control of so many businesses.
Right.
Albeit a lot of them are dissolved, but still, there's 150 entries in here. So
Definitely.
how can one person have that much going on? And it's not like he's on, I'll keep searching for stuff, but there's something going on there it's just it's fishy.
I picked up on that. I definitely picked up on that. You see what I have on the screen?
No, we've just got the three private, the three people in the chat right now.
Oh, three people in the chat. Let me see if I can do this full screen. I'll show it again. All right. Can you see it?
No.
Not yet. Give it a second. My phone just died. Oh. That's interesting. All right. That's why. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Now can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That with the picture and everything is him.
Yep. I was looking at this earlier.
Yeah. And I said the same thing to myself. How does this guy do all of this LLC business and stuff like that? And he's got things dissolving and then active, dissolving, then active, dissolve. So I'm thinking he's a broker that helps people get LLCs, how to file it. He gets a cut or something like that. I'm thinking he's some kind of a consultant broker type of thing. To file an LLC is about $300, $350, $400, whatever the fee is. And he'll walk them through the paperwork, make sure it gets filed. He files it under his name, being the registered agent, to say, yeah, I've seen all of the paperwork, all of the documents. He sends it to the Secretary of State, to the office, to make sure it's filed properly, and it gets registered through him. That was one thought. And then the other thought was when Keith Freeman came off, when all this stuff started to heat up about the Tiffany Cares Foundation, he gets put on all of a sudden. Well, what happened to Keith? What happened to him? Why did he have to come off?
Well, I noticed that when Keith came off, you know what address they had on there? For Keith Freeman?
They had the 14122 address.
Yeah.
Yeah, which was right across the street. I covered that in my live, which is the building right across where the big Tiffany Henyard poster was up there. But then when I went back in my recent live, it was taken down. So it's not up there no more.
Well, but the address, you can look at the old records, right? When
Yeah.
you go, yeah. So when Keith was on there, that address was on, and then when this guy came on, the record changed obviously to
Yes, and
to
so
his
did the address. Yep.
Yeah.
So when we went to the address, I said, okay, so this guy is working out of a hole in the wall office. Let me go back to it. I think this, no. Gotta go back. This guy was working out of the hole in the wall office. Here, 1747 East 87th Street in Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay, so I said, okay, well, 72221. Wait a minute. That was that one. That was for Kamal. I'm sorry. That's Kamal. That's Kamal. Here we go. 22624, right. February. Okay, so 1747 East 87th Street, Suite 2. I'm like, okay, Tiffany Cares Foundation, right? Okay, 1747 East 87th Street. Where did I have it? Right here.
Look at all that water. Oh my God.
What happened?
No, I'm just, I'm begging. I'm looking at the water surrounding the globe, and I'm like, oh my God. More water on this earth. You know, it's one of those things I do.
There it is. Okay. All right, so can you see this?
Yeah, that's Google Maps is on now.
Okay, cool. These right here. 87th. This guy's working right there. Not here. This guy's working right here. 1747. And I'm going, okay, Tiffany Cares Foundation got plugged in there. Huh. Kamal Woods and his ROK car wash is plugged in there. Okay.
Wait, is the ROK also have Osaki listed?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, I'm wondering if this guy, yeah, he might open up an LLC for you, but I wonder if he's actually some kind of guy that like what's that called? After
look.
an audit.
Look, ROK Island Clothing Group Incorporated is Victor.
Yeah, like I wonder if, yeah, like you said, he might be some type of broker that holds on to these LLCs that dissolve.
Here's ROK Island Bistro Incorporated. Here's Victor. Same address.
Wow.
So
I wonder.
He's got two registered, and you can see at the bottom who the president is.
I wonder if it might be worthwhile emailing that guy and seeing what his services are, what type of services he provides.
Now I was going to call him actually
Yeah.
and try to get some information sent by email and let this guy send me some stuff. John Q, that's my email.
Yeah.
Let him send me some stuff via email as to what he does, what fees he charges, if he charges any fees.
Yeah.
For me to open up a business shop, in Dalton.
Yeah.
Under an LLC or an Inc. or non-for-profit.
You can
See what he's all
also
about.
you can also ask them a situation like we have a not-for-profit and we want to dissolve it because there's too much infighting or something or whatever, blah blah blah. And would you be able to help us out with that?
I see where you're coming from. Yeah. And see what he does.
Yeah, see how what his reaction is to that. Because if he jumps on it, then that's his deal. That's what he one of the things he definitely does, right?
Yeah.
See, I wonder if this is part of Tiffany and Kamal and Freeman also. They're trying to get rid of all the evidence, right? Like they're trying to not
use
so much.
Use him as a scapegoat.
Well, yeah, because then they can just point the finger at him, right? And say, well, because exactly what Tiffany said in the interviews, which was, she said that she was just the face of the organization.
Right.
It was other people that were on the paperwork.
On the paperwork, yeah, but she damn sure wasn't going to name drop Keith being on the paperwork at that time. So
yeah, and now she really doesn't need to name drop him because, well, there's another guy, a third party.
Right. But with the now, I appreciate what you said. Now, with the FBI taking a look with an impaneled grand jury since November of last year, looking at everything that you've probably looked at, probably covered, did a little research on, and found out that Keith Freeman, his name has now come off of this deal, and this new guy, Victor, got put on the deal to change hands. They know this. They know all of it. I think what they're, these subpoenas are requesting information that the FBI in all of the subpoenas that they had, put out there already have the answers to, being that they studied this for so long. All they want to see is how forthcoming these people are going to be in giving them the information they've requested. Now, the Attorney General, Kwame Raoul, requested records based on Tiffany Cares Foundation under a FOIA that was sent out by WGN9 News, and they didn't fulfill it. And then WGN9 News got in contact with the Attorney General to let them know I had the letter. And then they turned around, the Attorney General's office turned around and told Tiffany, release the information and also send us the information as well. And they didn't do it. And that's the one you really don't want to piss off, is one of the big dogs of the state. If they're requesting information based on tax exemptions, things of that nature, money being collected, how it's being collected, what it's being used for in terms of nonprofit or anything else, and you're not going to send us the information when you're by law required to? Okay. So their behavior has pissed off some people. The former Attorney General Quinn also made a statement regarding that same thing. And I'm sure that he spoke to Kwame Raoul and said, aren't you going to do something about this? And Kwame said, well, what do you want me to do? Get back at her, hit her with a letter. This is bullshit. If everybody under the law is supposed to follow it, she does too. How's that? Not unless you need to tell me something type stuff. You know what I mean?
So and what do you think? Do you think that he was hoping that it would slide?
You know something? The way this guy is, I was watching him in an interview. He was talking about some politics stuff. I couldn't stand but maybe a minute of listening to him. Kwame Raoul, that is.
Yeah, I don't know much about that guy, but I've heard his name a lot.
Find an interview with him. It's out there. It is definitely out there. Kwame Raoul being interviewed on YouTube. Okay.
Do we have any type of tie with him back to Tiffany?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was down in Dalton and Thornton Township when she became mayor.
So big supporter.
Yeah. So there was support there from him, his office. She's in a picture with him, so they have connected. And Hannibal is Hungry did a recent video, very recent, his last one, connecting the dots when it comes to political pull in the industry of politics. When the mayor goes out to find money for village, township, etc., she's got to talk to somebody. Who do you think she talks to? Well, she talks to other politicians who have that pull, knowing where the grants are, who's has those grants, how to apply, and they give a little walkthrough, so to speak. I mean, that's been going on for since they knew how to do it.
Forever. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where she's getting all this information from. She's making phone calls. Keith's making phone calls as part of his job as administrator, and also part of his job as senior advisor over at Thornton Township, to find grants. Because if we're going to be spending all this damn money, we better be having some grants come in to try to cover our little tracks, just in case we need to do a little foo-foo here and a little foo-foo here, and slowly let people know that we have these grants, since they don't have the paper.
But at the same time,
we do. Yeah.
At the same time, though, those grants, it depends on how they work, because they gonna want to see receipts, or they're not paying.
Well, the
thing is with that is I don't know. Sometimes it appears to me, from what I've seen, is that I don't know how much they actually enforce a lot of those rules. Like for example, in the Fonnie Willis case in Georgia, I know that there were some federal grants that her office got, and the only reason why the feds are doing an audit of that grant is because there was a whistleblower. Now, if there hadn't been a whistleblower, I don't know if anybody would have even noticed it or even done any type of audit.
Yeah, think about it. That's how they play.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I don't, and that's what I've seen. Like, who knows at the municipal level? Like, I mean, if the feds grant a village or a city, a village, 20,000, 50,000, to the feds, that's like not a whole lot, right? So, they may not, if it's just small potatoes, then it's just like they may not even care about auditing something like that.
Because it costs too much money. It costs manpower to do all that stuff. It costs employee time. It costs, just too much effort to turn around
Yeah.
do the job right the first time, and to turn around, they would rather get caught and put out all the effort on the same time they would have been paid if they didn't get caught. You see?
Yeah.
That's how they
Yeah.
play.
It's like they run the risk,
It sucks.
and if they might get caught, but chances are they probably won't. But you know,
Well, you think about
it's a
it.
grant.
And I don't mean to cut you off, Miss Angel. You think about it.
Okay.
We're talking about the Dalton case right now, right? But the other things that are happening in the world, especially the big thing between the U.S. and a foreign country and another foreign country, going to war, trying to get Russia either pulled in or moved out, then another country, a whole lot southwest than anything else, called Israel, has got a lot of people's attention. In that climate, we're providing funding, we're providing weapons, we're providing everything that they need. Protests are happening all over the country, not only in ours, but across the world about what's happening over there in terms of genocide and all this other stuff. And, they take it like water off a duck's back. We know it's happening. We're doing the best we can. This, that, and the other thing, and they play with that. And they take their time doing it because there's something that's being looked at to be accomplished. Just like in this micro case with Dalton and the macro case like Israel and Palestine and everything that's going on with Iran and the other parties, not to get into the big stuff, it's what they put out there that they want us to see. It's what they put out there they want us to see. If they want a big story blown up, they'll stay on Trump until this man is buried type stuff. You get the Fannie Willis's and you get the, what's her boyfriend's name? Nate.
yeah,
Yeah,
Nate
you know
from,
what I mean? They can ride that horse as long as we're following it. Other than that, you don't need to look over the other way because we're doing our thing over here. So they keep people busy. Entertainment, if you will, for them, maybe. Serious business when it comes to people's lives being lost is another. In this case with Dalton, it's not about people's lives that are being lost. It is about people that are hurting under the severest poverty I have ever seen by having a local government, your people that you're bumping into the damn supermarket with, stealing secretly, having conversations secretly, taking things secretly, away from you, and you're paying, you know nothing about it. And they won't ever tell you they're doing it. They're the ones driving the fancy cars, walking around with the fancy clothes, fancy homes. The kids get educated in the fancy schools, et cetera, et cetera. But meanwhile, you're trying to rub two nickels together, try to figure it out. That's what kind of stuff Dalton and Thornton and these small municipalities are going through. It's a struggle. And it saddens me when you take a look at Dalton, or if you take a look at, what's happening overseas. It's the same play. It's the same game they're playing, these politicians, and they don't care. That's the sad part, because they want to maintain status quo. They want to maintain their money in any way, shape, or form. And when it comes to doing that, they will lie through their teeth. I remember, the former President Clinton back in the day when he said, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Lewinsky, whatever her name is, you know, and only 8 months down the road, he turned around and confessed. So wait a minute. But that's what they do.
Yeah.
That's what they do. And it's unfortunate here too. Has Tiffany lied? Absolutely. No doubt. And she doesn't care who she lies to, as long as she can keep what she didn't have to begin with. Think about it. A mayorship in the place she lives, and then to become supervisor the way she did on the whim of a vote from people that she influenced. I'll give you this, I'll give you that. Just put my name on the table, this, that, and the other thing, and I'll take care of you later. And she came up in the 9th round in Thornton Township one time, just once. And as soon as her name was posted from Gonzalez is nominated, I make a motion. It was second. They took a vote and it went 1, 2, 3. And it was done 10 minutes before 12 in Thornton Township. It's unheard of, but how lucky could she have been to have gotten that position? More or less the struggle and the fight she had to get to try to get to become the mayor. Now she's got it, and this is what she's done with it. You can have it so good and make such a big difference in people's lives. And you could have a life, you know, far beyond your wildest dreams if you know how to handle it. But
Right.
in my opinion, is that she surrounded herself with the people that she was around, you know, to try to, you know, pull this thing together and, you know, fake it till you make it or whatever like that. And I'll put you on and I'll give you this, whatever like that. Help me to pull it off and yada, yada, yada. And we'll turn you into a movie star, a celebrity, and we'll do this and that, and we'll get your photos and we'll get your photo shoot. We'll have your makeup and your hair and everything else like that. You can even go into a board meeting as Nino Brown. How's that? Oh, I love it. Let's do it.
Oh.
This is the mindset. And that's what they have done in front of people.
And it's not just in Dalton, there's other places as well.
Yeah. You know, so, you know, the real message is about this whole thing is for people to wake up. It's not just Washington, D.C., people. It's where we live. It's the people that are where we live. That's where it grows up from. And if we don't say anything and we think that the, you know, the norm is the norm is the norm is the norm, and, you know, hey, they don't give a shit about us anyway, so why even vote? Why should I waste my time? And dissension and all this other stuff happens to, you know, kick into place. They win every single time. Every single time they win. They get in there anyway and screw it up. If it's a sex scandal coming out of one, or money grabbing coming out of another, someone sleeping with somebody's wife, if it's trafficking, if it's drug, they know where everything is, and they just get caught up with the money. It's the money that corrupts them.
Hey, John, have you ever looked at the there's one huge scam going on there with the water, and of course we all heard the stories about the inflated water bills and the water errors.
Yeah.
And have you ever looked at why that's actually happening?
You know, I had my thoughts about it. You know, when
it seems that in the previous under the previous mayor, there was a unanimous vote that they all voted to there was some it has to deal with the there was a grant. I believe it was a state EPA grant for the water reclamation or something like along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually voted one of the things on this. It wasn't a grant. It was like some type of a state loan, and that had to be repaid back by, I think it was 2025 ish or so. And that grant, one of the things that everybody unanimously voted on, but one of the conditions was that if the town makes an error on a water bill, that they aren't obligated to fix it. And
What?
yeah, and so I need to. It's not. Oh, I got to remember the lady that brought that forward, but it's in the documents. Like it is documented, and it's one of the I mean, if they
Trustees?
voted on it, it's yeah, like I mean, all the trustees voted on it. Um, and even Miss Stubbs voted on it. And I don't know if they didn't read the fine print or what, but I mean, it's documented and it's there. And that is the reason why they're making all these errors. I mean, think about it. Even Chief Lacey had a fucked up a water bill, right? Where he because he got in trouble because he made threats against the water people, like the water agents or whatever that he was
Yeah.
talking to on the phone.
Mhm.
So so I mean, like, you know, that's why all this whole thing about water is so profitable in Dalton. Like that's why all this stuff is happening.
Jesus.
So when they make all those errors, the reason why they're making those errors is because they got to repay back this loan.
Right.
And there's a time limit on it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, I can't remember the name of the lady, but I was on there was a late night stream with
Yeah, Miss Trina.
yeah, Miss Trina Downs. She
Mhm.
actually brought it forward in Dela's stream, but it was really late at night and it was really far into the stream, so I don't know if a lot of people caught it. But I mean, it to me that was like, wow, like I just could not believe it. And I mean, they've showed everything there. They showed, you know, all the votes and everything, like the agendas, or not the, you know, the meeting minutes or whatever. They, you know, they presented all that.
Mm.
Yeah, there was I think it's a 20-year loan that was placed on that particular contract. And now that you're bringing that to my attention, I do remember the conversation. I did catch it, you know, and looking just at that aspect of what they felt they could get revenue from outside of everything else that they could have pointed their finger at. Water was, I guess, more of a backup, if you will, for lack of a better word, or lack of a better idea. Because when you had the mayor, the former mayor, along with the people there at the plant, and then you invite one of the trustees at the ribbon cutting, you know, of this same facility, and he's, I guess, under the understanding that this is going to improve, you know, quality and assurance and all this stuff. You know, when they say things like that, get ready for a price tag. That's got to
Yep.
pop up somewhere. You know, that's why they call it a bill. It's a bill. Just like we're waiting for the grand jury to come back with a true bill. You know, yeah, indicter. Indicter. Go ahead. here's the bill and we'll pay for it type stuff. And we're off. In that particular situation concerning the water, it's very stealthy. And in fact, it's downright manipulative to winch out money in a different form, in a different fashion, to get it from the residents. It's just like I brought up tonight about the cop that's now suing Dalton in reference to another police officer writing tickets to increase revenue.
They always do that.
Yeah. So you got the cops doing it. You got the politicians looking for ways to do it and then couch it as a benefit more so than saying you got to pay for it. All of it is a bill. They just don't outright say it is, and you have to pay for it type stuff. So their language is very beneficial, if you will. It's always a beneficial language. It's for the better of the neighborhood, better of the environment, better for this, and we can grow. It'll allow us to have money to put into the educational system or infrastructure, and they can keep riding that horse, and we're going, oh, well, that makes sense. Everything's beneficial. The only thing they're not saying is that, well, you got to pay for it. We got to pay for it. Just like Tiffany just tried to do this medical, a mental health bill that she tried to pass. She wanted to pass that off to where? The residents. And they said, what? You want to increase my taxes by what? And that times how many months a year? And how long is that going to go if we say yeah? See? Because once they get $3 million, I think it was for a $3 million mental, you got to continue to pay for it. It's the revenue that created it, but yet it's revenue that's got a thing in place to pay for it, especially when there are those out there that can't pay for it, especially mental health. And they have taken such great advantage of these people out there looking for help, create these programs, create these bills. People say yes, they get help, but yet they're the ones that foot that bill. And if it doesn't come into any kind of situation where they can get funding, continuous funding every year for it, well, where does it go? It goes to the residents. Well, you voted for it, remember? I know it's been 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, but now things have changed. Our budget has changed. And so we have to see, but you voted for it already. It's already in paper. That's what they impose on people. And so we get caught saying, oh, damn, here we go again. It's messed up the real estate market. It's messed up healthcare. It's messed up education. It's messed up infrastructure. All these things are like slowing down, almost like not to a stop, but it just slowing down. You can't get this, you can't get that. And, pharmaceutical prescriptions, all this stuff was a bill that they came up with for you to pay for it anyway. Anyway, they just couched it differently and never told you it was something you had to pay for. And that's why I'm very leery about any politicians. It's not just Dalton. It's not just Washington, D.C. I live here in New York. I listen to these guys very carefully, and as soon as they come up with a better plan, better project, better program, streamlining, if you will, they use that a lot. There's a bill there. How much does it cost? It's like any customer going into a store. You're interested in a stereo. Okay, take me to the stereos. You go and watch and look at the stereos and then, okay. What is the first thing that we look for? How much does it cost?
Mm-hmm.
You see? But they're selling us the benefits and the features of it. Yet we didn't come in there to spend anything near what they were talking about. That's how they get us every damn time.
Salesmen of their own kind.
Every time. And so paying attention to who's giving you a bag of goods, especially when it comes to, people that, enter office through votes. I need you to help me. Once I'm here, then I'll help you. Type situations. That's called politics. Favors. You do me a favor, I'll turn around and do you a favor. That's what they've been doing for a long time. Long time. Tiffany's got her friends and favors. Those politicians above her has got their friends and favors, and so on and so on and so on and so on. All the way up to, Washington, D.C. again. That's where they get their money from. Whether it be federal funding, state funding, municipal funding. There's a block grant that comes out on all the states and everything. All that stuff. Here in the United States, that's pretty much how it works. How it works in Canada, it follows the same suit. It follows the same thing. It's always something better, but it's going to cost a little bit for everybody to chip in and be on board. But they have to make it sound good enough for you to say yes. I hope it didn't take too long.
No, it's facts.
Yeah.
You're correct. That is how it works. And when you see it from that perspective, now you can go buy the car and say, look, cut to the chase. I don't need this. I don't want that. I don't need it to be beneficial. I need it to drive.
Yeah.
And we don't need the extras.
And guess what? If I know how bad enough you want to drive, I will make you forget how high the interest rate is.
That's some Tiffany interest there.
Not if you have a calculator as a brain, you won't.
Don't worry about it. This credit, that credit, bad credit, no credit. I will help you.
At what was it, 25% or something? 30%?
At 27%?
27.
Jesus Christ. 55,000.
In other words, they'll get it on the back end.
Yeah, on the back end. That's right. $55,000.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't.
Here are the keys. When they can tap into your emotion and give you the keys, you are not going to think twice. They're giving it to you. They have to, because once they do and it's on paper, then they got you. Then they got you. Default once, and they'll take that and anything else you got. Mess up your credit history, mess up everything. Your ability to get another job, a better job, a side, whatever. All that starts to tumble down. They know that.
Oof.
They know that. That's why they didn't do background checks until it came up. That's why they didn't do it. Okay, but going forward from here is what I'm talking about. What about the background checks regarding the people now that just got hired maybe a week ago or, a month ago or 2 months ago? Well, we're not really concerned about them right now. They're already in. They're good. They're good. Trust me. They're good. Uh-oh. We're just saying going forward. Under my domain, going forward. We all agree? And, okay, it's a good idea, remember? It's a good idea. Well, going forward, the last thing you want to do is be the one that says no so she can turn around and throw it in your face in front of the public. That's the game of politics she's playing. That's how she plays. That's how she tried to play with Kiana Belcher. Same way. When she brought up the car and how much it costs and everything else like that, because your name is all on it. She says, I don't see that. Of course you don't. Moving
Because
right
she's not
along.
looking.
Moving
She's
right
not looking.
along. Yeah. You know,
She knows it's there.
and she'll
She's
move.
not looking.
That's her language. If you listen to the meetings, that's her language. When she has had enough of you calling her out on something, she moves to the next item. She tells you
Yeah.
that's it. You know, we've overtalked this. You need to reel it back. You know, make it short. Told trustee house. You know, you're not fitting to be long-winded, are you? Oh, I was just asking. You know, little things like that, just to try to put you on the spot to keep her from trying to explain something she's trying to hide.
I'm one of those. I'll wait. I'll wait.
That's her game plan. That's her game plan. She's good at it. She's been doing it a long time, you know, and now she's got a forum or a platform to really do it on, you know, and that's in front of people.
Wow.
And she
Amazing.
does. And she'll do it to the media, you know, talking about y'all writing about negative this, negative that, negative this, negative that. Y'all need to write on the positive. Tries to get them to flip. Y'all always writing about bad news. When anything bad happens, y'all be the first one up in here. But when it comes to something positive, something for the kids, ice skating rink and all this other stuff, y'all don't want to write about that. I can't understand what's wrong with y'all. Don't do that. Don't do that. Y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop. You know,
She's
this
playing
is her
dumb.
language. She's trying to put them on the bad side for doing it, to try to get them on her good side.
If that ain't a narcissist, I don't know what is.
The residents, the media, and nobody's buying it because they can see through it. Like we are here this early this morning. My goodness, what time is it? Lord have mercy, 4:16 New York time. What time do you have over there?
My. It's 3:16. We're right behind you.
Here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I didn't mean to have a long ass 7-hour and 43-minute live tonight. I was just
Has
gonna
it
come
been
on
that
and just do
long?
my thing, but yeah. But
Well,
I
this
always
is
like
where
to
you get to it.
Yeah, I always like to have conversation, you know, engage, have that time, because I'm not on live every day, every night, most likely every week. But if I see something important, I'm gathering what I need to get. If I do a 2-hour live, 3-hour live, there's always commentary. Always love to have the commentary because people need to speak. You know, it's sometimes hard to read the chat. When you can have a chat and hear someone actually talk, you can connect a whole lot better. When you're reading, it's like a text message. Well, what do you mean? How do you mean to say that? Ah, damn it! Get on the phone. Let me call you. You know, let me see if you're really saying what I'm thinking you're saying, and that's what, you know, the texting, the words and everything. But my chat, you know, they know how to spell out words and spell them correctly. And I can read them correctly and I can get a good understanding. I'll read the comments. And, but to engage is where I love to drop the link. Come on up. Don't be afraid. You don't have to show your face. Let's engage. If you like the content, and you're a part of what's going on, yeah, definitely engage. You know, you don't have to put, you know, your best Sunday clothes on and stuff like that. You can go behind an avatar or picture or whatever it is you have. Let's talk. Let's talk. Because when we hear each other, sound, vibration connects better than anything more abstract from it. You know, sound and vibration. That's how we came on this earth, is through sound and vibration.
There's sound and vibration, yes.
Yeah, that's right. If you don't believe me, you better be talking to your mom and dad. How did I get here again? They'll say sound and vibration. I was making a lot of noise, and better believe there was a lot of vibration. I text your mother. How's that? Oh, really? And what does she say back? Well, she texts me back. What does she say? Read the text. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But anyway.
You know,
yeah, go ahead, Miss Angel. Go ahead.
You know, even as we sleep, we're looking for a vibration or sound that'll lull us to sleep, whether it's music, whether it's the noises outside. You know, we curl up to that. You know, I just found it interesting that you brought it there, because it's what we harmoniously do.
It's our nature.
Interesting concept.
It's our nature, and all this technology and phones and apps and platforms and stuff separate us. Separate us. You can't walk the streets without somebody's face being in a freaking electronic gadget anymore. Good morning. A whole, and
that's the new posture.
They lift their finger at you. Hold on. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me. How's the family doing? They lift their finger at you. Hold on. Because they're engaged with their phone. It's incredible.
I remember walking somewhere, you know, because I like to take walks for grounding. And I sat and I watched. And over time, I've seen the posture of people, instead of looking forward, standing straight up and walking forward, getting to where they need to go. It is now they're walking, looking down at their phones or tablets. And they're walking, and there's no sense of watch out. It's just they're walking heads down in this, I don't know. It's a weird posture to see when you sit back and think about human mobility. I mean, even in cars, as you're passing by, they're looking down at this tablet. It's like, at this phone. And you're like, dude, you're driving. I mean, you're walking into traffic. You don't see the traffic coming.
That's where we are. They created these things for us to pay attention to rather than to each other. They created these things to take our attention away from each other, because if we communicate, we connect, those devices go out the window.
Here's the other thing.
In a big way.
People sitting right next to each other and texting each other.
Yeah.
That is so...
I got tired of connecting with certain people, which I no longer connect with, that would end up talking to me in the bathroom. You hear running water, or they're cooking in the background, running water, cooking, and flushing a toilet. You hear everything, especially if you got a good phone, you got good audio, and you can hear that stuff ruffle through your ear. And it's like, where are you? Oh, I was just finishing up. Finishing up where? It sounds like you just came from the bathroom. Because you hear the hollow voice echo in a room you've been in, and you know what a bathroom sounds like if you speak in it. It's got a little echo. There's no furniture in there other than the furniture that belongs in there, but people do it. I said, well, look, if you're busy, call me when you take care of your business. A lot of people didn't call back. I said, okay, I got you. Stay in the bathroom. Stay in the bathroom. I know where you are. I know where to reach you. You'll be in the bathroom. So, but like I said, early in this live, I just wanted to bring to your attention some things I came across, as I always try to do. This is a big case. Everybody's on pins and needles as to how the grand jury is going to respond. I think it's going to be slam dunk for them with all the evidence, the video evidence, the board meetings, the news, the paperwork, commentary by the officials, everything, and how the numbers moved from one piece of paper to another in this case.
I
And we
have a
added,
quick question.
yeah, sure.
I'm sorry. I've been hearing that Miss Henyard's in jail. Is this correct?
Say again?
I've been hearing that Miss Henyard is in jail. Is this correct?
Oh, no. Well, I've been online for the last 7 hours and change. I don't know anything about her being in jail right now. You know, she's still out
Okay.
and about. I mean, as far as I know. Now, if there's some
Okay.
breaking news that, you know, we've missed, I'm sure we'll find out when we wake up.
Okay. No. Okay. So as of yet, as far as you know, no. Okay. Because
Yeah,
I've
no.
been seeing little things, and I'm like, I don't believe that.
Yeah,
You
no,
know.
my email would be blowing up. John, did you catch this? John, did you catch this news? They gotta. Okay, let me vet it out and see what's going on. And I would believe that the first people that would really be shouting for joy are those in Dalton. And
In
Thornton.
Dalton, yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know,
That's so sad.
but this is a process that's going to take some time. It's a lot of information. They want to be right. You know, when you're dealing with money,
Yeah.
numbers, math, accounting, and everything that you're supposed to do on the documentation side of your job is what they're looking for. Now, I worked 15 years as a HUD housing counselor under a grant from the attorney.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, from the attorney general of New York State, and I handled their mortgage default and foreclosure prevention program. And so they gave us money every year. You know, it paid for my salary, paid for my computer, everything, phone, da 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 da. And all I had to do was show up, do my job, and open and close cases. And they were looking for success ratios. That's it. That's it. Do a budget and tell the people the truth. You can't afford it. You need to downsize or you can't afford it. Here's where your money is going. You got to pull it from the church. You got to take it from your girly girl meeting or your hockey meeting, your baseball, your basketball gambling, and put it back in your house if you want to stay there. And some people were just so buried into their habits, it was hard. And that's why we had such a high foreclosure rate. So some people did and some people didn't. You can't help everyone, but the ones that got it, you got credit for under the grant. And I ran that grant for, gee whiz, out of one presidency into the Obama came out with the Making Homes Affordable. From that, it spawned on to modifications. There was an application to fill out, things of that nature. I mean, it was a decent program. You know, give people some help and forestall foreclosure. It was a great idea. It did work. And so I did. Yeah, that's. So I know about the grant. I know about the money coming in, the accountability that you have to have, which helps me understand what's going on here because they're dealing with grants and stuff like that. And just being accountable, because when you turn over the paperwork, you want the grant again for the following years, so it better be right, or else you don't get that grant, you're out of business. You don't get that money, go look for another job. You know, and in this case, it's a whole lot different because now you're dealing with taxpayers that got no choice. They have to pay. Yeah. They gotta pay the money, the property taxes, the water, And I like what we talked about before about that water issue. It's a hard tax to get away from. Chaffer brought it up. You know, you need gas for your car. You're not going to say no when you own a car. How are you going to get around? You got to pay it. So they know how to get you and how to tax you. You know, if these things
And play with your money.
yeah, you know, they work.
Oh.
They work and live where you work and live. The whole thing. But closing thoughts, so we can wrap it up tonight. Any closing thoughts? I appreciate you guys coming on panel. It does help out the live, the conversation, the connection, everything that I've talked about. I enjoy it tremendously. That's why I'm still up.
Same here. I'm going to say prayers to the people in Dalton. Prayers to us all, because this is also a lesson for us to see within our own lives and to be aware of and to speak out on, because there's strength in numbers. They can't get us all. Somebody's going to get to them. And again, thank you for having the live and, you know, just speaking on these things and having us come up. Thank you for allowing us to come up and talk.
Yeah,
because this is important
well, you know,
stuff. I mean,
you know, you're always welcome in my house, and you know, yeah, you're always welcome. You know, to be a part of the conversation, especially if it's something that you've been following and you're connecting with. I'll see you in other chat rooms pertaining to other content creators that have been carrying this story as well. We'll see each other. You know, I wanted to, you know, be able to come on and create a platform to where not only are, you know, we're finding the information, fine tuning it and delivering it, but, you know, we want to have the time to connect with people at the same time.
On the ground level, yes.
Give people a chance to not just watch something like it's on TV, you know, but connect, because you're spending your time. You know, a movie is 90 minutes, 2 hours long, if it's not The Godfather, okay? And, you know what I mean? Then you just switch channels and go to something else. But if you're online and, you know, something is, you know, has your attention and in a way that is educating you as to not only what's going on with the story that you're listening to, but also, you know, how that may affect you in some way, shape, or form. Not now, but maybe down the road. Maybe down the road.
Absolutely.
You know, you get an idiot like a Henyard that, you know, infiltrates your township or, you know, wherever it is people live, and they're just not doing the right thing. You know, that Bishop Whitehead, that guy that was a bishop that was scamming people out of their money. Look what happened to him.
Oh my God, yeah.
You know, and he just didn't learn his lesson the first time. Thought he could come back out, do it a different way, only to get, and guess who got him? FBI. Justice Department got him. And he lied.
I will say I celebrated when the FBI stepped into Dalton. I was just like, oh, they're going to get her now. They got her. Just a matter of time. Slow bullet.
Yeah, because if he's going to be, if they're going to be messing up, it's not just Dalton money or Thornton Township money. That money gets messed up, that leans over to the next township or the next municipality, and so on, and so on, and so on. So it's a pull. And you don't want the pull to become a vacuum to where you have a hole in money that you are counting on, especially during election season. See what I'm saying? So, you know, we have a presidential election season this year. So they're pulling. They're looking for all their constituents and everybody to be on board to tighten up. This is the run for the money right here. Whether it's going to be what we got now or something else. Something else. So So it's important. But much love to you, Miss Angel.
Thank
I
you
love
so
when you
much.
come up and share your soft voice and your insight on the
Thank you.
I'm just saying, for real, on the things that I try to cover. And you're heavily supportive ever since I met you and connected with Shank Rock on his channel. I know he's covering stuff over there, and whatnot. I've been telling him, I'll be over. Give me a chance, but I'm digging into my stuff too, because, him like a content creator and me like a content creator will want to come on from time to time and connect with our audience, But Chafa, now you're in Canada. Is that right?
I am. That's right.
Is that daylight in the back of you? Because I don't have daylight here in New York.
No, it's just good lighting in here in the
Yeah,
kitchen.
damn
So,
good lighting. I'm
yeah,
telling you, you got some real good light.
it keeps me awake.
Jeez.
Okay,
I was wondering that too. I'm glad you asked that because I'm like, God,
no, it's like
what part of
2:30.
Canada's he in?
Yeah, no, it's 2:30 here.
So
The
you're on the
sun's all,
western side, mountain
yeah,
time.
the
Okay,
center, more
that
in the
makes sense.
center. Yeah, but the sun's always shining in Canada.
Oh, no kidding. I see it right behind you. My God. So you
But
said it's almost what, 2:30 there?
yeah, it's 2:30 here. So,
Oh, wow. We are in 3 different
Okay.
time zones. Wow.
yeah, but
Yeah, that's the.
yeah, it's been a slice, you guys. It's great to do some collaboration with people, especially on this topic, because there's so many aspects to it that it's good to to clear up any misconceptions or things. It's a complicated thing to keep track of,
Mhm.
but it's good to discuss it for sure. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And John, if you ever need a hand, I can always watch the chat if you're doing a presentation or something.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I
for
can
next
I
time.
can use all the help I can get. Yeah,
Yep.
they're trying to read the chat, you're trying to post up, you're trying to take them through a map, you're
Yeah.
trying to show them a video, and yeah, the things get busy on my side.
Yeah. Let me know if you ever.
You can see how I multitask based upon the live that you experienced here tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
It wasn't.
tricky.
Yeah, it just wasn't a news clip that you've already seen maybe 15, 20 times from the week, and that's it. Now we'll talk a little bit, and now I got to eat my dinner. I got to go. I'll see y'all tomorrow, and that's it. No, we don't do that kind of work here. We try to get into the guts of a case as best as possible. Like I'm doing a budget with homeowners to keep their home. If I can't get into the guts of their budget and find out how they're spending their money, I can't help them.
Right.
I can't tell them where it hurts. But when I do tell them when it hurts, I hope they listen. But it's still their choice to either follow it or take a different route.
Yeah.
So I hope you find the content that you were looking for tonight at least educational, interactive, connective. That's what I try to put out.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
It's like with anything else. The more eyes you have on an issue, and more heads you have on an issue, the more progress you're going to make. So.
Yeah.
And everything makes sense. I like how you dropped it all together.
They say, is this live pre-recorded? No. Advocacy. I know. I haven't been posting the comments, and we've been trying to wind down a little bit. So I've slowed down in posting comments, but it's been a long 8 hours now. Yeah, 8 hours and change. I've been on.
Geez.
It's full-time pay. It's full-time pay. That's a job now. But advocacy CIU, thank you so much for, at least staying connected enough for me to answer your question. Is this live pre-recorded? Because I can imagine, say, look, they ain't answering shit. I keep posting, but they keep talking. He ain't putting nothing up like if I'm saying anything. So why am I here? Type stuff. But Succeeding is in the chat, and she knows this is live and not pre-recorded. But I appreciate everyone for sticking around, being so early in the morning, 4:39 my time now. 22 people still with us out of, I don't know, we had a high, nearly about 85, 90 people when I started. I took my eyes off the screen. I went to work. And so I don't know who was in and out and everything, but one thing for sure, they know that I'm still live now and they're still trying to go to sleep. And I said, well, I think I'll go back and listen to the rest of what he was talking about, type stuff, But yeah, I've enjoyed having the both of you on panel.
Okay.
And, definitely rest well, the both of you.
I am.
Great day tomorrow. The weather's getting better, so get out there and enjoy it, please.
Enjoy the sunshine, the
Your
heat.
family,
I
get
love
together
it.
with them, and social media and YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and all this other stuff. They can wait. They can wait until you're ready, and then you can come for it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna step down, and I am going to close my eyes.
There you go.
But yes.
You sound like you're almost halfway there. So it was just a matter
I
of.
am there. I am just relaxed, Had some little help though. There's little
Thanks
smoke
to
here,
me.
but
I helped you to get that other eye that was winking, to close down and said, look, I'm gone. John, as soon as you wrap this up, I'm done.
I'll stay up and talk all night. That's me, and plus little help from something green. So
Oh, there you go. See, ACU said, LOL, John Q, you the man. Great work. Oh, he answered me. Oh, damn, I don't feel by myself. It's not pre-recorded. Oh, damn. I guarantee you, I dare you to go back and watch the replay on this one because you got 8 hours worth. But
oh my God, yeah, you'd have to chop it up during the day. I don't know. It depends on how you're doing.
Yeah, not tonight.
And
not tonight.
And it didn't seem like that long. I came in, halfway through your show?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
So.
But there's enough information for you to scan through, scrub through, get to certain things that interest you. You can pick it from there. That's all.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do it. I said, I'm not listening to a 4-hour live straight or a 5-hour live straight. No, I don't have that kind of time. I got other people coming on, other notifications on my phone blinking on, all of a sudden. No, you just take it one bit at a time. You'll come back to it if you do great,
Yeah.
No
Mark a stopping point.
Yep.
Yes.
But I'm gonna let you guys go. I hear you in the background. I hear you.
Yeah, I'm shifting to my sleeping mode. So
you can't hold it no more.
I'm done. Yeah, I was cool until you told us the time, and I was like, oh God.
You gotta get that one out. Miss Angel, much love to you.
Much love to you too.
Safa.
Nice to meet you, Safa.
You got to come back.
Take it
you
easy.
Gotta come back, man. I love Canada. Tell Canada I love them, and hopefully they love New York, and everything is good. But I appreciate you being on tonight and sharing your insights and following this.
Great. Good to be here.
Yeah. So I
Okay.
don't know when I'm going to be coming back
No problem.
live, but I'm telling you, if somebody gets arrested, like in 2 hours, I will be back. And break the news like everybody else is going to be out there. You'll know because of all the people that you subscribe to. Under this story, if something happens, your phone goes absolutely berserk.
Oh yeah, it's just
Yeah.
gonna blow up.
Yeah, and then
For
you'll
sure.
have everything to pick and choose from. But I'm just glad that you were able to take some time out, come by and check me out, see what I'm talking about, and connect.
Okay, great. Thanks, John.
All right, you got it,
Talk to you
man.
again.
Definitely. I'll look forward to it.
You betcha. See ya.
Okay. Woo! There you go. Succeeding said, good night, everyone. I'm out of here my damn self. I got to plug up my phone. I got to get recharged. And John Q done burnt my battery out again. I went through second time lighting this sucker up. Anyway, yes, much love to everyone that has joined us here tonight. Everyone who's come up on the panel to share what they had to say in regards to this unbelievable story that's happening. But it does happen. This stuff happens. It's not that they say you can't make it up. We're looking at people making it up. We're looking at people making it up as they go. Now, check that one out. So now the paradigm is now changed. So anybody that says, oh, you can't make this shit up. Oh, yes, you can. Because we're looking at the people that have been making this shit up. No doubt. And they're trying to figure a way out of making it up anymore. It's been hard. But they can't let it go. They can't let it go. With that said, much love. My goodness. And I think I've closed all my tabs, my map, everything that we talked about, everything that we went through. So I think I did my due diligence here tonight to the best of my ability. But most of all, I do enjoy connecting. That's the part. Once my work is done, then we can connect. And during that connection, if I need to fine tune some stuff, I'll bring it back up and we can chop it up and talk about it. So that's what makes my channel special. That's what makes you special too, because you stick around long enough to say, okay, let's see how John Q can, make it special. Turn it into something that I haven't seen. Give me something that I haven't heard. Let me look at something, that in a different way that I haven't looked at in a different way before. That's what I really strive for, is just that. Y'all have a good morning, whatever. Go out to breakfast. If y'all having breakfast, well, good morning to you. Save me some. Just keep it on the side over there. I'll try to get to it away from New York, wherever you may be. Wherever you may be. And Advocacy CIU, I promise you the next time I see you in my chat, I will highlight your comments at least 90% more than I highlighted them tonight. Just to let you know that there is no John Q doesn't do pre-recordings. Those become videos. Definitely. I don't do that. I'll come on live and we can chat. I'll drop the link so you can come up and we can talk. And we can do that too. On my next round, Maybe in a couple of days. Who knows? Following this story, we'll see. But until then, much love. Be well and stay blessed with Godspeed. I'll catch you later.